Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 1. The Arrival. "Is this the station, Gran'pa Jim?" inquired a young girl as the train began to slow up. "I think so, Mary Louise," replied the handsome old gentleman addressed. "It doesn't look very promising, does it?" she continued, glancing eagerly out of the window. "The station? No, my dear, but the station isn't Cragg's Crossing, you know. It is merely the nearest railway point to our new home." The conductor opened their drawing-room door. "The next stop is Chargrove, Colonel," he said. "Thank you." The porter came for their hand baggage, and a moment later the long train stopped and the vestibule steps were let down. If you will refer to the timetable of the D, R & G Railway, you will find that the station of Chargrove is marked with a character dagger, meaning that trains stop there only to let off passengers, or, when properly signalled, to let them on. Mary Louise, during the journey, had noted this fact with misgivings that were by no means relieved when she stepped from the sumptuous train, and found before her merely a shed-like structure, open on all sides, that served as station-house. Colonel Hathaway and his granddaughter stood silently upon the platform of this shed, their luggage beside them, and watched their trunks tumbled out of the baggage-car ahead, and the train start, gather speed, and go rumbling on its way. Then the girl looked around her to discover that the primitive station was really the only barren spot in the landscape. For this was no western prairie country, but one of the oldest settled and most prosperous sections of a great state that had been one of the original 13 to be represented by a star on our national banner. Chargrove might not be much of a railway station, as it was only 11 miles from a big city, but the country around it was exceedingly beautiful. Great oaks and maples stood here and there, some in groups and some in stately solitude. The land was well fenced and carefully cultivated. Roads, smooth or rutty, led in every direction. Flocks and herds were abundant. Half hidden by hills or splendid groves peeped the roofs of comfortable farmhouses that evidenced the general prosperity of the community. "Uncle Eben is late, isn't he, Gran'pa Jim?" asked the girl, as her eyes wandered over the pretty, peaceful scene. Colonel Hathaway consulted his watch. "Our train was exactly on time," he remarked, "which is more than can be said for old Eben. But I think, Mary Louise, I now see an automobile coming along the road. If I am right, we have not long to wait." He proved to be right, for presently a small touring car came bumping across the tracks and halted at the end of the platform on which they stood. It was driven by an old colored man whose hair was snow-white, but who sprang from his seat with the agility of a boy when Mary Louise rushed forward with words of greeting. "My, Uncle Eb, but it's good to see you again!" she exclaimed, taking both his dusky hands in her own and shaking them cordially. "How is Aunt Polly, and how is your rheumatics?" "Rheumatics done gone for good, Mayweeze," he said, his round face all smiles. "Dis sure am one prosperous country for health. Nobody sick but the invalids, and they just 'magine stay sick, that's all." "Glad to see you, Uncle," said the Colonel. "A little late, eh? As usual. But perhaps you had a tire change." "No, sir, Colonel, no tire change. I was just tryin' to hurry along that lazy Joe Brennan, who's done comin' for the trunks." "Joe Brennan is coming, then?" "Dat's right, Colonel, he's comin'. Done start before daylight in de lumber wagon. But when I done catch up with that Joe, a mile and a half away, he won't listen to no reason. So I dodged on ahead to tell you-uns that Joe's on de way." "How far is it from here to Cragg's Crossing, then?" inquired Mary Louise. "They call it 10 miles," replied her grandfather, "but I imagine it's nearer 12. "And this is the nearest railway station?" "Yes, the nearest. But usually the crossing folks who own motor cars drive to the city to take the trains. We alighted here because in our own case it was more convenient and pleasant than running into the city and out again, and it will save us time." "We be home in half an hour, most likely," added Uncle Eben, as he placed the suitcases and satchels in the car. Colonel Hathaway and Mary Louise followed and took their seats. "Is it safe to leave our trunks here?" asked the girl. "Undoubtedly," replied her grandfather. "Joe Brennan will doubtless arrive before long, and really there is no person around to steal them." "I've an idea I shall like this part of the country," said Mary Louise musingly as they drove away. "I'm confident you will, my dear. Is Cragg's Crossing as beautiful as this?" I think it more beautiful. And how did you happen to find it, Grandpa Jim? It seems as isolated as can be. A friend and I were taking a motor trip and lost our way. A farmer told us that if we went to Cragg's Crossing we would find a good road to our destination. We went there, following the man's directions, and encountered beastly roads, but found a perfect gem of a tiny, antiquated town which seems to have been forgotten or overlooked by map-makers, automobile guides, and tourists. My friend had difficulty in getting me away from the town, I was so charmed with it. Before I left I had discovered, by dint of patient inquiry, a furnished house to let, and you know, of course, that I promptly secured the place for the summer. That's the whole story, Mary Louise. It is interesting, she remarked. As a result of your famous discovery you sent down Uncle Eben and Aunt Polly with our car, and a lot of truck you thought we might need, and now, when all is ready, you and I have come to take possession. Rather neatly arranged, I think, declared the Colonel with satisfaction. Do you know anything about the history of the place, Grandpa, or of the people who live in your tiny, forgotten town? Nothing whatever. I imagine there are folks in Cragg's Crossing who have never been a dozen miles away from it since they were born. The village boasts a hotel, the funniest little inn you can imagine, where we had an excellent home-cooked meal, and there is one store and a blacksmith's shop, one church and one schoolhouse. These, with half a dozen ancient and curiously assorted residences, constitute the shy and retiring town of Cragg's Crossing. Ah, I think we have found Joe Brennan. Uncle Eben drew up beside a rickety wagon drawn by two sorry nags, who just now were engaging in cropping grass from the roadside. On the seat, half reclined a young man who was industriously eating an apple. He wore a blue checked shirt open at the throat, overalls, suspenders, and a straw hat that had weathered many seasons of sunshine and rain. His feet were encased in heavy boots, and his bronzed face betokened an out-of-door life. There are a million countrymen in the United States just like Joe Brennan in outward appearance. Joe did not stop munching. He merely stared as the automobile stopped beside him. "Say, you, Joe," shouted Uncle Eben indignantly, "what for you done settin' here?" "Restin'," said Joe Brennan, taking another bite from his apple. "Ain't you gwine to get them trunks home today?" demanded the old darky. Joe seemed to consider this question carefully before he ventured to commit himself. Then he looked at Colonel Hathaway and said, "What I want to know, boss, is whether I'm hired by the hour or by the day." "Didn't Uncle Eben tell you?" "No, he didn't. He just said to go and get the trunks, and he'd give me $1 for the trip." "Well, that seems to settle the question, doesn't it?" "Not quite, boss. I be thinking it over on the way, and $1's too pesky cheap for this trip. Sometimes I gets 25 cents a hour for haulin' things, and this looks to me like a day's work." "If you made good time," said Colonel Hathaway, "you might do it easily in 4 hours." Joe shook his head. "Not me, sir," he replied. "I ain't got the constitution for it. And them hosses won't trot less I lick 'em, and if I lick 'em I'm guilty of cruelty to animals, including myself. No, boss, the job's too cheap, so I guess I'll give it up and go home." "But you're nearly at the station now," protested the Colonel. "I know, but it's half a mile further, and the hosses is tired. I guess I'll go home." "Oh, Grandpa," whispered Mary Louise, "it'll never do to leave our trunks lying there by the railroad tracks." The Colonel eyed Joe thoughtfully. "If you were hired by the day," said he, "I suppose you would do a day's work?" "I'd have to," admitted Joe. "That's why I asked you about it. Just now it looks to me like I ain't hired at all. The black man said he'd give me $1 for the trunks, that's all." "How much do you charge a day?" asked the Colonel. "$1.25's my regular price, and I won't take no less," asserted Joe. Mary Louise nearly laughed outright, but the Colonel frowned and said, "Joe Brennan, you've got me at your mercy. I'm going to hire you by the day, at $1.25, and as your time now belongs to me I request you go at once for those trunks. You will find them just beyond the station." The man's face brightened. He tossed away the core of his apple and jerked the reins to make the horses hold up their heads. "A bargain's a bargain, boss," he remarked, cheerfully, "so I'll get them 'ere trunks to your house if it takes till midnight." "Very good," said the Colonel. "Drive on, Uncle." The old servant started the motor. "That's what I calls downright robbery, Colonel," he exclaimed, highly incensed. "Didn't I ask the storekeeper what to pay Joe Brennan for bringin' over them trunks, and didn't he say $1 is big pay for such like a trip? If we's gwine to live in dis town, where they don't understand city prices and the high cost of livin' yet, we gotta hold 'em down and keep 'em from speculatin' with us, or else we'll spoil 'em for the time when we's done gone away." "Very true, Uncle. Has Joe a competitor?" Uncle Eben reflected. "If he has, Cunnel, I ain't seen it," he presently replied, "but I guess all he's got is dat lumber wagon." Mary Louise had enjoyed the controversy immensely, and was relieved by the promise of the trunks by midnight. For the first time in her life, the young orphaned girl was to play housekeeper for her grandfather, and surely one of her duties was to see that the baggage was safely deposited in their new home. This unknown home in an unknown town had an intense fascination for her just now. Her father had been rather reticent in his description of the house he had rented at Cragg's Crossing, merely asserting it was a pretty place and ought to make them a comfortable home for the summer. Nor had the girl questioned him very closely, for she loved to discover things and be surprised. Whether pleasurably or not did not greatly interfere with the thrill. The motor took them speedily along a winding way to Cragg's Crossing, a toy town that caused Mary Louise to draw a long breath of delight at first sight. The crossing of two country roads had probably resulted, at some far-back period, in farmers building their residences on the four corners, so as to be neighbourly. Farm-hands or others built little dwellings adjoining, not many of them though, and some unambitious or misdirected merchant erected a big frame store, and sold groceries, dry goods, and other necessities of life not only to the community at the crossing, but to neighbouring farmers. Then someone started the little hotel, mainly to feed the farmers who came to the store to trade, or the drummers who visited it to sell goods. A church and a schoolhouse naturally followed in course of time, and then, as if its destiny were fulfilled, the sleepy little town, 10 miles from the nearest railway, gradually settled into the comatose state in which Colonel Hathaway and his granddaughter now found it. End of Chapter 1. Read by Sibella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Kenton Place. The tiny town, however, was not all that belonged to the Cragg's Crossing settlement. Barely a quarter of a mile away from the village, a stream with beautifully wooded banks ran diagonally through the countryside. It was called a river by the natives, but it was more of a creek, halfway between a small rivulet and a brook, perhaps. But its banks afforded desirable places for summer residences, several of which had been built by well-to-do families, either retired farmers or city people who wished for a cool and quiet place in which to pass the summer months. These residences, all having ample grounds and facing the creek on either side, were sufficiently scattered to be secluded, and it was to one of the most imposing of these that Uncle Eben guided the automobile. He crossed the creek on a primitive but substantial bridge, turned to the right, and the first driveway led to the house that was to be Mary Louise's temporary home. "This is lovely!" exclaimed the girl, as they rolled up a winding drive edged by trees and shrubbery, and finally drew up before the entrance of a low and rambling but quite modern house. There was Aunt Polly, her round black face all smiles, standing on the veranda to greet them, and Mary Louise sprang from the car first to hug the old servant, Uncle Eben's spouse, and then to run in to investigate the establishment, which seemed much finer than she had dared to imagine it. The main building was of 2 stories, but the wings, several of which jutted out in various directions, were 1 story in height, somewhat on the bungalow plan. There was a good-sized stable in connection, now used as a garage, and down among the oaks toward the river an open pavilion had been built. All the open spaces were filled with flowers and ferns, in beds and borders, and gravelled paths led here and there in a very enticing way. But the house was now the chief fascination, and the other details Mary Louise gleaned by sundry glances from open windows as she rambled from room to room. At luncheon, which Aunt Polly served as soon as her young mistress could be coaxed from her tour of inspection, the girl said, "Gran'pa Jim, who owns this place?" "A Mrs. Joselyn," he replied. "A young woman?" "I believe so. It was built by her mother, a Mrs. Kenton, some 15 years ago, and is still called the Kenton Place. Mrs. Kenton died, and her daughter, who married a city man named Joselyn, has used it as a summer home until this year. I think Mrs. Joselyn is a woman of considerable means." "The furnishings prove that," said Mary Louise. "They're not all in the best of taste, but they are plentiful and meant to be luxurious. Why doesn't Mrs. Joselyn occupy her home this summer? And why, if she is wealthy, does she rent the place?" "Those are problems I am unable to solve, my dear," replied the Colonel with a smile. "When old man Cragg, who is the nearest approach to a real estate agent in the village, told me the place was for rent, I inquired the price, and contracted to lease it for the summer. That satisfied me, Mary Louise, but if you wish to inquire into the history and antecedents of the Kenton and Joselyn families, I have no doubt there are plenty of village gossips who can fill your ears full of it." "There's one thing I found out, sir," remarked Uncle Eben, who always served at table and was not too diffident to join in the conversation of his betters at times. "Dis Joselyn man done disappear. He run away, or dig out somehow, and he missus is most plumb crazy 'bout it." "When did that happen?" asked Mary Louise. "'Bout Christmas time, de storekeeper say. Nobody don't like him down here, 'cause he put on a 'strordinary amount of airs, and didn't mix with de town people nohow. De storekeeper tinks Massa Joselyn am crooked like, and done squander a lot of his wife's money before he went." "Perhaps," said Mary Louise musingly, "that is why the poor woman is glad to rent this house. I wish, however, we had gotten it for a more pleasant reason." "Don't pay attention to Eben's chatter, my dear," advised her grandfather. "His authority seems to be the ancient storekeeper, whom I saw but once and didn't fancy. He looks like an old owl, in those big horn-rimmed spectacles." "Dat storekeeper, he ain't no owl, Cunnel," asserted Uncle Eben earnestly. "He done know all dey is to know round dese diggins, and a lot mo', too. An owl is a mighty wise bird, Cunnel, if I do say it, and no disrespect, so what dat storekeeper say I's bound to take notice of." Mary Louise spent the afternoon in examining her new possession and getting settled. For, wonder of wonders, Joe Brennan arrived with the trunks at 3 o'clock, some 9 hours before the limit of midnight. The Colonel, as he paid the man, congratulated him on making such good time. "Yass," drawled Joe, "I done pretty well, considerin'. But if I hadn't hired out by the day, I'd sure been a loser. I've been a good 10 hours goin' for them trunks, for I started at 5 this mornin'. So if I'd tooken $1 for the job, I'd only made 10 cents an hour, my price bein' 25. But as it is," he added with pride, "I get my regular rate of $1.25 a day." "Proving that it pays to drive a bargain," commented the Colonel. Mary Louise unpacked Gran'pa Jim's trunk first, and put his room in apple-pie order, as Aunt Polly admiringly asserted. Then she settled her own pretty room, held a conference with her servants about the meals and supplies, and found it was then time to dress for dinner. She was not yet old enough to find household duties a bore, so the afternoon had been delightfully spent. Early after breakfast the next morning, however, Mary Louise started out to explore the grounds of her domain. The day was full of sunshine and the air laden with fragrance of flowers, a typical May morning. Gran'pa Jim would, of course, read for an hour or two and smoke his pipe. He drew a chair upon the broad veranda for this very purpose, but the girl had the true pioneer spirit of discovery, and wanted to know exactly what her 5 acres contained. The water was doubtless the prime attraction in such a neighbourhood. Mary Louise made straight for the river bank, and found the shallow stream, here scarcely 50 feet in width, rippling over its stony bed, which was a full 50 feet wider than the volume of water then required. When the spring freshets were on, perhaps the stream reached its banks, but in the summer months it was usually subdued, as now. The banks were 4 feet or more above the rabble of stones below, and close to the bank, facing the river on her side, Mrs. Kenton had built a pretty pavilion with ample seats and room for 6 wicker chairs and a table, where one could sit and overlook the water. Mary Louise fervently blessed the old lady for this idea, and at once seated herself in the pavilion while she examined at leisure the scene spread out before her. Trees hid all the neighbouring residences but one. Just across the river and not far from its bank stood a small, weather-beaten cottage that was in sharp contrast with the rather imposing Kenton residence opposite. It was not well kept, nor even picturesque. The grounds were unattractive. A woodpile stood in the front yard, the steps leading to the little porch had rotted away, and had been replaced by a plank, rather unsafe unless one climbed it carefully, Mary Louise thought. There were time-worn shades to the windows, but no curtains. A pane of glass had been broken in the dormer window and replaced by a folded newspaper tacked over it. Beside the porch door stood a wash-tub on edge. A few scraggly-looking chickens wandered through the yard. If not an abode of poverty, it was surely a place where careless indifference to either beauty or the comfort of orderly living prevailed. So much Mary Louise had observed, wondering why Mrs. Kenton had not bought the cottage and torn it down, since it was a blot on the surrounding landscape, when she saw the door open and a man come out. She gave a little gasp of astonishment as her eyes followed this man, who slowly took the path to the bridge, from whence the road led into the village. End of Chapter 2. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 3. The Folks Across the River. Her first glance told the girl that here was a distinctly unusual personage. His very appearance was quaint enough to excite comment from a stranger. It must have been away back in the Revolutionary days when men daily wore coats cut in this fashion, straight across the waistline in front, and with two long tails flapping behind. Modern dress coats were much like it, to be sure, but this was of a faded blue-bottle colour, and had brass buttons and a frayed velvet collar on it. His trousers were tight-fitting below the knee, and he wore gaiters and a wide-brimmed silk hat that rivalled his own age, and doubtless had seen happier days. Mary Louise couldn't see all these details from her seat in the pavilion across the river, but she was near enough to observe the general effect of the old man's antiquated costume, and it amazed her. Yes, he was old, nearly as ancient as his apparel, the girl decided, but although he moved with slow deliberation his gait was not feeble by any means. With hands clasped behind him and head slightly bowed as if in meditation, he paced the length of the well-worn path, reached the bridge, and disappeared down the road toward the village. "That," said a voice beside her, "is the Pooh-Bah of Cragg's Crossing. It is old Cragg himself." Gran'pa Jim was leaning against the outer breast of the pavilion, book in hand. "You startled me," she said, "but no more than that queer old man did. Was the village named after him, Grandpa?" "I suppose so, or after his father, perhaps, for the place seems even older than old Cragg. He has an office in a bare little room over the store, and I rented this place from him. Whatever his former fortunes may have been, and I imagine the Craggs once owned all the land about here, old Hezekiah seems reduced to a bare existence." "Perhaps," suggested Mary Louise, "he inherited those clothes with the land from his father. Isn't it an absurd costume, Gran'pa Jim? And in these days of advanced civilization, too! Of course old Hezekiah Cragg is not strong mentally, or he would refuse to make a laughing-stock of himself in that way." Colonel Hathaway stared across the river for a time without answering. Then he said, "I do not think the natives here laugh at him, although I remember they called him Old Swallowtail when I was directed to him as the only resident real estate agent. I found the old man quite shrewd in driving a bargain, and thoroughly posted on all the affairs of the community. However, he is not a gossip, but inclined to be taciturn. There is a fathomless look in his eyes, and he is cold and unresponsive. Country life breeds strange characteristics in some people. The whimsical dress and mannerisms of old Mr. Cragg would not be tolerated in the cities, while here they seem regarded with unconcern, because they have become familiar. I was rather pleased with his personality, because he is the Cragg of Cragg's Crossing. How much of the original plot of land he still owns, I don't know." "Why, he lives in that hovel," said the girl. "So it seems, although he may have been merely calling there." "He fits the place," she declared. "It's old and worn and neglected, just as he and his clothes are. I'd be sorry indeed to discover that Mr. Cragg lives anywhere else." The colonel, his finger between the leaves of the book he held, to mark the place where he was reading, nodded somewhat absently and started to turn away. Then he paused to ask, anxiously, "Does this place please you, my dear?" "Ever so much, Gran'pa Jim," she replied with enthusiasm, leaning from her seat inside the pavilion to press a kiss upon his bare grey head. "I've had a sense of separation from all the world, yet it seems good to be hidden away in this forgotten nook. Perhaps I wouldn't like it for always, you know, but for a summer it is simply delightful. We can rest and rest and rest, and be as cozy as can be." Again the old gentleman nodded, smiling at the girl this time. They were good chums, these two, and what pleased one usually pleased the other. Colonel Hathaway had endured a sad experience recently, and his handsome old face still bore the marks of past mental suffering. His only daughter, Beatrice Burrows, who was the mother of Mary Louise, had been indirectly responsible for the Colonel's troubles, but her death had lifted the burden. Her little orphaned girl, to whom no blame could be attached, was very dear to Gran'pa Jim's heart. Indeed, she was all he now had to love and care for, and he continually planned to promote her happiness and to educate her to become a noble woman. Fortunately, he had saved considerable money from the remains of an immense estate he had once possessed, and so was able to do anything for his grandchild that he desired. In New York and elsewhere, Colonel James Hathaway had a host of influential friends, but he was shy of meeting them since his late unpleasant experience. Mary Louise, for her part, was devotedly attached to her grandfather, and preferred his society to that of any other person. As the erect form of the old gentleman sauntered away through the trees, she looked after him affectionately, and wagged her little head with hearty approval. "This is just the place for Gran'pa Jim," she mused. "There is no one to bother him with questions or sympathy, and he can live as quietly as he likes, and read those stuffy old books. The very name classics makes me shudder, to his heart's content. He'll grow stronger and happier here, I'm sure." Then she turned anew to revel in the constantly shifting view of river and woodland that extended panoramically from her seat in the pavilion. As her eyes fell on the old cottage opposite, she was surprised to see a dishpan sail through the open window, to fall with a clatter of broken dishes on the hard ground of the yard. A couple of dish-towels followed, and then a broom and a scrubbing brush, all tossed out in an angry, energetic way that scattered them in every direction. Then on the porch appeared the form of a small girl, poorly dressed in a shabby gingham gown, who danced up and down for a moment as if mad with rage, and then, observing the wash-tub, gave it a kick which sent it rolling off the porch to join the other utensils on the ground. Next, the small girl looked around her as if seeking more inanimate things upon which to vent her anger, but finding none, she dashed into the cottage and soon reappeared with a much-worn straw hat, which she jammed on her flaxen head and then, with a determined air, walked down the plank and marched up the path toward the bridge, the same direction that old Cragg had taken a short time before. Mary Louise gave a gasp of amazement. The scene had been dramatic and exciting while it lasted, and it needed no explanation whatever. The child had plainly rebelled at enforced drudgery and was going— where? Mary Louise sprang lightly from her seat and ran through the grounds to their entrance. When she got to the road she sped along until she came to the bridge, reaching one end of it just as the girl started to cross from the opposite end. Then she stopped, and in a moment the two met. "Where are you going?" asked Mary Louise, laying a hand on the child's arm as she attempted to pass her. "None of your business," was the curt reply. "Oh, it is, indeed," said Mary Louise, panting a little from her run. "I saw you throw things a minute ago, so I guess you mean to run away." The girl turned and stared at her. "I don't know you," she said. "Never saw you before. Where'd you come from, anyway?" "Why, my grandfather and I have taken the Kenton house for the summer, so we're to be your neighbours. Of course, you know we must get acquainted." "You can be neighbours to my granddad if you like, but not to me. Not by a ginger cookie. I done with this place for good and all, I hev, and if you ever see me here again my name ain't Ingua Scammell." "Here, let's sit down on the bridge and talk it over," proposed Mary Louise. "There's plenty of time for you to run away, if you think you'd better. Is Mr. Cragg your grandfather, then?" "Yes, old Swallowtail it is. Old humbug is what I calls him." "Not to his face, do you?" "I ain't so foolish. He's got a grip on him like a lobster, and when he's mad at me he grips my arm and twists it till I holler. When Granddad's around you bet I have to knuckle down or I gets the worst of it." "So he's cruel, is he?" "Uh-huh. That is, he's cruel when I riles him, as I got a habit o' doin'. When things run smooth Granddad ain't so bad, but I ain't goin' to stand that slave life no longer, I ain't. I've quit for good." "Wherever you go," said Mary Louise gently, "you will have to work for someone. Someone, perhaps, who treats you worse than your grandfather does. No one else is obliged to care for you in any way, so perhaps you're not making a wise change." "I ain't, eh?" "Perhaps not. Have you any other relatives to go to?" "No." "Or any money?" "Not a red cent." "Then you'll have to hire out as a servant. You're not big enough or strong enough to do much, so you'll search a long time before you find work, and that means being hungry and without shelter. I know more of the world than you do, Ingua. What an odd name you have! And I honestly think you are making a mistake to run away from your own grandfather." The girl stared into the water in sullen silence for a time. Mary Louise got a good look at her now, and saw that her freckled face might be pretty if it were not so thin and drawn. The hands lying on her lap were red and calloused with housework, and the child's whole appearance indicated neglect, from the broken-down shoes to the soiled and tattered dress. She seemed to be reflecting, for after a while she gave a short, bitter laugh at the recollection of her late exhibition of temper, and said, "It's too late to back down now. I've busted the dishes and smashed things generally." "That is bad," said Mary Louise, "but it might be worse. Mr. Cragg can buy more dishes." "Oh, he can he? Where's the money to come from?" "Is he poor?" "He ain't got no money, if that's what you mean. That's what he says, anyhow. Says it were a godsend you folks rented that house of him, 'cause it'll keep us in cornbread and pork for 6 months if we're careful. Being careful means that he'll eat the pork and I gets a chunk of cornbread now and then." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mary Louise in a distressed voice. "Don't you get enough to eat?" "Oh, I manages it somehow," declared Ingua, with indifference. "I been swiping 1 egg a day for weeks and weeks. Granddad says he'll trim me good and plenty if he ketches me eatin' eggs, 'cause all that our chickens lay he takes down to the store and sells. But he ain't home daytimes to count what eggs is laid, and so I watches out and grabs 1 a day. He's mighty cute, I tell you, Granddad is, but he ain't cute enough to catch me at the egg swipin'." Mary Louise was greatly shocked. Really, she decided, something must be done for this poor child. Looking at the matter from Ingua's report, the smashing of the dishes might prove serious. So she said, "Come, dear, let's go together to your house and see if we can't restore the damage." But the girl shook her head. "Nothin' can mend them busted dishes," she said, "and when Granddad sees 'em he'll have a fit. That's why I did it. I wanted to show him I'd had revenge afore I quit him cold. He won't be home till night, but I gotta be a long way off afore then so's he can't ketch me." "Give it up," said Mary Louise. "I've come here to live all summer, Ingua, and now that we're friends I'm going to help you to get along more comfortably. We will have some splendid times together, you and I, and it will be a good deal better off than wandering among strangers who don't care for you." The girl turned and looked into Mary Louise's face long and earnestly. Her eyes wandered to her neatly arranged hair, to the white collar at her throat, then down to her blue serge dress and her dainty shoes. But mostly she looked straight into the eyes of her new friend and found there sincerity and evident goodwill. So she sighed deeply, cast a glance at her own bedraggled attire, and said, "We ain't much alike, us two, but I guess we can be friends. Other girls has come here to the rich people's houses, but they all stuck up their noses at me. You're the first that's ever give me a word." "All girls are not alike, you know," responded Mary Louise cheerfully. "So now let's go to your house and see what damage has been done." End of Chapter 3. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 4. Getting Acquainted. The 2 girls had been sitting on the edge of the bridge, but Mary Louise now rose and took Ingua's arm in her own, leading the reluctant child gently toward the path. It wasn't far to the old cottage, and when they reached the yard Ingua laughed again at the scene of disorder. "It's almost a pity Granddad can't see it," she chuckled. "He'd be so crazy he'd have them claws of his'n around my throat in a jiffy." Mary Louise drew back, startled. "Did he ever do that?" she asked. "Only once, but that time near ended me. It were a long time ago, and he was sorry, I guess, 'cause he bought me a new dress next day. And new shoes. I ain't had any since," she added disconsolately. "So the other day I asked him, wasn't it about time, he choked me again." "What did he say to that?" "Just growled at me. Granddad's got an awful temper when he's good and riled, but usual he's still as a mouse. Don't say a word to me for days together sometimes. Once I saw him—" She suddenly checked herself and cast an uneasy, sidelong glance at her companion. Mary Louise was rolling the wash-tub back to the stoop. "The only thing that will bother us, Ingua," she said, "is those dishes. Let us try to count the broken ones. Do you know how many there were?" "Sure I do," answered the girl, removing the battered dishpan from the heap of crockery. 2 plates, 2 cups and saucers, a oatmeal dish, a bread plate, and the pork platter. Gee, what a smash! 1 cup's whole, and the oatmeal dish. The rest is gone up." I'm going to dig a hole and bury the broken pieces, said Mary Louise. Have you a spade? There's an old shovel, but it won't do no good to bury of 'em. Granddad, he counts every piece every day. He counts everything, from the grains of salt to the chickens. Say, once I tried to play a trick on him. I got so hungry for meat I just couldn't stand it, so one day I killed a chicken, thinking he wouldn't miss it. My, what do you suppose? Say, you never told me your name yet. I am Mary Louise Burrows. High-flying name, ain't it? Well, I killed that chicken and cut it up and fried it, and et just a leg and a wing, and hid the rest under my bed in the peak up there, where old Swallowtail never goes. All the feathers and the head I buried, and I cleaned up the hatchet and the frying pan so there wasn't a smidge of anything left to prove I'd murdered one of them chicks. I was feeling kind of chirky when Granddad came home, 'cause I thought he'd never find out. But what did the old villain do but begin to sniff around, and he sniffed and he stiffed until he said, Ingua, what chicken did you kill, and where did you kill it? You're crazy, says I. What are you talking about? Then he gives me one sour look and marches out to count the chickens, and when he comes back he says, It's the brown pullet with the white on the wings. It were worth 40 cents, and 40 cents will buy 10 pounds of oatmeal. Where's the chicken, girl? Et up, says I. You're lying, says he. Go get it. Hustle. Well, I saw his claws beginning to work, and it scared me stiff. So I goes to my room and brings down the chicken, and he eyes it quiet-like for a long time, and then eats some for his supper. The rest he locks up in the cupboard that he always carries the key to. Say, Mary Louise, I never got another taste of that chicken as long as it lasted. Old Swallowtail ate it all himself and took a week to do it. During this recital the broom and mop and scrubbing brush had been picked up and restored to their proper places. Then the two girls got out the old shovel and buried the broken dishes in a far corner of the yard, among the high weeds. Mary Louise tried to get the dents out of the old dishpan, but succeeded only indifferently. It was so battered through long use, however, that Ingua thought the jams would not be noticed. Next, said Mary Louise, we must replace the broken pieces. I suppose they sell dishes at the village store, do they not? That's where these come from, long ago, replied Ingua, but dishes cost money. I've a little money in my purse, enough for that, I'm sure. Will you go to town with me? Ingua stared at her as if bewildered. The proposition was wholly beyond her understanding. But she replied to her new friend's question, saying slowly, No, I won't go. Old Swallowtail'd skin me alive if he caught me in the village. Then I'll go alone, and I'll soon be back, though I must run over to my own house first to get my purse and my hat. Let me have one of the cups for a sample, Ingua. She left the child sitting on the plank runway, and looking rather solemn and thoughtful. Mary Louise was somewhat fearful that she might run away in her absence, so she hurried home, and from there walked into the village, a tramp easily accomplished in 10 minutes. The store was the biggest building in town, but not very big at that. It was clapboarded and 2 stories in height, the upper floor being used by Sol Jerrems, the storekeeper, as a residence, except for 2 little front rooms which he rented, one to Miss Huckins, the dressmaker and milliner, who slept and ate in her shop, and the other to Mr. Cragg. A high platform had been built in front of the store, for the convenience of farmer customers in muddy weather, and there were steps at either end of the platform for the use of pedestrians. When Mary Louise entered the store, which was cluttered with all sorts of goods, not arranged in a very orderly manner, there were several farmers present. But old Sol had his eye on her in an instant, and shuffled forward to wait upon her. "I want some crockery, please," she said. He looked at the sample cup and led her to a corner of the room, where a jumble of dishes crowded a single shelf. "I take it you're one of them new folks at the Kenton Place," he remarked. "Yes," said she. "I thought there was plenty of dishes in that place," continued Mr. Jerrems in a friendly tone, "but p'raps you don't want the black folks to eat offen the same things you do yourselves." Mary Louise ignored this speech and selected the dishes she wanted. She had measured the broken platter and found another of the same size. Old Sol wouldn't sell a saucer without a cup, explaining that the two always went together. The cup to hold the stuff and the saucer to drink it out'n. Without argument, however, the girl purchased what she wanted. It was heavy, cheap ware of the commonest kind, but she dared not substitute anything better for it. Then she went to the grocery counter, and after considering what Ingua might safely hide and eat in secret, she bought a tin of cooked corned beef, another of chipped beef, one of devilled ham, and 3 tins of sardines. Also she bought a basket to carry her purchases in, and although old Sol constantly sought to pump her concerning her past life, present history, and future prospects, she managed to evade successfully his thirst for information. No doubt the fellow was a great gossip, as old Eben had declared, but Mary Louise knew better than to cater to this dangerous talent. The proprietor accompanied her to the door, and she drew back, hesitating, as she observed an old man in a bottle-blue swallowtail coat pace in deliberate, dignified manner along the opposite side of the street. "Who is that?" she asked, as an excuse for not going out until Ingua's grandfather had passed from sight. "That? Why, that's old Swallowtail, otherwise Hezekiah Cragg, one of our most interesting citizens," replied Saul, glad of the chance to talk. "Does he own Cragg's Crossing?" asked Mary Louise. "Mercy, no. He owned a lot of it once, though, but that were afore my time. Sold it out and squandered the money, I guess, for he lives like a rat in a hole. Maybe, though, he's got some hid away. That's what some of the folks here whispers, folks that's likely to know. But if that's a fact, he's got a streak o' miser in him, for he don't spend more'n the law allows." "He may have lost the money in speculations," suggested the girl. "Say, you've hit the nail square on the head," he exclaimed admiringly. "Them's my own opinions to a T. I've told the boys so 100 times, but they can't get it. Wasn't old Swallowtail hand in glove with that slick Mr. Joselyn, who they say has run away and left his poor wife in the lurch? That's how you got a chance to rent the Kenton house. Joselyn were slick as butter and high-strung. Wouldn't hobnob with any of us but old Swallowtail, and that's why I think Cragg was investin' money with him. Joselyn, he came down here 3 year ago, havin' married Annabel Kenton in the winter, and the way he swelled around were a caution to snakes. But the poor devil run his rope and lit out. Where he skipped to, I don't know. Nobody seems to know, not even his wife. But they say she didn't have enough money left to count, and by the glum looks of old Swallowtail, I'm guessin' he got nipped too." "How long ago was that?" asked Mary Louise. "Sometime 'bout last Christmas, they say. Anyhow, that's when his wife missed him and set up a hunt that didn't do no good. She came down here with red eyes and tramped around in the snow askin' questions. But sakes! Ned Joselyn wouldn't have come out to the old place anyway like this. We didn't never suit his style, you see. So poor Ann Kenton, whose misfortune made her Mrs. Ned Joselyn, cried and wailed for a day or two, and then crept back to the city like a whipped dog. Funny how women'll care for a worthless, never-do-well chap that happens to be good-lookin', ain't it?" Mary Louise nodded rather absently. However distorted the story might be, it was curious what had become of Mr. Joselyn. But her thoughts reverted to another scheme, and she asked, "Hasn't Mr. Cragg a granddaughter?" "Oh, you've seen little Ingua Scammell, have you? Or maybe just heard tell of her. She's the cussedest little coal of fire in 7 counties. Keeps old Swallowtail guessing all the time, they say, just like her mom, Nan Cragg, did afore her. Gosh, what a woman her mom were! She didn't stay round here much, but whenever she ran out of cash and didn't have a square meal comin' to her, she camped on old Swallowtail and made him board her. Last time she come she left her young'un, that's Ingua, you know, and the kid's been here ever since. Sort of a thorn in the side of old Hezekiah, we folks think, though he don't never complain. She ain't more'n 12 or 13 year old, that Ingua, but she keeps house for her granddad, what they is to keep, which ain't much. I won't let the kid round my store nohow, 'cause she swipes everything, from dried apples to peanuts, that she can lay her hands on." "Perhaps she's hungry," said Mary Louise, defending her new friend. "Like enough, but I ain't feedin' starvin' kids, 'tain't my business. If old Swallowtail don't feed her enough, that's his lookout. I've warned him if she sets foot in this store I'll charge him 10 cents, just for safety, so he keeps her out. He's slick, old Swallowtail is, and silent like a secret in all he does and says, but he's got to get up earlier in the mornin' to get the best o' old Sol Jerrems, he or his kid, either one." As Mr. Cragg had now vanished from sight up the street, Mary Louise ventured out, and after a brisk walk deposited her basket on the stoop of the Cragg cottage, where Ingua still sat, swinging her feet pensively, as if she had not stirred since Mary Louise had left her. End of Chapter 4. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 5. Mary Louise becomes a peacemaker. "Here are the dishes, exactly like the broken ones," reported Mary Louise, in a jubilant tone, as she set down her heavy basket. "Let us go in and wash them, Ingua, and put them away where they belong." The child followed her into the house. All her former pent-up energy seemed to have evaporated. She moved in a dull sort of way that betokened grim resignation. "I've been planning for months to make a run for it," she remarked as she washed the new dishes, and Mary Louise wiped them dry. "And just when I'd mustered up courage to do the trick, along comes you and queered the whole game." "You'll thank me for that some day, Ingua. Aren't you glad even now that you have a home and shelter?" "I ain't tickled to death about it. A home!" with a scornful glance around the room, barren of all comforts. "A graveyard's a more cheerful place to my notion." "We must try to make it pleasanter, dear. I'm going to get acquainted with Mr. Cragg, and coax him to brighten things up some, and buy you some new clothes, and take better care of you." Ingua fell back on a stool, fairly choking twixt amazement and derision. "You! Coax old Swallowtail! Make him spend money on me! Say, if you wasn't a stranger here, Mary Louise, I'd just laugh. But bein' as how you're a poor innocent, I'll only say there ain't no power on earth can coax Granddad to do anything better than to scowl and box my ears. You don't know him, but I do." "Meantime," said Mary Louise, refusing to argue the point, "here are some things for you to hide away, and to eat whenever you please." And she took from the basket the canned goods she had brought and set them in an enticing row upon the table. Ingua stared at the groceries and then stared at Mary Louise. Her wan face flushed and then grew hard. "You bought them for me?" she asked. "Yes, so you won't have to steal eggs to satisfy your natural hunger." "Well, you can take the truck away again, and you better go with it," said the girl indignantly. "We may be poor, but we ain't no beggars, and we don't take charity from nobody." "But your grandfather—" "We'll pay our own bills and buy our own fodder. The Craggs is just as good as your folks, and I'm a Cragg to the backbone," she said, her eyes glinting angrily. "If we want to starve, it's none o' your business, nor nobody else's." And springing up, she seized the tins one by one and sent them flying through the window, as she had sent the dishpan and dishes earlier in the morning. "Now then, follow your charity and make yourself scarce." And she stamped her foot defiantly at Mary Louise, who was dumb with astonishment. It was hard to understand this queer girl. She had made no objection to replacing the broken dishes, yet a present of food aroused her to violent anger. Her temper was positively something terrible in so small a person, and remembering her story of how old Swallowtail had clenched his talon-like fingers and twisted Ingua's arm till she screamed with pain, Mary Louise could well believe the statement that the child was a Cragg to the backbone. But Mary Louise, although only a few years older than Ingua, had had a good deal more experience, and was, moreover, a born diplomat. Astonished though she was, she quickly comprehended the peculiar pride exhibited in a refusal to accept food from a stranger, and knew she must soothe the girl's outraged spirit of independence if they were to remain friends. "I guess I'll have to beg your pardon, Ingua," she said quietly. "I was grieved that you are so often hungry, while I have so much more than I need, and the money which I spent was all my own, to do what I liked with. If I were in your place and you in mine, and we were good chums, as I know we're going to be, I'd be glad to have you help me in any little way you could. True friends, Ingua, share and share alike, and don't let any foolish pride come between them." She spoke earnestly, with a ring of sincerity in her voice that impressed the other girl. Ingua's anger had melted as quickly as it had roused, and with sudden impulsiveness she seized Mary Louise's hands in her own and began to cry. "I'm as wicked as they make 'em," she wailed. "I know I am, but I can't help it, Mary Louise, it's borned in me. I want to be friends with you, but I won't take your charity if I starve. Not now, anyhow. Here, I'll go get the stuff and put it back in your basket, and then you can lug it home and do what you please with it." They picked up the cans together, Ingua growing more calm and cheerful every moment. She laughed at Mary Louise's disappointed expression and said, "I don't always have tantrums. This is my bad day, but the devils'll work out o' me by to-morrer, and I'll be as sweet as sugar. I'm sorry, but it's the Cragg blood that sets me crazy at times." "Won't you run over and see me?" asked Mary Louise, preparing to go home. "When?" "This afternoon." Ingua shook her head. "I dassn't," she said. "I gotta hold myself in the rest of the day so's I won't fight with old Swallowtail when he comes home. Anyhow, I ain't fit to show up around your swell place. That black coon o' yours'd turn me out if he saw me comin', thinkin' I was a tramp." Mary Louise had a bright idea. "I'm going to have tea tomorrow afternoon in that summer house across the creek," she said. "I will be all alone, and if you will come over and join me, we'll have a nice visit together. Will you, Ingua?" "I guess so," was the careless answer. "When you're ready, just wave your handkerchief, and if the devils ain't squeezin' my gizzard like they is to-day, I'll be there in a jiffy." End of Chapter 5. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 6. Afternoon Tea. Mary Louise, who possessed a strong sense of humour, that evening at dinner told Gran'pa Jim of her encounter with old Mr. Cragg's granddaughter, and related their interview in so whimsical a manner that Colonel Hathaway laughed aloud more than once. But he also looked serious at times, and when the recital was ended he gravely considered the situation, and said, "I believe, my dear, you have discovered a mine of human interest here that will keep you occupied all summer. It was most fortunate for the poor child that you interpreted her intent to run away from home, and foiled it so cleverly. From the little girl's report, that grim and dignified grandsire of hers has another and less admirable side to his character, and, unless she grossly exaggerates, has a temper so violent that he may do her a mischief some day." "I'm afraid of that, too," declared Mary Louise, "especially as the child is so provoking. Yet I'm sure Ingua has a sweeter side to her nature, if it can be developed, and perhaps old Cragg has, too. Do you think, Gran'pa Jim, it would be advisable for me to plead with him to treat his orphaned grandchild more considerately?" "Not at present, my dear. I'll make some inquiries concerning Cragg, and when we know more about him we can better judge how best to help Ingua. Are you sure that is her name?" "Yes. Isn't it an odd name?" "Somewhere," said the Colonel musingly, "I have heard it before, but just now I cannot recollect where. It seems to me, however, that it was a man's name. Do you think the child's mother is dead?" "I gathered from what Ingua and the storekeeper said that she has simply disappeared." "An erratic sort of creature, from the vague reports you have heard," commented Gran'pa Jim. "But whatever her antecedents may have been, there is no reason why Ingua may not be rescued from her dreadful environments, and be made to become quite a proper young lady, if not a model one. But that can only result from changing the existing character of her environment, rather than taking her out of them." "That will be a big risk, Gran'pa Jim, and it may prove beyond me, but I'll do the best I can." He smiled. "These little attempts to help our fellows," said the Colonel, "not only afford us pleasure but render us stronger and braver in facing our own tribulations, which none, however securely placed, seem able to evade." Mary Louise gave him a quick, sympathetic glance. He had surely been brave and strong during his own period of tribulation, and the girl felt she could rely on his aid in whatever sensible philanthropy she might undertake. She was glad, indeed, to have discovered poor Ingua, for she was too active and of too nervous a temperament to be content simply to rest all summer. Rest was good for Gran'pa Jim just now, but rest pure and simple, with no compensating interest, would soon drive Mary Louise frantic. She conferred with Aunt Polly the next day and told the faithful black servant something of her plans. So, when the old cook lugged a huge basket to the pavilion for her in the afternoon, and set a small table with snowy linen and bright silver, with an alcohol arrangement for making tea, she said with an air of mystery, "Don't you go and open dat basket, Mary Louise, till de time comes for eatin'. I jes' wants to s'prise you, you and dat little poor girl who gets hungry so much." So, when Aunt Polly had gone back to the house, Mary Louise arranged her table, and then stood up and waved a handkerchief to signal that all was ready. Soon Ingua appeared in her doorway, hesitated a moment, and then ran down the plank and advanced to the river bank, instead of following the path to the bridge. Almost opposite the pavilion, Mary Louise noticed that several stones protruded from the surface of the water. They were not in a line, but placed irregularly. However, Ingua knew their lie perfectly and was able to step from one to another until she had quickly passed the water. Then she ran up the dry bed of the river to the bank, where steps led to the top. "Why, this is fine!" exclaimed Mary Louise, meeting her little friend at the steps. "I'd no idea one could cross the river in that way." "Oh, we've known about that always," was the reply. "Ned Joselyn used to come to our house ever so many times by the river stones, to talk with old Swallowtail, and Granddad used to come over here to this same summer house, and talk with Joselyn." Mary Louise noticed that the old gingham dress had been washed, ironed, and mended, all in a clumsy manner. Ingua's blonde hair had also been trained in awkward imitation of the way Mary Louise dressed her own brown locks. The child, observing her critical gaze, exclaimed with a laugh, "Yes, I've slicked up some. No one'll see me but you, will they?" she added suspiciously. "No, indeed. We're to be all alone. How do you feel today, Ingua?" The devils are gone. Granddad didn't suspicion anything last night and never said a word. He had one of his dreamy fits and wrote letters till long after I went to bed. This morning he said his old Sol Jerrems has raised the price of flour 2 cents, so I'll have to be careful, but that was all. No rumpus nor anything. That's nice, said Mary Louise, leading her arm in arm to the pavilion. Aren't you glad you didn't run away? Ingua did not reply. Her eyes, big and round, were taking in every detail of the table. Then they wandered to the big basket, and Mary Louise smiled and said, The table is set as you see, but I don't know what we're going to have to eat. I asked Aunt Polly to put something in the basket, as I was going to have company, and I'm certain there'll be enough for 2, whatever it's like. You see, this is a sort of surprise party, for we won't know what we've got until we unpack the basket. Ingua nodded, much interested. You said tea, she remarked, and I hain't tasted tea since Marm left us. But I suppose something goes with tea? Always. Tea means a lunch, you know, and I'm very hungry because I didn't eat much luncheon at noon. I hope you are hungry too, Ingua, she added, opening the basket and beginning to place its contents upon the table. Ingua may have considered a reply unnecessary, for she made none. Her eyes were growing bigger every moment, for here were dainty sandwiches, cakes, jelly, a pot of marmalade, an assortment of cold meats, olives, Saratoga chips, and, last of all, a chicken pie still warm from the oven, one of those chicken pies that Aunt Polly could make as no one else ever made them. Even Mary Louise was surprised at the array of eatables. It was a veritable feast. But without comment she made the tea, the water being already boiling, and seating Ingua opposite her, at the table, she served the child as liberally as she dared, bearing in mind her sensitiveness to charity. But Ingua considered this a party, where as a guest she was entitled to all the good things, and she ate with a ravenous haste that was pitiful, trying all the while not to show how hungry she was, or how good everything tasted to her. Mary Louise didn't burden her with conversation during the meal, which she prolonged until the child positively could eat no more. Then she drew their chairs to a place where they had the best view of the river and woodland, with the old Cragg cottage marring the foreground, and said, "Now we will have a good long talk together." Ingua sighed deeply. "Don't we have to do the dishes?" she asked. "No, Aunt Polly will come for them by and by. All we have to do now is to enjoy your visit, which I hope you will repeat many times while I am living here." Again the child sighed contentedly. "I wish you was goin' to stay always," she remarked. "You folks is a sight nicer than that Joselyn tribe. They kept us stirred up a good deal till Ned—" She stopped abruptly. "What were the Joselyns like?" inquired Mary Louise, in a casual tone that was meant to mask her curiosity. "Well, that's hard to say," answered Ingua thoughtfully. "Old Miss Kenton were a good lady, and everybody liked her. But after she died Ann Kenton come down here with a new husband, who were Ned Joselyn, and then things began to happen. Ned was slick as a bandbox and wouldn't hobnob with nobody at first, but one day he got acquainted with old Swallowtail, and they made up somethin' wonderful. I guess other folks didn't know about their bein' so close, for they was sly about it generally. They'd meet in this summer house, or they'd meet at our house, crossin' the river on the steppin' stones. But when Ned came over to us, Granddad allus sent me out and said he'd skin me if I listened. But one day— No, I mustn't tell that," she said, checking herself quickly, as a hard look came over her face. "Why not?" softly asked Mary Louise. "'Cause if I do I'll get killed, that's why," answered the child in a tone of conviction. Something in her manner startled her hearer. "Who would kill you, Ingua?" she asked. "Granddad would." "Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't do that, whatever you said." "You don't know Granddad, Mary Louise. He'd as lief kill me as look at me, if I give him cause to." "And he has asked you not to talk about Mr. Joselyn?" "He told me to keep my mouth shut or he'd murder me and stick my body in a hole in the yard. And he'd do it in a minute, you can bank on that." "Then," said Mary Louise, looking troubled, "I advise you not to say anything he has forbidden you to. And if anything ever happens to you while I'm here, I shall tell Gran'pa Jim to have Mr. Cragg arrested and put in prison." "Will you? Will you, honest?" asked the girl eagerly. "Say, that'll help a lot. If I'm killed, I know I'll be revenged." So tragic was her manner that Mary Louise could have laughed outright, had she not felt there was a really serious foundation for Ingua's fears. There was something about the silent, cold-featured, mysterious old man that led her to believe he might be guilty of any crime. But after all, she reflected, she knew Mr. Cragg's character only from Ingua's description of it, and the child feared and hated him. "What does your grandfather do in his office all day?" she inquired after a long pause. "Writes letters and reads the ones he gets, I guess. He don't let me go to his office." "Does he get many letters, then?" "Heaps and heaps of 'em. You ask Jim Bennett, who brings the mail bag over from the station every day." "Is Jim Bennett the postman?" "His wife is. Jim lugs the mail 'tween the station and his own house, that's the little white house next to the church, where his wife, who's deef and dumb, runs the post office. I know Jim. He says there's about 6 letters a year for the farmers round here, and about 1 a week for Sol Jerrems, which is mostly bills, and all the rest belongs to old Swallowtail." Mary Louise was puzzled. "Has he a business, then?" she asked. "Not as anybody knows of." "But why does he receive and answer so many letters?" "You'll have to guess. I've guessed myself, but what's the use? If he was as stingy of postage stamps as he is of pork and oatmeal, he wouldn't send a letter a year." Mary Louise scented a mystery. Mysteries are delightful things to discover, and fascinating to solve. But who would have thought this quiet, retired village harbored a mystery? "Does your grandfather ever go away from here? Does he travel much?" was her next question. "He ain't never been out of Cragg's Crossing since I've knowed him." "Really?" said Mary Louise. "It is perplexing." Ingua nodded. She was feeling quite happy after her lunch and had already counted Mary Louise a warm friend. She had never had a friend before, yet here was a girl of nearly her own age who was interested in her and her history, and sweetly sympathetic concerning her woes and worries. To such a friend Ingua might confide anything, almost, and while she was not fully aware of that fact just now, she said, impulsively, "Without tellin' what'd cost me my life, or letting anybody know what's become of Ned Joselyn, I'll say they was money, lots of money, passed atween him and old Swallowtail. Sometimes the heap went to one and sometimes to the other. I seen it with my own eyes when Granddad didn't know I was spyin'. But it didn't stick to either one, for Ned was—" She stopped short and then continued more slowly. "When Ned disappeared, he'd spent all his own and his wife's money, and old Swallowtail ain't got enough to live decent." "Are you sure of that, Ingua?" "No, I ain't sure o' nothin', but he don't spend no money, does he?" "For stamps," Mary Louise reminded her. Then the child grew silent and thoughtful again. Mary Louise, watching the changing expressions on her face, was convinced she knew more of the mystery than she dared to confide to her new friend. There was no use trying to force her confidence, however. In her childish way she was both shrewd and stubborn, and any such attempt would be doomed to failure. But after quite a period of silence, Mary Louise asked gently, "Did you like Mr. Joselyn, Ingua?" "Sometimes. Only when—" Another self-interruption. She seemed often on the point of saying something her better judgment warned her not to. "Sometimes Ned were mighty good to me. Sometimes he brought me candy when things were going good with him. Once, Mary Louise, he kissed me, and never wiped his mouth off afterwards. Yes, I liked Ned, 'ceptin' when—" Another break. "I thought Ned was a pretty decent gink." "Where did you learn all your slang, dear?" "What slang?" "Calling a man a gink, and words like that." "Oh, Mam was full of them words," she replied with an air of pride. "They seem to suit things better than common words, don't you think so, Mary Louise?" "Sometimes," with an indulgent smile. "But ladies do not use them, Ingua, because they soil the purity of our language." "Well," said the girl, "it'll be a long time yet 'fore I'm a lady, so I guess I'll talk like Mom did. Mom weren't a real lady to my mind, though she claimed she'd sew anybody that said she wasn't. Real ladies don't leave their kids in the clutches of old Swallowtails." Mary Louise did not think it wise to criticize the unknown Mrs. Scammell, or to allow the woman's small daughter to do so. So she changed the subject to a more pleasant and interesting topics, and the afternoon wore speedily away. Finally Ingua jumped up and said, "I gotta go. If Granddad don't find supper ready there'll be another rumpus, and I've been so happy today that I want to keep things pleasant-like." "Won't you take the rest of these cakes with you?" urged Mary Louise. "Nope. I'll eat one more on my way home, but I ain't one of them tramps who wants food pushed at 'em in a bundle. We ain't got much to home, but what we got's ours." A queer sort of mistaken pride, Mary Louise reflected, as she watched the girl spring lightly over the stepping-stones and run up the opposite bank. Evidently Ingua considered old Mr. Cragg her natural guardian, and would accept nothing from others that he failed to provide her with. Yet, to judge from her speech, she detested her grandfather, and regarded him with unspeakable aversion. End of Chapter 6. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 7. Mary Louise Calls for Help. All the queer hints dropped by the girl that afternoon, concerning the relations between Mr. Joselyn and Mr. Cragg, were confided by Mary Louise to her Gran'pa Jim that evening, while the old colonel listened with grave interest. "I'm sure there's some mystery here," declared Mary Louise, "and maybe we are going to discover some dreadful crime." "And on the contrary," returned Colonel Hathaway, "the two men may have been interested together in some business venture that resulted disastrously, and led Mr. Joselyn to run away to escape his wife's reproaches. I consider that a more logical solution of your mystery, my dear." "In that case," was her quick reply, "why is Mr. Cragg still writing scores of letters and getting bagsfuls of replies? I don't believe that business deal, whatever it was, is ended by any means. I think that Ned Joselyn and old Swallowtail are still carrying it on, one in hiding and the other here, and to be here is to be in hiding also. And it isn't an honest business, Gran'pa Jim, or they wouldn't be so secret about it." The colonel regarded his young granddaughter with surprise. "You seem quite logical in your reasoning, my dear," he confessed, "and should your conjectures prove correct, these men are using the mails for illegal purposes, for which crime the law imposes a severe penalty. But consider, Mary Louise, is it our duty to trail criminals and, through our investigations, bring them to punishment?" Mary Louise took time to consider this question, as she had been advised to do. When she replied, she had settled the matter firmly in her mind. "We are part of the government, Gran'pa Jim," she asserted. "If we believe the government is being wronged, which means the whole people is being wronged, I think we ought to uphold the law and bring the wrongdoer to justice." "Allowing that," said her grandfather, "let us next consider what grounds you have for your belief that wrong is being committed. Are they not confined to mere suspicions? Suspicions aroused by the chatter of a wild, ungovernable child? Often the amateur detective gets into trouble through accusing the innocent. Law-abiding citizens should not attempt to uncover all the wrongs that exist, or to right them. The United States government employs special officers for such duties." Mary Louise was a bit nettled, failing to find at the moment any argument to refute this statement. She was still convinced, however, that the mystery was of grave importance, and she believed it would be intensely exciting to try to solve it. Gran'pa Jim was not acquainted with Ingua Scammell, and had not listened to the girl's unconscious exposures, so naturally he couldn't feel just as Mary Louise did about this matter. She tried to read, as her grandfather, considering the conversation closed, was now doing. They sat together by the lamplight in the cosy sitting-room. But her thoughts constantly reverted to old Swallowtail and to Ingua. At length she laid down her book and said, "Grandpa, would you mind if I invited Josie O'Gorman to come here and make me a visit?" He gave her a curious look, which soon melted into an amused smile. "Not at all, my dear. I like Josie. But I can see by your desire to introduce a female detective on the scene that you cannot abandon your suspicion of Mr. Cragg." "I want to save Ingua, if I can," replied the girl earnestly. "The poor little thing can't go on leading such a life without its ruining all her future, even if her grandfather's brutal threats are mere bluff. And Josie isn't a female detective as yet. She is only training to be one, because her father has won fame in that profession." "Josie O'Gorman," said the colonel meditatively, "is a wonderfully clever girl. I believe she is better, even now, than a score of average male sleuths. Perhaps it will be a desirable thing for her to come here, for she will be shrewd enough to decide, in a short time, whether or not your suspicions are justified. In the latter case, you will be relieved of your worries. Will you abide by Josie's decision?" "Will you, Gran'pa Jim?" "I have considerable confidence in the girl's judgment." "Then I will write to her at once." She went to her desk and wrote the following note. "Dear Josie, we are at the dropping-off place of the world, a stagnant little village of 12 houses set in an oasis that is surrounded by the desert of civilization. And here, where life scarcely throbs, I've scented a mystery that has powerfully impressed me and surely needs untangling. It will be good practice for you, Josie, and so I want you to pack up at once and come to us on a good long visit. We're delightfully situated, and even if the mystery dissolves into thin air under the sunshine of your eyes, I know you will enjoy the change and our dreamy, happy existence in the wilds of nowhere. Gran'pa Jim wants you too, as he thinks your coming will do me good, and his judgment is never at fault. So drop me a postal to say when you will arrive, and I will meet you at Chargrove Station with our car." Affectionately your friend, Mary Louise Burrows. Gran'pa Jim read this note and approved it, so next morning Mary Louise walked to the village and deposited it in the post office, which was located in the front room of Jim Bennett's little residence, and was delightfully primitive. Jim was just making up the mail bag, he said, so her letter was in time to catch the daily train, and would be in Washington, where Josie lived, in the quickest possible time. Josie O'Gorman was about the same age as Mary Louise, and she was the only child of John O'Gorman, famed as one of the cleverest detectives in the Secret Service. Josie was supposed to have inherited some of her father's talent, at least her fond parrot imagined so. After carefully training the child almost from babyhood, O'Gorman had tested Josie's ability on just one occasion, when she had amply justified her father's faith in her. This test had thrown the girl into association with Mary Louise and with Colonel Hathaway, both of whom greatly admired her cleverness, her clear head, and shrewd judgment. Mary Louise especially had developed a friendship for the embryo girl detective, and had longed to know her more intimately. So she congratulated herself on the happy thought of inviting Josie to Cragg's Crossing, and was delighted that the vague mystery surrounding the Cragg family offered an adequate excuse to urge the girl to come to her. There seemed nothing in the way of such a visit, for Officer O'Gorman, however pleased he might be at his daughter's success in her first detective case, declared Josie yet too young to enter active service, and insisted that she acquire further age and experience before he would allow her to enter her chosen profession in earnest. "One swallow," he said, "doesn't make a summer, and the next bird you fly might prove a buzzard, my dear. Take your time, let your wits mature, and you'll be the better for it in the end." So Mary Louise waited impatiently for Josie's reply, meantime seeing as much of Ingua as she could, and trying to cement the growing friendship between them. Ingua responded eagerly to her advances, and as old Mr. Cragg was away from home the greater part of the day, there was much crossing of the stepping-stones by both girls, and more than one afternoon tea in the pavilion. "Do you know," said Ingua one day in confidential mood, "I haven't a devil since that time I started to run away and you stopped me? P'raps it's because I'm not as hungry as I used to be, but anyhow I'm glad I stayed. Granddad's been good too, though he's got the wakes again." "What are the wakes?" asked Mary Louise. "Can't sleep nights. Goes to bed on time, you know, but gets up again and dresses himself and walks." "In the house?" "No, walks out of doors. Sometimes he'll come in just at daylight, sometimes not till breakfast is ready." "And doesn't that make him cross, Ingua?" "Not a bit. It seems to chirk him up. Yest'day mornin', when he came in, he was feelin' so chipper he gave me a cent, and told me to buy somethin' useful. I guess that's the first cent he ever give me. I took the money o' his'n, but he never gave me none afore." "Oh, Ingua, I hope you haven't stolen money." "Nope, just took it. It ain't easy, 'cause he knows every cent he's got, and it ain't often he leaves it where I can get it. P'raps he knows it's me, but when I lie out of it he can't do nothin' but growl, and growlin' don't hurt any." Mary Louise was greatly distressed. This reckless disregard of property rights was of course the direct result of the child's environment, but must be corrected. Ingua resented direct chiding, and it was necessary to point out to her the wickedness of stealing in the gentlest possible manner. "How much money have you taken from your grandfather?" she asked. "Oh, not much. A nickel now and then. He wouldn't stand for losing any more, you see. P'raps altogether I've swiped 25 cents. But once Ned Joselyn gave me $1, and old Swallowtail knowed it, and made me give it to him to save for me. That were the last I ever saw of that $1, Mary Louise, so I ain't even with Granddad yet." "Do you think," remarked Mary Louise, "there is ever any excuse for stealing?" The girl stared at her, coloring slightly. "Do you mean Granddad or me?" "I mean you. He didn't steal your $1, dear. He merely took it so you wouldn't spend it foolishly." "And I merely took them nickels so's I could spend 'em foolishly. There's no fun in spendin' money, seems to me, unless you squander it reckless. That's what I done with them nickels. Candy and chewin' gum tastes better when you know it's swiped." Mary Louise sighed. It was so hard to show little Ingua the error of her ways. "As for stealin', out-and-out stealin'," continued the girl, with a proud toss of her head, "we Craggs ain't never took nothin' that don't belong to us from nobody. What a Cragg takes from a Cragg is a Cragg's business, and when we take somethin' from somebody else, I'll ask you to tell me about it." "Where are you going, Ingua?" "Home." "You're not offended, I hope?" "No, but I got work to do. I ain't done my breakfast dishes yet." Mary Louise musingly watched the girl cross the river. On the opposite bank she turned to wave her hand, and then ran into the cottage. Ingua's code of honour was a peculiar one. Her pride in the Craggs seemed unaccountable, considering she and her grandfather were the only two of the family in existence, except that wandering mother of hers. But the recent conversation had uncovered a new phase of the mystery. Old Swallowtail was nervous over something. He could not sleep at night, but roamed the roads while others with a clear conscience slumbered. There must be some powerful reason to account for the old man's deserting his bed in this manner. What could it be? When she walked over to the post office, the girl found a long-looked-for letter from Josie O'Gorman. It said, "Dear Mary Louise, how good you are! I positively need a change of scene and rest, so I'm coming. Tomorrow, by the train to Chargrove. The mystery you hint at will help me to rest. Dad doesn't want me to grow rusty, and he has some odd theories I'd like to work out. I haven't an idea what your mystery is, of course, but if it enables me to test any one of the O'Gorman theories— a theory is merely a stepping-stone to positive information— I shall bless you forever. And that reminds me, I'm coming as a sewing girl, to help you fix over some summer gowns. You're anxious to give me the work because I need it, but as we're rather chummy I'm half servant and half companion. I hate sewing and make the longest stitches you ever saw. Moreover, I'm Josie Jessup. I'm never an O'Gorman when I'm working on a mystery. It wouldn't do at all. Explain this to dear old Gran'pa Jim." Between the receipt of this script and tomorrow's train, jot down in regular order everything you know concerning the aforesaid mystery. Make it brief. No speculations or suspicions, just facts. Then I won't waste any time getting busy. Can you hear the rumble of my train? While you're reading this, I'm on my way. Josie. "Good," murmured Mary Louise as she folded the letter. "I feel better already. Whatever the mystery of old Swallowtail may be, Josie is sure to solve it." End of Chapter 7. Read by Sibella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 8. The Red-Headed Girl. Saul Jerums, the storekeeper, coming in from the back room where he had been drawing molasses for Farmer Higgins, found, perched on top the sugar barrel, a chunky, red-haired, freckle-faced young girl whom he had never seen before. She seemed perfectly at home in his store, and sat with her knees drawn up to her chin and her arms encircling her legs, eyeing soberly the 2 or 3 farmers who had come to the crossing to trade. "If the head of that barrel busts in, you'll be a fine mess," remarked Saul. The girl nodded, but did not move from her position. Saul waited on his customers, at times eyeing the strange girl cautiously. When the farmers had gone with their purchases he approached the barrel and examined his visitor with speculative care. "Want anything?" "Spool of red cotton, number 30. "I ain't got no red." "Green'll do." "I ain't got green. Only black and white." "All right." "Want black or white?" "No." Saul leaned against the counter. He wasn't busy. The girl seemed in no hurry. It was a good time to gossip, and find out all about the strange creature perched on his sugar barrel. "Where'd you come from?" he inquired. "City," tossing her head toward the north. "What for?" "To do sewing for the Hathaways folks. Mary Louise, you know." Saul pricked up his ears. The Hathaways were newcomers, about whom little was known. He wanted to know more, and here was a girl who could give him inside information. "Knowed the Hathaways in the city?" "Kinda. Sewed on Mary Louise's spring dresses. How long you been here?" "Me? Why, I come here more'n 20 years ago. What does the Colonel do in the city?" "Never asked him. Why do they call this place Cragg's Crossing?" "I didn't name it. S'pose 'cause old Cragg used to own all the land, and the roads crossed in the middle o' his farm." "What Cragg was that?" "Eh? Why, father to old Swallowtail. Ever seen old Swallowtail?" "No." "Well, he's a sight for sore eyes. First time anybody sees him, they either laugh or choke. The movin' pitcher folks would go crazy over him. Ever seen a movin' pitcher?" "Yes." "I did, too, when I was in the city last year. Old Swallowtail reminds me of him. Goes around dressed up like George Washington when he crossed the Delaware." "Crazy?" "That way, yes. Other ways, not a bit. Pretty foxy gent is old Swallowtail." "Why?" Saul hesitated, reflecting. These questions were natural in a stranger, but to explain old Hezekiah Cragg's character was not a particularly easy task. "In the fust place, he drives a hard bargain. Don't spend money, but allus has it. Keeps busy, but keeps his business to himself." "What is his business?" "Didn't I say he kept it to himself?" "But he owns all the land around here." "Not now. He just owns half-acre, so far as anybody knows, with a little old hut on it that a respectable pig wouldn't live in. It's just across the river from the place where you're working." "Then what has become of his land?" "It stayed just where it's always was, I guess," with a chuckle at his own wit. "But old Swallowtail sold it long ago. Old Nick Cragg, his father afore him, sold a lot of it, they say, and when he died he left half his ready money and all his land to Hezekiah, that's old Swallowtail, and the other half his money to his second son, Peter." "Where's Peter?" asked the girl quickly. "Went back to Ireland years ago, and never's been heard of since. The Craggs was Irish afore they got to be Americans, but it seems Pete had a hankerin' for the old sod and quit this country cold." "So the Craggs are Irish, eh?" mused the girl in a casual tone. And then she yawned, as if not greatly interested. But Saul was interested, so long as he was encouraged to talk. "I've been told by some of the old settlers," he went on, "that old Nick Cragg were born in Ireland, was a policeman in New York, where he made his first money, and then come here and bought land and settled down. They ain't much difference between a policeman and a farmer, I guess. If the story's true, it proves old Swallowtail has Irish blood in him yet, though for that matter he's lived long enough here to be just American like the rest of us. After he come inter the property, he gradual like sold off all the land, piece by piece, till he ain't got nothin' left but that half-acre. Sold most of it afore I come here, and I been at the crossin' more'n 20 year." "If the land bought a fair price, old Swallowtail ought to be rich," remarked the girl. "Then he ain't what he orter be. Folks say he speculated years ago and got stung. I know him pretty well as anybody knows him, and my opinion is he ain't got more'n enough to bury him decent." "I thought you said he drives a hard bargain." "Young woman," said Saul earnestly, "the man don't live as can make money speculatin'. The game's agin him, fust and last, and the more brains he's got, the harder he'll get stung." "But I thought you said Mr. Cragg has a business." "And I said nobody knows what it is. When Ned Joselyn used to come here, the two was thick, and Ned were a speculator through and through. Some thinks it was him as got Cragg's wad, and some says he lost it all, and his wife's money too. Anyhow, Joselyn lit out for good, and when he were gone Ann Kenton cried like a baby, and old Swallowtail's been dumb as a clam ever since." "What makes you think Cragg has a business?" persisted the girl. "He keeps an office over the store here, and he has a sign on the door that says Real Estate. But he ain't got no real estate, so that ain't why he shuts himself in that office day after day, and even Sundays. He's got some other business. Every night afore he goes home he takes a bunch of letters to Mrs. Bennett's post office, and every mornin' he goes there and gets another bunch of letters that's come to him in the mail. If that don't mean some sort of business, I don't know what, and thunder it does mean." "Nor I," said the girl, yawning again. "What about Ned Joselyn? Was he nice?" "Dressed like a dandy, looked like a fool, acted like the Emperor of Russia, and pleased everybody by runnin' away. That is, everybody but his wife and old Swallowtail." "I see. Who else lives over your store?" "I live there myself, me and my family, in the back part. One of the front rooms I rents to old Swallowtail, and he pays the rent reg'lar. The other front room Miss Huckins, the dressmaker, lives in." "Oh, I'm a dressmaker, too. Guess I'll go up and see her. Is she in?" "When she's out, she leaves the key with me, and the key ain't here. Say, girl, what's your name?" "Josie." "Josie what?" "Jessup. Pa was a drayman. Ever hear of him?" "No, but about the Hathaways, what is— And you've got no red thread or green?" "Only black and white. Does the Colonel—" "Can't use black or white," said the girl, deliberately getting off the barrel. "Guess I'll go up and ask Miss Hutchins if she has any red." Out she walked, and old Sol rubbed his wrinkled forehead with a bewildered look and muttered, "Drat the girl! She's pumped me dry and didn't tell me a word about them Hathaway folks. She's worse'n old Eben, the help. Seems like nobody wants to talk about the Hathaways, and that means there's something queer about them. But this red-headed sewing girl is a perfect innercent, and I'll get her talking yet, if she stays here long." Meantime, Josie mounted the stairs, which were boarded in at one end of the building, being built on the outside to economize space, and entered the narrow upper hallway. A chatter of children's voices in the rear proclaimed that portion to be the quarters of the Jerem family. Toward the front was a door on which, in dim letters, was the legend, "H. Cragg, Real Estate." Here the girl paused to listen. No sound came from the interior of H. Cragg's apartment. Farther along she found a similar door on which was a card reading, Miss Huckins, Dressmaker and Milliner. Listening again, she heard the sound of a flat-iron thumping on an ironing board. She knocked, and the door was opened by a little middle-aged woman who held a hot flat-iron in one hand. She was thin, she was bright-eyed, her hair was elaborately dressed with little ringlets across the forehead and around the ears, so Josie at once decided it was a wig. Seeing a stranger before her, Miss Huckins looked her over carefully from head to foot, while Josie smiled a vacuous, inconsequent smile, and said in a perfunctory way, "Good morning." "Come in," returned Miss Huckins with affable civility. "I don't think I know you." "I'm Josie Jessup from the city. I'm in your line, Miss Huckins, in a way, that is. I've come here to do some sewing for Mary Louise Burrows, who is the granddaughter of Colonel Hathaway, who has rented the Kenton Place. Nice weather, isn't it?" Miss Huckins was not enthusiastic. Her face fell. She had encouraged sundry hopes that the little rich girl would employ her to do whatever sewing she might need. So she resumed the pressing of a new dress that was spread over her ironing board and said rather shortly, "Anything I can do for you?" "I want to use some red thread and the storekeeper doesn't keep it in stock. Queer old man, that storekeeper, isn't he?" "I don't call him queer. He's honest as the day is long and makes a good landlord. Country stores don't usually keep red thread, for it is seldom used." "He has been talking to me about old Mr. Cragg, who has an office next door to you. I'm sure you'll admit that Mr. Cragg is queer, if the storekeeper isn't." "A man like Mr. Cragg has the right to be queer," snapped the dressmaker, who did not relish this criticism of the natives by a perfect stranger. "He is very quiet and respectable and makes a very satisfactory neighbour." Josie, seated in a straight, wood-bottomed chair, seemed not at all chagrined by her reception. She watched the pressing for a time silently. "That's a mighty pretty gown," she presently remarked, in a tone of admiration. "I don't suppose I shall ever be able to make anything as nice as that. I'm not good at planning, you know," with modest self-depreciation. "I only do plain sewing and mending." The stern features of Miss Huckins relaxed a bit. She glanced at the girl, then at her work, and said more pleasantly than she had before spoken, "This dress is for Mary Donovan, who lives 2 miles north of here. She's to be married next Saturday, if they get the haying over with by that time, and this is part of her trousseau. I've made her 2 other dresses and trimmed 2 hats for her, a straw shape and a felt Gainsborough. The Donovans are pretty well to do." Josie nodded with appreciation. "It's nice she can get such elegant things so near home, isn't it? Why, she couldn't do as well in the city, not half as well." Miss Huckins held up the gown and gazed at it with unmistakable pride. "It's the best Henrietta," said she, "and I'm to get $6 for the making. I wanted 7 at first, and Mary only wanted to pay 5, so we split the difference. With all the other things, I didn't do so badly on this trousseau." "You're in luck," declared Josie, "and so is Mary Donovan. Doesn't Mr. Cragg do any business except real estate?" "I think he must," replied the dressmaker, hanging up the gown and then seating herself opposite her visitor. "All the real estate business he's done in the last 2 years was to rent the Kenton Place to Colonel Hathaway and make a sale of Higgins's cow pasture to Sam Marvin. But he's so quiet all day in the next room that I can't figure out what he's up to. No one goes near him, so I can't overhear any talk. One time, of course, Mr. Joselyn used to go there, and they always whispered as if they were up to some devilry. But after the quarrel Joselyn never came here again." "Oh, did they quarrel?" asked Josie with languid interest. She knew her praise of the dress had won the dressmaker's heart, and so she was delighted to find Miss Huckins a more confirmed and eager gossip than even Saul Jerram's. "I should say they did quarrel," was the emphatic reply, although she sank her voice to a whisper and glanced warningly at the thin partition. "At one time I thought there'd be murder done, for Joselyn yelled, 'Take that away! Take it away!' and old Swallowtail—that's the name we call Mr. Cragg, you know—roared out, 'You deserve to die for this cowardly act.' Well, you'd better believe my hair stood on end for a minute." Josie smiled as she thought of the wig standing on end. "But nothing happened. There was deep silence. Then the door opened and Mr. Joselyn walked out. I never interfere with other people's business, but attend strictly to my own, yet that day I was so flustered that I peeked through a crack of my door at Mr. Joselyn, and he seemed cool as a cucumber. Then Mr. Cragg slammed the door of his room, which is a very unusual thing for him to do, and that was all." "When did this happen?" asked Josie. "Last fall, just before Mrs. Joselyn and her husband went back to their city home. Sometime in the winter Mr. Joselyn ran away from her, they say, but I guess old Cragg had nothing to do with that. Around here Joselyn wasn't liked. He put on too many airs of superiority to please the country folks. Sol Jerem thinks he made away with Mr. Cragg's money in unwise speculations, but I don't believe Cragg had any money to lose. He seems as poor as I am." "What do you suppose drew these two men together, Miss Huckins?" inquired the girl. "I can't say. I've tried to figure it out, but the truth is that old Cragg don't confide in anyone, not even in me, and we're close neighbors. You couldn't find two men in all America more different than Joselyn and Cragg, and yet they had dealings of some sort together and were friendly for a time." Josie sighed regretfully. "I like to hear about these mysterious things," she said. "It's almost as good as reading a story. Only in this case we will never know how the story ends." "Well, perhaps not," admitted the dressmaker. "Joselyn is gone, and no one will ever get the truth out of Cragg. But I'd like to know myself, not only how the story ends, but what it was all about. Just now all we know is that there was a story, of some sort or other, and perhaps is yet." A period of silence while both mused. "I don't suppose you could find a bit of red thread," said Josie. "No, I haven't used it for ages. Is it to mend with?" "Yes." "If it's a red dress, use black thread. It won't show if you're careful, and it won't fade away and leave a white streak, like red sometimes does." "Thank you, Miss Huckins." She rose to go. "I'd like to drop in again sometime for a little visit." "Come as often as you like," was the cordial reply. "Cragg's Crossing people are rather interesting. They're so different from city folks," said Josie. "Yes, they really are, and I know most of them pretty well. Come in again, Josie." "Thank you, I will." End of Chapter 8. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 9. Josie Investigates. "Well, what luck?" asked Mary Louise, as she came into Josie's room while her friend was dressing for dinner. "Not much," was the reply. "I'm not at all sure, Mary Louise, that this chase will amount to anything. But it will afford me practice in judging human nature, if nothing else comes of it, so I'm not at all sorry that you put me on the trail. When are we to see Ingua again?" "Tomorrow afternoon. She's coming to tea in the pavilion." "That's good. Let me see all of her you can. She's an original, that child, and I'm going to like her. Our natures are a good deal alike." "Oh, Josie!" "That's a fact. We're both proud, resentful, reckless, and affectionate. We hate our enemies and love our friends. We're rebellious at times and not afraid to defy the world." "I am sure you're not like that, dear," protested Mary Louise. "I am. Ingua and I are both children of nature. The only difference is that I am older and have been taught diplomacy and self-control, which she still lacks. I mask my feelings, while Ingua frankly displays her. That's why I am attracted to her." Mary Louise did not know how to combat this mood. She remained silent until Josie was dressed and the two went down to dinner. Their visitor was no longer the type of a half-ignorant, half-shrewd sewing girl, such as she had appeared to be while in the village. Her auburn hair was now tastefully arranged, and her attire modest and neat. She talked entertainingly during dinner, enlivening her companions thereby, and afterward played a game of dominoes with the Colonel in the living-room, permitting him to beat her at this, his favourite diversion. Both the old gentleman and his granddaughter enjoyed their evenings with Josie O'Gorman, for she proved delightful company. In the mornings, however, she would don her cheap gingham dress, rumple her hair, and pose throughout the day as Josie Jessup, the sewing girl. Ingua, at first shy of the visitor, soon developed a strong liking for Josie and would talk with her more freely than with Mary Louise. Josie would skip across the stepping-stones and help Ingua wash the breakfast dishes and sweep the bare little rooms of the cottage, and then together they would feed the chickens, gather the eggs, and attend to such daily tasks as Ingua was obliged to fulfill. With Josie's help this was soon accomplished, and then the child was free for the day and could run across to join Mary Louise, while Josie sallied to the village to interview the natives. When the girl detective had been at Cragg's Crossing for a week she was a familiar figure to the villagers, every one of whom was an acquaintance, and had gleaned all the information it was possible to secure from them, which was small in amount and unsatisfactory in quality. 2 or 3 times she had passed old Swallowtail on the street, but he had not seemed to notice her. Always the old man stared straight ahead, walking stiffly and with a certain repellent dignity that forbade his neighbours to address him. He seemed to see no one. He lived in a world known only to himself, and neither demanded nor desired association with his fellows. An eccentric, bigoted, sullen, and conceited, reflected Josie, in considering his character, capable of any cruelty or crime, but too cautious to render himself liable to legal punishment. The chances are that such a man would never do any great wrong, from cowardly motives. He might starve and threaten a child, indeed, but would refrain from injuring one able to resent the act. Nevertheless, he quarrelled with Joselyn, and Joselyn disappeared. There was some reason for that quarrel, some reason for that disappearance, some reason why a man like Edward Joselyn made old Swallowtail his confidential friend. A business connection, perhaps. Before daring a conjecture, I must discover what business Cragg is engaged in. She soon discovered that Ingua was as ignorant of her grandfather's business life as were all others. One day, as the two girls were crossing the stepping-stones to reach the pavilion, after doing the morning housework, Josie remarked, "In winter one could cross here on the ice." "Oh, no," replied Ingua, "the water don't freeze. It runs too fast. But sometimes it gets over the top of the stones, and then you has to step careful to keep from fallin' in." "Did you ever try to cross at such a time?" "Once I did, and I was scared, you can bet. But I says to myself, if old Swallowtail can make the crossin' I can, dark or no dark, and by cracky I tackled it brave as a lion." "You tried to cross in the dark on a winter's night. What for, Ingua?" Ingua, walking beside her up the bank, paused with a startled expression and grew red. Her eyes, narrowed and shrewd, fixed themselves suspiciously on Josie's face. But the other returned the look with a bland smile that surely ought to disarm one more sophisticated than this simple child. "I mustn't talk about that," said Ingua in a low voice. "Just forget as I said it, Josie." "Why? Do you want me choked or killed?" "Who would do that?" "Granddad would if I blabbed." "Shucks!" "You don't know Granddad, not when he's got the temper on him. If you'd seen what I'd seen, you'd know he'd keep his word, to kill me if I talk too much." Josie sat down on top of the bank. "What did you see, Ingua?" "You'll have to guess it." "It looks that way," said Josie calmly, "but you needn't be afraid of me, Ingua. You and I could know a lot of things together and keep 'em to ourselves. Don't you think I'm a good enough friend not to get you choked or killed by telling any secrets you confided to me? And, look here, Ingua, this secret is worrying you a good deal." "Who says so?" "I do. You'd feel a heap better if you told me about it, for then we could talk it over together when we're alone." Ingua sat down beside her, gazing thoughtfully at the river. "You'd tell Mary Louise." "You know better than that. A secret's a secret, isn't it? I guess I can keep my mouth shut when I want to, Ingua." Josie had a way of imitating Ingua's mode of speech when they were together. It rendered their intercourse more free and friendly. But the girl did not reply at once. She sat dreamily reflecting upon the proposition, and its possible consequences. Finally, she said, in a hesitating way, "I wisht I knew what to do. I sometimes think I ought to tell somebody that I knows more'n I do. Josie, if I ever blab at all—" "Try me, Ingua. I'm pretty smart, 'cause I've seen more of the big world than you have, and I know what goes on in the big busy cities, where life is different from what it is in this little place. I've lived in more than one city, too, and that means a lot of experience for a girl my age. I'm sure I could help you, dear. Perhaps when I've heard your story I will tell you never to say anything about it to anyone else, and then on the other hand I might think differently. Anyhow, I'd never tell myself any secret of yours, whatever I might think, because I'd cut off my right hand rather than get you in trouble." This dramatic speech was intended to appeal to the child's imagination and win her full confidence. In a way it succeeded. Ingua sidled closer to Josie and finally said, in a trembling whisper, "You wouldn't get Granddad into trouble either, would you?" "Do you like him, Ingua?" "I hate him, but he's a Cragg and I'm a Cragg, and the Craggs can stand up and spit at the world if they wants to." "That's right," agreed Josie emphatically. "We've got to stick up for our own families and fight for our good name when it's necessary. Do you think I'd let anybody get the best of a Jessup? Never in 1,000 years." Ingua nodded her head as if pleased. "That's the way I look at it, Josie. Everybody's down on old Swallowtail, and I'm down on him myself, for that matter, but I'll dare anybody to say anything agin him when I'm around. And yet, Josie, I ain't sure but he's a murderer." She had dropped her voice until she scarcely breathed the last words, and her little body trembled through and through with tense nervousness. Josie took her hand. "Never mind, dear," she said gently. "Perhaps he didn't kill Ned Joselyn after all." Ingua sprang up with a hoarse scream and glared at Josie in absolute terror. How'd you know? How'd you know it were Ned Joselyn? She demanded, trembling more and more. Josie's reply was a smile. Josie's smile was essentially winning and sweet. It was reassuring, trustful, friendly. This isn't a very big place, Ingua, she quietly remarked. I can count the people of Cragg's Crossing on my fingers and toes, and the only one who has ever disappeared is Ned Joselyn. Why, you've told me so yourself. Your grandfather and Joselyn were friends. Then they quarreled. Afterwards, Joselyn disappeared. Who said they quarreled? Miss Huckins told me. It was in the office next door to where she lives and works. Oh, with a sigh of relief. But Ned Joselyn run away. Everybody knows that. Everybody but you, dear. Sit down. Why do you get so nervous? Really, Ingua, after you've told me the whole story you'll feel better. It's too big a secret for one small body to hold, isn't it? And just between ourselves we will talk it all over many times, and then it won't seem so dreadful to you. After all, you're not positive your grandfather killed Ned Joselyn. Perhaps he didn't. But you're afraid he did, and that keeps you unstrung and unhappy. Who knows but I may be able to help you discover the truth? Sit down, Ingua, and let's talk it all over. End of Chapter 9. Read by Savella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 10. Ingua is Confidential. Ingua slowly resumed her seat on the bank beside her friend. It was hard to resist Josie's appeals. The whole thing looks pretty black agin Granddad, she said. I suppose you can't understand what I mean till I tell you the whole story, from the beginning, 'cause you didn't live here at the time. If you lived here, she added, I wouldn't tell you anything, but by and by you're going away, and you've promised to keep your mouth shut. Unless you give me permission to speak. I ain't likely to do that. I'm telling you this, Josie, so's we can talk it over at times. It has got hold of my mind, something terrible. Once I was going to tell Mary Louise, but she couldn't understand it like you can. She's different, and if Granddad ever hears that I blabbed, I'm as good as dead, and I know it. He won't hear it from me, promised Josie. Well, Granddad was allus sly. I remember Mom telling him to his face he were cold as ice and sly as sin. Mom had a way of saying what she thought of him, and he'd just look at her steady and say nothing back. She is always trying to get money out of him, Mom was, and when he said he didn't have no money, she told him she knew he did. She ransacked the whole house, and even tore up the floorboards, trying to find where he'd hid it. Her idea was that if he'd sold his land for a lot of money and hadn't spent a cent, he must have it yet. But I guess Mom didn't find no money, and so she lit out. The day she lit out, she said to him that he was too slick for her, but she could take care of herself. All she wanted was for him to take care of me. Granddad said he would, and so he did. He didn't take any too much care of me, and I'd rather he wouldn't. If I had more to eat, I wouldn't kick, but since Mary Louise come here and invited me to tea so often, I hain't been hungry a bit. Mary Louise likes company, said Josie. Go on, dear. Well, after Ann Kenton got married, her new husband come here, which was Ned Joselyn. I never took a fancy to Ann. She wasn't specially uppish, but she wasn't nothing else either. Ned made me laugh when I first seen him. He had one spectacle in one eye, with a string to catch it if it fell off. He had striped clothes and shiny shoes, and he walked as careful as if he were afraid the ground would get the bottoms of them nice shoes dirty. He used to set in that summer house and smoke cigarettes and read books. One day he noticed old Swallowtail, and he looked so hard at him that his one-eyed spectacle fell off a dozen times. That night he sent a letter to Granddad, and Granddad read it and tore it up, and told the old man that brung it there was no answer. That's all I knew till one night they came walking home together, chummy as a team of mules. When they come to the bridge they shook hands, and old Swallowtail came to the house with a grin on his face, the first and last grin I ever seen him have. Doesn't he ever laugh? Asked Josie. If he does, he laughs when no one is looking. But after that day I seen Ned Joselyn with Granddad a good deal. Sometimes he'd come to our house and wait for old Swallowtail to come home, and then they'd send me away and tell me not to come back till I was called. That made me mighty curious to see what they was up to, so one day I crept up behind the house and peeked in the winder. They wasn't in the kitchen, so I went around and peeked through the winder of Granddad's room, and there they both sot, and Granddad was counting out money on the table. It must have been gold money, 'cause it was yaller and bigger'n cents and nickels. Ned put it all in his pocket and writ something on a paper that Granddad put into his big pocketbook. Then they both got up, and I made a run for it and hid behind the barn." "When did that happen?" asked Josie. "The first summer Anne was married. That was 3 summers ago, counting this one. I was only a kid then," said Ingua, as if realizing she was now 2 years older. "And after that?" said Josie. "Last summer it was just the same. The two was thicker'n gumdrops, only Ned didn't go to the office no more. He allus come to our house instead. One day, when he was waitin' for old Swallowtail, he says to me, 'Ingua, how'd you like to be rollin' in money, and live in a big city, and have your own automobile to ride in, and dress like a queen?' 'I'd like it,' says I. 'Well,' says he, 'it's bound to happen, if old Swallowtail sticks to me and does what I say. He's got the capital,' says Ned, 'and I got the brains, and atween the two of us, Ingua,' says Ned, 'we'll corral half the money there is in America.' 'Will he stick?' says I. 'I dunno,' says Ned. 'He's got queer ideas about duty and honesty that ain't poplar these days in business. But I'm gettin' so now that I can lead him by the nose, and I'll force him to waller in money afore I've done with him.' 'I don't see how that'll make me rollin' in money, anyhow,' I told him. 'The old man'll die pretty soon,' says Ned, 'and then you'll get the money I'll make for him. By the time you're growed up, if not afore,' says he, 'you may be the richest girl in the world. It all depends on how I can bend that old stick of a Granddad of yourn.' That was the day he give me the $1, and Granddad came in time to see it, and took it away from me. It didn't set me up anyhow, that talk o' Ned's, 'cause I didn't believe in them brains he bragged on, or his being able to lead old Swallowtail by the nose. Granddad begun gettin' kind o' harsh with Ned afore the summer was over, which showed he wasn't bendin' much, and at the last, just afore Ned went away, the big quarrel come off. It wasn't the quarrel Miss Huckins knows about, but it happened right here. They'd sent me away from the house like they always did, and I were layin' in the clover in the back yard, when there was a crash and a yell. I jumped up and run to the door, and the table was tipped over and a lot of papers and money scattered on the floor, and behind the table stood old Swallowtail, white and still, and Ned pointin' a gun at him." "What sort of gun?" questioned Josie. "One of them hip pocket sort, same as Jim Benton, the mailman, carries. Only Jim's ain't never loaded 'cause he's afraid of it. I ain't sure Ned's was loaded either, for when he seen me in the doorway he just slipped it in his pocket." "Very well," says Granddad, "I knows now what sort of man you are, Ned Joselyn." And Ned he answers back, "And I know what sort of man you are, you old Cragg. You're a hypocrite through and through. You preach squareness while you're as crooked as a snake and as poisonous and deadly, and you'd ruin your best friend just to get a copper cent the best of him." Granddad leaned over and set the table on its legs again. And then he says, slow and cold, "But I hain't offered to murder you, not yet, Ned Joselyn." Ned looked at him and kind of shivered, and Granddad said, "Pick up them papers and things, Ingua." So I picked 'em up and put 'em on the table, and they sent me away again. I laid in the clover a whole hour, feelin' pretty nervous and rocky, for I didn't know what was goin' to happen. Nothin' did happen, though, 'cept that Ned crossed the river on the steppin' stones, and halfway over he turned and laughed, and waved his hand at Granddad, who stood in the door and watched him go. But Granddad didn't laugh. He says to me when I come in, "Ingua, if I'm ever found dead, you go to Dud Berkeley, the constable, and tell him to arrest Ned Joselyn for murder. D'you understand?" "I sure do," says I. "Guess he'd 'a' shot you, Granddad, if I hadn't come in just when I did." "And see here," he went on, "unless I'm found dead, you keep mum about what you seen today. If you blab a word to anyone, you'll get me in trouble, and I'll crush you as willin' as I'd swat a fly. Me and Ned's is friends again," says he, "but I don't trust him." "Does he trust you?" I asked him, and at first he just looked at me and scowled, but after a minute he answered, "I don't know how wise the man is. P'raps he isn't a fool, but even wise men is foolish sometimes." Well, Josie, that was all just then. Ned went with his wife Ann to the city next day, and things here went on as usual. Only Granddad begun to get wakeful nights and couldn't sleep. He'd get up and dress and go outdoors and walk around till morning. He didn't say nothin' to me about it, but I watched him, and one morning when he come in I said, "Why don't you get some medicine of Doc Jenkins to make you sleep?" Then he busts out and grabs me by the throat and near choked the life out of me. "You spy, you dirty little spy," says he. "You keep your eyes shut and your mouth shut, or I'll skin you alive," says he. The way he looked at me I was scared stiff, and I never said nothin' more about his sleepless nights. I guess what made him mad was my sayin' he orter have a doctor, 'cause doctors cost money and Granddad's so poor he hates to spend money unnecessary. "Did he ever again try to choke you?" He tried once more, but I was too spry for him. It was a winter night, when it was cold in his room, and he come into the kitchen, where there was a fire to right. I sot behind the stove trying to keep warm, and after a time I seen him look up and glare at the bare wall a long time. By he says in a low voice, "For the cause," and starts writing again. "What cause are you talking about, Granddad?" says I. I guess he'd forgot I was there, but now he gives a yell and jumps up and comes for me with his fingers twistin' and workin' like I'd seen him afore. I didn't wait for him to get near me, you can bet. I made a dive out the back door and stood around in the cold trying to keep warm while I gave him time to cool off where the fire was. When he was writin' again I sneaked in and he didn't notice me. When Marm was here she used to josh him about the cause, and onct I heard her tell him she guessed the cause was hoardin' his money so's to starve his family. Marm wasn't afraid of him, but I am, so I never whisper the word cause while he's around. Josie sat in reflection for a long time. Then she asked softly, "Does he still walk at night, Ingua?" "Sometimes. Not so much as he once did, though. He seems to take streaks of being wakeful," explained the girl. "Have you ever seen him come out or go in?" "Lots of times. When it's moonlight I can see him through my window, and he can't see me 'cause my room is dark." "And does he carry anything with him?" "Not a thing. He just goes out like he does daytimes and comes back the same way." Josie nodded her tousled red head as if the answers pleased her. "He's a very clever man, your grandfather," she remarked. "He can fool not only his neighbors but his own family. But you've more to tell me, Ingua." "How do you know, Josie?" "Because all this is just the beginning. It is something else that has been worrying you, dear." End of Chapter 10. Read by Spella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 11. The Fate of Ned Joselyn. The child stared dreamily at the rushing water for several minutes. Then she looked earnestly into Josie's face. Finally, with a sigh, she said, "I may as well go on and finish it, I suppose." "To be sure," said Josie. "You haven't told me anything very important yet." "The important part's comin'," asserted Ingua, her tone gradually assuming its former animation. "'Twas last winter, on the Thursday between Christmas and New Year's. It was cold and snowin' hard, and it gets dark early them days. Granddad and me was eatin' supper by lamplight when there came a knock on the door. I jumped up and opened it, and there stood Ned Joselyn, in a big heavy coat that was loaded with snow, and kid gloves on, and his one-eyed spectacle on his face. He come in and stood while I shut the door, and Granddad glared at him like he does when the devil gets him, and said, 'What, more?' 'Sure thing,' says Ned. 'Nothin' lasts forever.' 'That's true,' says Granddad, holding himself in. Then he looks at me and back to Ned and says, 'I can't see you here. Where are you stoppin'? At the Kenton house?' 'Just for tonight,' says Ned. 'It's more private than a hotel.' 'Go home, then,' says Granddad. 'I'll come over by and by.' Ned opened the door and went out, sayin' nothin' more. Granddad finished his supper and then sot by the stove and smoked his pipe while I washed the dishes. I wondered why he didn't go over and see Ned, but he sot there and smoked till I went upstairs to bed. That was queer, for I never knew him to smoke more'n one pipe of tobacco at a time before, and then mostly on Sundays. And I'd never seen his face so hard and cruel lookin' as it were that night, and his eyes seemed like they were made of glass. I didn't undress, for I knowed there'd be trouble if he went over to Ned's house, and I made up my mind to keep watch of things. So I set still in my room in the attic, and Granddad set still in the room downstairs, and it must have been pretty late when I heard him get up and go out. I slipped down right after him, meanin' to foller him, and let myself out the back door so as he wouldn't see me. It had stopped snowing by then, but it was so cold that the air cut like a knife, and the only jacket I had wasn't any too warm for such weather. When I got round the house, old Swallowtail was standing on the bank, looking at the river. I never knew nobody to try the steppin' stones in winter, and I supposed of course Granddad would take the path to the bridge, but he went down the bank, wadin' through the snow, and started to cross over. The moon made it light enough to see easy, after you'd been out a few minutes. I watched him cross over and climb the bank and make for the house, and then I run down to the river myself. The water covered all the stones, but I knew where they were as well as Granddad did. I didn't like my job a bit, but I knew if I waited to go round by the bridge that I'd be too late to see anything that happened. So I screwed up courage and started over. My legs ain't as long as a grown-up's, and at the third step I missed the stone, and soused one leg in the water up to my knee. Gee, that was a cold one! But I wouldn't give up, and kept on until just in the middle, where the water were roaring the worst. I slipped with both legs and went into my waist. That settled it for me. I thought I'd drown for a minute, but I went crazy with fear, and the next thing I knew I was standing on the bank where I'd come from, and the cold wind was freezing a sheet of ice on my legs and body. There wasn't no time to lose. Whatever was happening over to the big house didn't mean as much to me as death did, and death was on my track if I didn't get back home before I froze stiff. I started to run. It ain't far. Look there, Josie, you could almost make it in 3 jumps, but I remember falling down half a dozen times in the snow, and at the last I crawled to the door on my hands and knees, and had just strength enough to raise up and lift the latch. Granddad's awful stingy about burning wood, but I threw chunks into the stove till the old thing roared like a furnace, and when I'd thawed out some I got off my shoes and stockings and my wet dress and put another skirt on. Then I lay in Granddad's chair afore the fire and shivered and cried like a baby whenever I thought of that icy river. I guess I must have went to sleep afterwards, for when I woke up the fire was getting low and old Swallowtail opened the door on a sudden and walked in. Josie, you oughter see him. His legs was wet and icy too, so he must have slipped on the stones himself, and he was shaking all over as if he'd got the ague. His face was dirty white, and his eyes burnt like 2 coals. He threw on more wood, reckless-like, and jerked off his shoes and socks, and sat down t'other side of the stove. Neither of us said nothin' for a while, and then he looks at me sort of curious and asks, "Did you get across, Ingua?" "No," says I. "I got near drowned tryin' it." And then he sat silent again, looking at the fire. By and by he says, "Ingua, you're old enough to have sense, and I want you to think careful on what I'm going to say. Folks round here don't like you and me very much, and if they got a chance, or even if they had a chance, they'd crush us under heel like they would scorpions. That's 'cause we're Craggs, for Craggs ain't never been popular in this neighborhood for some reason. Now listen, I've done with Ned Joselyn. It ain't my fault as I've cast him off, it's his'n. He's got a bad heart, and he's robbed me right and left. I could forgive him for that, because, well, you don't need to know why I clung to the feller when I knew he was a scoundrel. But he robbed a cause dearer to my heart than myself, and for that I couldn't forgive him. Nobody knows Ned were here tonight, Ingua, so if anybody asks you questions you didn't see him at all. Fix that firm in your mind. You don't know nothin' about Ned since he went away last October. You hain't seen him. Stick to that, girl, and you're all right. But if you blab, if you ever tell a soul as Ned were here, I'll have to kill yer myself to stop your mouth. Fix that in your mind, too." I was so scared that I just looked at him. Then I says in a whisper, "What did you do to Ned, Granddad?" He turned his eyes on me so fierce that I dropped my head. "I didn't kill him, if that's what you mean," says he. "I orter strangled him, but I didn't want to swing for no common thief like Ned Joselyn. Besides, but that's none of your business. So I threatened him, and that was just as good as killin'. He won't show up here again, never, and he ain't likely to show up anywhere else that he's known. P'raps he'll be hunted for, but he'll keep out of the way. You and I ain't got nothin' to worry about, Ingua, unless you blab." I didn't believe a word he said, Josie. They was just words, and it was natural he'd lie about that night's work. When I went to bed it was near morning, but old Swallowtail was still settin' by the fire. Next day he went on just as usual, and from then till now he's never spoke to me of that night. In a couple of weeks we heard as Ned Joselyn had run away. His wife came down here askin' for him, but nobody'd seen hide nor hair of him. That's all, Josie. That's the whole story, and I'm glad you know it now as well as I do. What do you think? Did old Swallowtail kill Ned Joselyn?" Josie woke from her meditation with a start. I'm going to think it over," she said evasively. "It's a queer story, Ingua, mighty queer, and it's going to take a lot of thought before I make up my mind about it." End of Chapter 11. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 12. Theories Are Dangerous. "What were you and Ingua talking about for so long?" asked Mary Louise when she and Josie were alone. "She was telling me her story," was the reply. "All of it?" "Every bit of it, I think." "Oh, what was it all about?" questioned Mary Louise eagerly. "I promised not to tell." "Not even me, Josie?" "Not even you. Ingua insisted, and really, dear, it's better you should know nothing just at present." "Am I to be left out of all this thrilling mystery?" demanded Mary Louise with an aggrieved air. "There won't be a thrill in it until the end, and perhaps not then. But you shall come in at the finish, if not before. I'll promise that." "Won't this enforced promise to Ingua tie your hands?" queried the other girl, thoughtfully. "No, I didn't promise not to act, but only to keep the child's secret. For Ingua's sake, as well as to satisfy your curiosity and my own, I'm going to delve to the bottom of Ned Joselyn's disappearance. That will involve the attempt to discover all about old Swallowtail, who is a mystery all by himself. I shall call on you to help me at times, Mary Louise, but you're not to be told what is weighing so heavily on poor Ingua's mind." "Well," said Mary Louise, "if I may help, that will serve to relieve my disappointment to an extent. But I'm surprised at Ingua. I thought she loved and trusted me." "So she does," asserted Josie. "Since I've heard the story, I'm not surprised at Ingua at all. If you knew all, my dear, you would realize why she believes that one confidant is enough. Indeed, I'm rather surprised that Ingua ventured to confide in me." "Is it so serious, then?" "If her fears are justified," replied Josie gravely, "it is very serious." "But are they justified?" urged Mary Louise. "Ingua's a child, and very sensitive to impressions. But she is a shrewd child, and, living a lonely life, she has had ample time to consider the problems that confront her. Whether she is right or wrong in her conjectures, time will determine. But don't question me further, please, or you will embarrass me. Tomorrow I want to go to the city, which is the county seat. Will you go with me, and can we get Uncle Eben to drive us over in the car?" "I'll ask Gran'pa Jim." Colonel Hathaway was rather amused at the efforts of the two girls to fathom the mystery of Old Swallowtail, but he was willing to assist in any practical way. So Uncle Eben drove them to the county seat next day, and Josie spent several hours in the county clerk's office, and paid a visit to the chief of police, who knew her father, John O'Gorman, by reputation. Mary Louise shopped leisurely while her friend was busy with her investigations, and at last they started for home, where they arrived in time for dinner. On the way, Mary Louise inquired if Josie had secured any information of importance. "A little," said the girl detective. "For one thing, old Hezekiah Cragg pays taxes on just one bit of land besides that little homestead of his. It is a 5-acre tract, but the assessment puts it at an astonishingly low value, scarcely 10% of the value of all surrounding property. That strikes me as queer. I've got the plat of it, and tomorrow we will look it up." They found it was not easy to locate that 5 acres, even with a map, when the two girls had made the attempt the next forenoon. But finally, at the end of a lonely lane about 1.5 miles from the village, they came upon a stony tract hemmed in by low hills, which seemed to fit the location described. The place was one mass of tumbled rocks. Little herbage of any sort grew there, and its low assessment value was easily explained. The surrounding farms, all highly cultivated, backed up to the little waste valley, which was fenced out, or rather in, by the owners of the fertile lands. One faintly trodden path led from the bars of the lane the girls were in toward Mr. Cragg's 5 acres of stones, but amid the jumble of rocks it would be difficult to walk at all. "This is an odd freak of nature," remarked Josie, gazing at the waste with a puzzled expression. "It is easy to understand why Mr. Cragg hasn't sold this lot, as he did all his other land. No one would buy it." "Haven't the stones a value for building or something?" asked Mary Louise. "Not in this location, so far from a railway. In my judgment the tract is absolutely worthless. I wonder that so economical a man as Mr. Cragg pays taxes on it." They went no farther than the edge of the rock-strewn field, for there was nothing more to see. Up the slope of the hill, on the far side from where they stood, were jumbled masses of huge slabs and boulders that might be picturesque, but were not especially interesting. The girls turned and retraced their steps to the neglected lane, and from thence reached the main road again. "I have now satisfied myself on 2 counts," was Josie's comment. "First, that Mr. Cragg owns no property but this stone yard and his little home, and second, that within the last 40 years he has at different times disposed of $70,000 worth of land left him by his father. The county records prove that. The last sale was made about 4 years ago, and so he has consistently turned all his real estate into ready money." "What can he have done with so much money?" exclaimed Mary Louise. "Ah, that is part of the mystery, my dear. If he still has it, then the man is a miser. If he has lost it, he is a gambler, which is just about as bad. Either way, Hezekiah Cragg is not entitled to our admiration, to say the least." Let us admit that in a big city a man might lose $70,000 in business ventures without exciting adverse criticism except for a lack of judgment, but old Swallowtail has never left Cragg's Crossing, according to all reports, and I'm sure there is no way for him to squander a fortune here." "I think he must be a miser," said Mary Louise with conviction. "Ingua once told me of seeing lots of money pass between him and Mr. Joselyn. And tell me, Josie, what is all his voluminous correspondence about?" "I'm going to investigate that presently," replied her friend. "It isn't quite in line yet, but will come pretty soon. Tomorrow I shall call upon old Swallowtail at his office." "Shall you really? And may I go with you, Josie?" "Not this time. You'll spoil my excuse, you see, for you are going to discharge your sewing girl, and your sewing girl is going to apply to Hezekiah Cragg for work. His granddaughter needs some sewing done by the looks of her wardrobe." "Oh, very well. But will you tell me what happens?" "Of course." "Once," said Mary Louise, "I proposed going myself to Mr. Cragg, to intercede for Ingua, but the girl thought I would do more harm than good, so I abandoned the idea. I think that was wise. I don't expect to get much out of the man except an interview, with a chance to study him at close range. Also, I'm anxious to see what that mysterious office looks like." Mary Louise regarded her friend admiringly. "You're very brave, Josie," she said. "Pooh! There's no danger. One of the first things Father taught me about the detective business was that all men belong to one tribe, and the criminal is inevitably a coward at heart. Old Swallowtail may be afraid of me before I'm through with this case, but whether he proves guilty or innocent, I shall never fear him a particle." "Have you any theory as yet, Josie?" "No. Theories are dangerous things, and never should be indulged in until backed by facts." "But do not theories often lead to facts? And how about those O'Gorman theories you mentioned, which you were eager to test?" "Those are mere theories of investigation, methods to be pursued in certain situations. I believe I shall be able to test some of them in this case. My plan is to find out all I can about everyone and everything, and then marshal my facts against the question involved. If there is no answer, I've got to learn more. If I can't learn more, then the whole thing becomes mere guesswork, in other words, theory, more likely to be wrong than right." Mary Louise seldom argued with Josie's decisions. When, the next morning, her friend started for the village to call upon old Swallowtail, she pressed her hand and wished her good luck. Josie departed in her plain gingham dress, shoes run over at the heels, hair untidy and uncovered by hat or hood, a general aspect of slovenly servitude. Mr. Cragg was never an early riser. He breakfasted at 8 o'clock, and 8:30 stalked with stiff dignity to town, and entered his office without deigning to recognize any villagers he might meet. Josie was aware of this habit. She timed her visit for 10:30. Unnoticed, she passed through the village street, and crept up the stairs at the end of the store building. Before the door marked H. Cragg, Real Estate, she paused to listen. No sound came from within, but farther along the passage she heard the dull rumble of Miss Huckins' sewing machine. For once Josie hesitated, but realizing that hesitation meant weakness on such an errand, she boldly thrust out a hand and attempted to turn the doorknob. End of Chapter 12. Read by Sibylla Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 13. Bluff and Rebuff. The door was locked. Immediately Josie pounded upon it with her knuckles, and a voice demanded, "Who is there?" Instead of replying, Josie knocked again, and suddenly the door was opened and old Swallowtail stood before her. I beg your pardon," she said diffidently. "Are you the real estate man?" "Yes," he replied, standing quietly in the doorway. "Then you're the man I want to see," she asserted, and took a step forward. But he did not move an inch from his position, and his eyes were fixed steadfastly on her face. "I have nothing to sell at present," he remarked. "But I want to give you something to sell," she retorted impatiently, summoning her wits to meet the occasion. "Let me in, please. Or do you transact all your business in the hallway?" Somewhat to her surprise, he stepped back and held the door for her to enter. Josie promptly walked in and sat down near a round table, one comprehensive glance fixing in her mind the entire contents of the small room. There was one window, dim and unwashed, facing the street. It had a thick shade, now raised. Originally the room had been square, and rather crudely plastered and wallpapered, but a wooden partition had afterward been erected to cut the room into two, so that the portion she had entered was long and narrow. Its sole furniture consisted of the round table, quite bare, 2 or 3 wooden-bottomed chairs, and against one wall a rack filled with books. During the interview she noted that these books were mostly directories of the inhabitants of various prominent cities in the United States, and such a collection astonished her and aroused her curiosity. Just at present, however, the partition proved the most interesting thing she observed, for beyond it must be another room which was doubtless the particular sanctum of old Swallowtail, and to which she scarcely expected to gain admittance. The door was closed. It was stout and solid, and was fitted with both an ordinary door-lock and a hasp and padlock, the latter now hanging on a nail beside the door. This much Josie's sharp eyes saw in her first glance, but immediately her attention was demanded by Mr. Cragg, who took a seat opposite her and said in a quiet, well-modulated voice, "Now, my girl, state your business." She had planned to tell him how she had come to town to sew for Mary Louise Burrows, how she had finished her work but was so charmed with Cragg's Crossing that she did not care to leave it during the hot weather to return to the stuffy city. Therefore, she intended to add, if he would let her make some new dresses for Ingua, she would work for half her regular wages. Her dress as a sewing girl would carry out this deception, and the bait of small wages ought to interest the old man. But this clever plan had suddenly gone glimmering, for in order to gain admittance to the office and secure an interview with old Swallowtail, she had inadvertently stated that she had some real estate to dispose of. So sudden a change of base required the girl to think quickly in order to formulate a new argument that would hold his attention. To gain time, she said slowly, "My name is Josie Jessup. I'm a sewing girl by profession." "Yes, I know," he replied. "I've been here 10 days or so working for Miss Burrows." "I have seen you here," said Mr. Cragg. She wondered how he knew so much, as he had never seemed to favour her with even a glance when by chance they met in the street. But perhaps Ingua had told him. "I like Cragg's Crossing," continued Josie, assuming a confidential tone, "and I've made up my mind I'd like to live here. There ought to be plenty of work sewing for the farmers' wives, outside of what Miss Huckins does, and it don't cost much to live in a small town. In the city I own a little house, and a lot left to me by my uncle on my mother's side, and I've decided to trade it for some place here. Don't you know, sir, of someone who'd like to move to the city, and will be glad to make the exchange?" "I know of no such person," he replied coldly. "But will you make inquiries?" "It would be useless. I am very busy today, so if you will excuse me—" He rose and bowed. Josie was disappointed. She decided to revert to her first proposition. "Doesn't your grandfather need some sewing done, sir?" she asked, with a frank look from her innocent blue eyes. He stood still, silently studying her face. With one hand he rubbed his chin gently as if in thought. Then he said, "We cannot afford to hire our sewing done, but I thank you for the offer. Good morning, Miss Jessup." Walking to the door, he held it open and bowed gravely as she walked out. Next moment she heard the key click as it turned in the lock. Josie, feeling a sense of failure, slowly went down the stairs, entered the store, and perched herself upon the sugar barrel. Old Sol was waiting on a farmer's wife and only gave the girl a glance. Josie reflected on her interview with Mr. Cragg while it was fresh in her mind. He was no crude, uneducated country bumpkin, despite his odd ways and peculiar dress. Indeed, the man had astonished her by his courtesy, his correct method of speech, his perfect self-assurance. Her visit was calculated to annoy him and to arouse his impatience. After Ingua's report of him she expected he would become scornful or sarcastic, or even exhibit violent anger, yet there had been nothing objectionable in his manner or words. Still, he had dismissed her as abruptly as possible and was not eager to grasp an opportunity to exchange real estate. "That isn't his business at all," she told herself. "It's merely a blind, although he actually did rent the Kenton Place to Colonel Hathaway. I wonder what he does in that office all day. In the inner room, of course. That is his real workshop. He's quite gentlemanly. He has a certain amount of breeding which Ingua wholly lacks. He must realize what a crude and uncultured little thing his granddaughter is. Then why hasn't he tried to train her differently? Really, he quite awed me with his stately, composed manner. No one would expect that sort of man to be a murderer. But, there, haven't I been warned that the educated gentleman is the worst type of criminal, and the most difficult to detect?" Sol's customer went away, and the old man approached the barrel. "Well," he said, "want to buy anything today?" "No," said Josie pleasantly. This is only a social call. I've just come from old Swallowtail's office and thought a word with you would cheer me up." "You? You been to old Swallowtail's office? Sakes alive, gal, I wouldn't dare to do that myself." "Why not?" "He goes crazy when he gets mad." "Are you sure of that?" "Everybody here knows it, from the 3-year-olds up. What did you go to him for?" "A little matter of business." "And he slammed the door in your face?" "No, indeed." "That's funny," said old Sol, rubbing his forehead in a perplexed way. "He was very decent to me," continued Josie. "Acted like a gentleman. Talked as if he'd been to school, you know." "School? Well, I should say he had," exclaimed the storekeeper. "Old Swallowtail's the most educated man in these 'ere parts, I guess. Old Nick Cragg, his daddy, wanted for him to be a preacher, or priest most likely, and when he was a boy his old man paid good money to have him educated at a college. But Hezekiah warn't over religious, and 'lowed he didn't have no call to preach, so that's all the good the edication ever done him." "You've never felt the need of an education, have you?" asked the girl artlessly. "Me? Well, I ain't sayin' as I got no education, though I don't class myself in book larnin' with old Swallowtail. 3 winters I went to school, and once I helped with the school teacher. 'Tain't every one has got that record. But education means more'n books. It means keepin' your eyes open and gettin' on to the tricks of your trade. Every time I get swindled I've larned somethin', and if I started this store in New York instead of Cragg's Crossing, they might be runnin' me for president by this time." "But what would Cragg's Crossing have done without you?" inquired Josie. "It seems to me you're needed here." "Well, that's worth thinkin' on," admitted the storekeeper. "And as for old Swallowtail, he may have learned some tricks of his trade, too, but I don't know what his trade is." "Nobody knows. I don't believe that business of his'n is trade at all. I bet it's a steal, whatever its other name happens to be." "But he doesn't prosper." "No, he ain't got much to show for all these years. Folks used to think he'd got money saved from the sale of his land, till Ned Joselyn come here and dallied with old Swallowtail's savings and then took to the woods. It's generally believed that what Cragg once had, Ned's got now, but it don't matter much. Cragg hain't got long ter live, and his feed don't cost him and his little gal much more'n it costs to feed my cat." There was no further information to be gleaned from Sal Jerrems, so Josie walked home. End of Chapter 13. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 14. Midnight Vigils. "Well, how is our girl detective progressing in her discovery of crime and criminals?" asked Colonel Hathaway that evening, as they sat in the living-room after dinner. "Don't call me a girl detective, please," pleaded Josie O'Gorman. "I'm only an apprentice at the trade, Colonel, and I have never realized more than I do at this moment the fact that I've considerable to learn before I may claim membership with the profession." "Then you're finding your present trail a difficult one to follow?" "I believe my stupidity is making it difficult," admitted Josie with a sigh. "Father would scold me soundly if he knew how foolishly I behaved today. There was every opportunity of my forcing a clue by calling unexpectedly on Mr. Cragg at his office, but he defeated my purpose so easily that now I'm wondering if he suspects who I am and why I'm here. He couldn't have been more cautious." "He could scarcely suspect that," said the Colonel musingly. "But I've noticed that these simple country people are chary of confiding in strangers." "Ah, if Mr. Cragg were only that, a simple, unlettered countryman, as I thought him, I should know how to win his confidence. But do you know, sir, he is well educated and intelligent. Once he studied for the priesthood or ministry, attending a theological college." "Indeed!" "My informant, the village authority, who is Sol Jerrems, the storekeeper, says he objected to becoming a priest at the last because he had no leaning that way. My own opinion is that he feared his ungovernable temper would lead to his undoing. I am positive that his hysterical fury when aroused has gotten him into trouble many times, even in this patient community." "That's it," said Mary Louise with conviction. "His temper has often made him cruel to poor Ingua, and perhaps his temper caused unfortunate Ned Joselyn to disappear." "Have you discovered anything more than you have told me?" she asked. "Not a thing," replied Mary Louise. "I'm waiting for you to make discoveries, Josie." "A puzzle that is readily solved," remarked the Colonel, picking up his book, "is of little interest. The obstacles you are meeting, Josie, incline me to believe you girls have unearthed a real mystery. It is not a mystery of the moment, however, so take your time to fathom it. The summer is young yet." Josie went to her room early, saying she was tired, but as soon as she was alone and free she slipped on a jacket and stealthily left the house. Down the driveway she crept like a shadow, out through the gates, over the bridge, and then she turned down the pathway leading to old Swallowtail's cottage. "The stepping-stones are a nearer route," she reflected, "but I don't care to tackle them in the dark." The cottage contained but 3 rooms. The larger one downstairs was a combination kitchen and dining room. A small wing, built up on one side, was used by Mr. Cragg for his private apartment, but its only outlet was through the main room. At the back was a lean-to shed, in which was built a narrow flight of stairs leading to a little room in the attic, where Ingua slept. Josie knew the plan of the house perfectly, having often visited Ingua during the day when her grandfather was absent, and helped her sweep and make the beds and wash the dishes. Tonight Josie moved noiselessly around the building, satisfied herself that Ingua was asleep, and that Mr. Cragg was still awake, and then strove to peer through the shuttered window to discover what the old man was doing. She found this impossible. Although the weather was warm, the window was tightly shut, and a thick curtain was drawn across it. Josie slipped over to the river bank, and in the shadow of a tree sat herself down to watch and wait, with such patience as she could muster. It was 9:30 o'clock, and Ingua had told her that when her grandfather was wakeful, and indulged in his long walks, he usually left the house between 10 o'clock and midnight, seldom earlier and never later. He would go to bed, the child said, and finding he could not sleep, would again dress and go out into the night, only to return at early morning. Josie doubted that he ever undressed on such occasions, knowing, as he no doubt did, perfectly well what his programme for the night would be. She had decided that the nocturnal excursions were not due to insomnia, but were carefully planned to avoid possible observation. When all the countryside was wrapped in slumber, the old gentleman stole from his cottage and went— where? Doubtless to some secret place that had an important bearing on his life and occupation. It would be worth while, Josie believed, to discover the object of these midnight excursions. Ingua claimed that her grandfather's periods of wakeful walking were irregular. Sometimes he would be gone night after night, and then for weeks he would remain at home and sleep like other folks. So Josie was not surprised when old Swallowtail's light was extinguished shortly after 10 o'clock, and from then until midnight he had not left the house. Evidently this was not one of his wakeful periods. The girl's eyes, during this time, never left the door of the cottage. The path to the bridge passed her scarcely 5 yards distant. Therefore, as Hezekiah Cragg had not appeared, he was doubtless sleeping the sleep of the just, or the unjust, for all sorts of conditions of men indulge in sleep. Josie waited until nearly 1 o'clock. Then she went home, let herself in by a side door to which she had taken the key, and in a few minutes was as sound asleep as old Swallowtail ought to be. For 3 nights in succession the girl maintained this vigil, with no result whatever. It was wearisome work, and she began to tire of it. On the 4th day, as she was visiting with Ingua, she asked, "Has your grandfather had any sleepless nights lately?" "I don't know," was the reply, "but he ain't walked any, as he sometimes does, for I hain't heard him go out." "Do you always hear him?" "P'raps not always, but most times." "And does he walk more than one night?" inquired Josie. "When he takes them fits, they last for a week or more," asserted Ingua. "Then for a long time he sleeps quiet." "Will you let me know the next time he takes to walking?" "Why?" asked the child suspiciously. "It's a curious habit," Josie explained, "and I'd like to know what he does during all those hours of the night." "He walks," declared Ingua, "and if he does anything else it's his own business." "I've wondered," said Josie impressively, "if he doesn't visit some hidden grave during those midnight rambles." Ingua shuddered. "I wish you wouldn't talk like that," she whispered. "It gives me the creeps." "Wouldn't you like to know the truth of all this mystery, Ingua?" "Sometimes I would and sometimes I wouldn't. If the truth leaked out, maybe Granddad would get into a lot of trouble. I don't want that, Josie. I ain't got no cause to love Granddad, but he's a Cragg and I'm a Cragg, and no Cragg ever went back on the family." It seemed unwise to urge the child further to betray her grandfather, yet for Ingua's sake, if for no other reason, Josie was determined to uncover the hidden life of Hezekiah Cragg. The following night she watched again at her station by the river bank, and again the midnight hour struck and the old man had not left his cottage. His light was extinguished at 11 o'clock. At 12:30 Josie rose from the shadow of the tree and slowly walked to the bridge. There, instead of going home, she turned in the direction of the town. In the sky were a few stars and the slim crescent of a new moon, affording sufficient light to guide her steps. Crickets chirped and frogs in the marshes sang their hoarse love songs, but otherwise an intense stillness pervaded the countryside. You must not consider Josie O'Gorman an especially brave girl, for she had no thought of fear in such solitary wanderings. Although but 17 years of age, she had been reared from early childhood in an atmosphere of intrigue and mystery, for her detective father had been accustomed to argue his cases and their perplexities with his only child, and for hours at a time he would instruct her in all the details of his profession. It was O'Gorman's ambition that his daughter might become a highly proficient female detective. "There are so many cases where a woman is better than a man," he would say, "and there is such a lack of competent women in this important and fascinating profession, that I am promoting the interests of both my daughter and the public safety by training Josie to become a good detective." And the girl, having been her father's confidant since she was able to walk and talk, became saturated with detective lore, and only needed practical experience and more mature judgment fully to justify O'Gorman's ambition for her. However, the shrewd old Secret Service officer well knew that the girl was not yet ready to be launched into active service. The experience she needed was only to be gained in just such odd private cases as the one in which she was now engaged, so he was glad to let her come to Cragg's Crossing, and Josie was glad to be there. She was only content when working, and however the Cragg mystery developed or resulted, her efforts to solve it were sure to sharpen her wits and add to her practical knowledge of her future craft. When she reached the town she found it absolutely deserted. Not a light shone anywhere, no watchman was employed, the denizens of Cragg's Crossing were all in bed and revelling in dreamland. Josie sat on the bottom stair of the flight leading to the store, and removed her shoes. Upstairs the family of Sol Jerrems and Miss Huckins the dressmaker were sleeping, and must not be disturbed. The girl made no sound as she mounted the stairs, and softly stole to the door of H. Cragg's real estate office. Here it was dark as could be, but Josie drew some skeleton keys from her pocket and slid them, one by one, into the lock. The fourth key fitted. She opened the door silently, and having entered the room, drew the door shut behind her. The thick shade was drawn over the window. It was as black here as it was in the hallway. Josie flashed a small searchlight on the door of the connecting room, and saw that it was not only locked in the ordinary manner, but that the padlock she had noted on her former visit to the room was now inserted in the hasp and formed an additional security against intrusion. While her electric spotlight played upon this padlock, she bent over and examined it swiftly but with care. "A Yale lock," she muttered. "It can't be picked, but it will delay me for only a few minutes." Then from her pocket she brought out a small steel hacksaw, and as she could not work the saw and hold the flashlight at the same time, she went to the window and removed the heavy shade. The light that now came into the room was dim, but sufficient for her purpose. Returning to the door of the mysterious inner room, the contents of which she had determined to investigate, she seized the padlock firmly with one hand, while with the other she began to saw through the steel loop that passed through the hasp. The sound made by the saw was so slight that it did not worry her, but another sound, of an entirely different character and coming from the hallway, caused her to pause and glance over her shoulder. Slowly the outer door opened, and a form appeared in the doorway. It was a mere shadow at first, but it deliberately advanced to the table, struck a match, and lighted a small kerosene lamp. She was face to face with old Swallowtail. End of Chapter 14. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 15. Old Swallowtail. Josie was so astonished that she still bent over the lock, motionless, saw in hand. In the instant she made a mental review of her proceedings and satisfied herself that she had been guilty of no professional blunder. The inopportune appearance of Mr. Cragg must be attributed to a blind chance, to fate. So the first wave of humiliation that swept over her receded as she gathered her wits to combat this unexpected situation. Mr. Cragg stood by the table looking at her. He was very calm. The discovery of the girl had not aroused that violence of temper for which the old man was noted. Josie straightened up, slipped the saw in her pocket, and faced him unflinchingly. "Won't you sit down?" he said, pointing to a chair beside her. "I would like to know why you have undertaken to rob me." Josie sat down, her heart bounding with joy. If he mistook her for a thief, all was not lost, and she would not have to write finis as yet to this important case. But she made no answer to his remark. She merely stared at him in a dull, emotionless way that was cleverly assumed. "I suppose," he continued, "you have been told I am rich, a miser, and perhaps you imagine I keep my wealth in that little room, because I have taken pains to secure it from intrusion by prying meddlers. I suspected you, my girl, when you came to see me the other day. Your errand was palpably invented. You wanted to get the lay of the room in preparation for this night's work. But who told you I was worthy of being robbed? Was it Ingua?" "No," came a surly reply. "She won't mention you to me." "Very good. But the neighbours, the busybodies around here? Perhaps old Sol Jerrems has gossiped of my supposed hoard. Is it not so?" Josie dropped her eyes as if confused, but remained silent. The old man seemed to regard her as a curiosity, for his cold grey eyes examined her person with the same expression with which he might have regarded a caged monkey. "Then you do not wish to confess?" "What's the use?" she demanded with a burst of impatience. "Haven't you caught me at the job?" He continued to eye her reflectively. "The cities breed felons," he remarked. "It is a pity so young a girl should have chosen so dangerous and disastrous a career. It is inevitably disastrous. How did it happen that Colonel Hathaway allowed you to impose on him?" "I do sewing," she said doggedly. "In order to gain entrance to a household, I suppose. But Hathaway is wealthy. Why did you not undertake to rob him instead of me?" "One at a time," said Josie with a short laugh. "Ah, I understand. You expected to make the small pick-ups and then land the grand coup. The answer is simple, after all. But," his voice growing stern and menacing for the first time, "I do not intend to be robbed, my girl. Fleece Hathaway if you can, it is none of my business, but you must not pry into my personal affairs or rifle my poor rooms. Do you understand me?" I think so, sir. Avoid me hereafter. Keep out of my path. The least interference from you in any way will oblige me to turn you over to the police. You'll let me go now?" He glanced at her, frowning. "I am too much occupied to prosecute you, unless you annoy me further. Perhaps you have this night learned a lesson that will induce you to abandon such desperate, criminal ventures." Josie stood up. "I wish I knew how you managed to catch me," she said with a sigh. "You were watching my house tonight, waiting until I was safely in bed before coming here. I happened to leave my room for a little air, and going out my back door I passed around the house and stood at the corner in deep shade. My eyes were good enough to distinguish a form lurking under the tree by the river bank. I went in, put out my light, and returned to my former position. You watched the house, and I watched you. You are not very clever for all your slyness. You will never be clever enough to become a good thief, meaning a successful thief. After half an hour I saw you rise and take the path to the village. I followed you. Do you understand now? God has protected the just and humbled the wicked." That final sentence surprised the girl. Coming from his lips, it shocked her. In his former speech he had not denounced her crime, but only her indiscretion and the folly of her attempt. Suddenly he referred to God as his protector, asserting his personal uprightness as warrant for divine protection, and, singularly enough, his tone was sincere. Josie hesitated whether to go or not, for old Swallowtail seemed in a talkative mood, and she had already discovered a new angle to his character. By way of diversion she began to cry. I know I'm wicked," she sobbed. "It's wrong to steal, I know it is. But I need the money, and you've got lots of it, and I thought you must be just as wicked as I am." His expression changed to one of a grim irony. "Yes," said he, "by common report I am guilty of every sin in the calendar. Do you know why?" "No, of course I don't," she answered, softening her sobs to hear more clearly. "Years ago, when I was a young man, I stabbed a fellow student in the neck, a dreadful wound, because he taunted me about my mode of dress. I was wearing the only clothes my eccentric father would provide me with. I am wearing the same style of costume yet, as penance for that dastardly act, caused by an ungovernable temper with which I have been cursed from my birth. I would have entered the service of God had it not been for that temper. I am unable to control it, except by avoiding undue contact with my fellow men. That is why I am living here, a recluse, when I should be taking an active part in the world's work." He spoke musingly, as if to himself more than to the girl who hung on each word with eager interest. No one had ever told her as much of Old Swallowtail as he was now telling her of himself. She wondered why he was so confidential. Was it because she seemed dull and stupid? Because she was a stranger who was likely to decamp instantly when he let her go? Or was the retrospective mood due to the hour and the unwonted situation? She waited, scarce breathing, lest she lose a word. "The poor fellow whom I stabbed lived miserably for 20 years afterward," he went on, "and I supported him and his family during that time, for his life had been ruined by my act. Later in life, and here at the crossing, people saw me kill a balky horse in a wild rage, and they have been afraid of me ever since. Even more recently He suddenly paused, remembering where he was and to whom he was speaking. The girl's face was perfectly blank when he shot a shrewd glance at it. Her look seemed to relieve his embarrassment. "However," he said in a different tone, "I'm not so black as I'm painted." "I don't think you treat poor Ingua quite right," remarked Josie. "Eh, why not?" "You neglect her. You don't give her enough to eat. She hasn't a dress fit for a ragamuffin to wear, and she's your granddaughter." He drew in a long breath, staring hard. "Has she been complaining?" "Not to me," said Josie, "but she doesn't need to. Haven't I eyes? Doesn't everyone say it's a shame to treat the poor child the way you do? My personal opinion is that you're a poor excuse for a grandfather," she added, with more spirit than she had yet exhibited. He sat silent a long time, looking at the lamp. His face was hard, his long, slim fingers twitched as if longing to throttle someone, but he positively ignored Josie's presence. She believed he was struggling to subdue what Ingua called the devils, and would not have been surprised had he broken all bounds and tried to do her an injury. "Go," he said at last, still without looking at her. "Go, and remember that I will not forgive twice." She thought it best to obey. Very softly she left the room, and as she passed out he was still staring at the flame of the lamp, and alternately clenching and unclenching his talon-like fingers. End of Chapter 15. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 16. Ingua's New Dress. "Well," said Mary Louise, when Josie had related to her friend the story next morning, "what do you think of Old Swallowtail now?" "About the same as before. I'm gradually accumulating facts to account for the old man's strange actions, but I'm not ready to submit them for criticism just yet. The plot is still a bit ragged, and I want to mend the holes before I spread it out before you." "Do you think he suspects who you are?" "No, he thinks I'm a waif from the city with a penchant for burglary. He expects me to rob you presently and then run away. I'm so unlikely to cross his path again that he talked with unusual frankness to me, or at me, if you prefer to put it that way. All I gained last night was the knowledge that he's afraid of himself, that his temper cost him a career in the world and obliged him to live in seclusion, and that he has a secret which he doesn't intend any red-headed girl to stumble on accidentally." "And you think he was angry when you accused him of neglecting Ingua?" "I'm sure he was. It made him more furious than my attempt to saw his padlock. Come, let's run over and see Ingua now. I want to ask her how her grandfather treated her this morning." They walked through the grounds, crossed the river on the stepping-stones, and found Ingua just finishing her morning's work. The child greeted them eagerly. "I'm glad you come," she said, "for I was meanin' to run over to your place pretty soon. What do you think has happened? Last night in the middle of the night, or p'raps nearer mornin', Granddad begun to slam things around. The smashin' of tables and chairs woke me up, but I didn't dare go down to see what was the matter. He tumbled everything round the kitchen, and then went inter his own room and made the fur fly there. I knew he were in one of his tantrums and that he'd be sorry if he broke things, but it wasn't no time to interfere. When the rumpus stopped I went to sleep again, but I got up early and had his breakfast all ready when he came from his room. I picked up all the stuff he'd scattered and mended a broken chair, and things didn't look so bad. Well, Old Swallowtail just looked around the room and then at me and sat down to eat. 'Ingua,' he says pretty soon, 'you need a new dress.' Say, girls, I near fell over backwards. 'Go down to Sol Jerem's,' says he, 'and pick out the goods, and I'll pay for it. I'll stop in this mornin' and tell Sol to let you have it. An',' says he, lookin' at me rather queer, 'you might ask that red-headed sewin' girl that's stayin' in at the Hathaways' to make it up for you. I don't think she'll ask you a cent for the work. Granddad, says I, would you have a Cragg accept charity, even to the making of a dress? No, says he, the girl owes me something, and I guess she'll be glad to square the account. Then he goes away to town, and I've been nervous and flustered ever since. I can't make it out. I can't. Do you owe him anything, Josie? Yes, said Josie with a laugh, I believe I do. You shall have the dress, Ingua, all made up, and I'll go down with you and help pick out the goods. So will I, exclaimed Mary Louise, highly delighted. And we will have Miss Huckins cut it and fit it, continued Josie. I'm not much good at that thing, Ingua, so we will have a real dressmaker, and I'll pay her and charge it up to what I owe your grandfather. The little girl seemed puzzled. How do you happen to owe him anything, Josie? She asked. Didn't he tell you? Not a word. Then he expects it to remain a secret, and you mustn't urge me to tell. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, Ingua. Aren't you glad of that? They trooped away to town presently, all in high spirits, and purchased the dress and trimmings at the store. Old Sol was so astonished at this transaction that he assailed the three girls with 1,000 questions, to none of which did he receive a satisfactory reply. He didn't put no limit on the deal, said the storekeeper. He just said, whatever the gal picks out, charge it to me and I'll pay the bill. Looks like old Swallowtail had gone plumb crazy, don't it? Then they went upstairs to Miss Huckins, who was likewise thrilled with excitement at the startling event of Ingua's having a new dress. Mary Louise and Josie helped plan the dress, which was to be a simple and practical affair, after all, and the dressmaker measured the child carefully and promised her a fitting the very next day. I don't quite understand, remarked Ingua, as they walked home after this impressive ceremony, why you don't make the dress yourself, Josie, and save your money. You're a dressmaker, you say. I'm a sewing girl, replied Josie calmly, but I promised Mary Louise to sew for no one but her while I'm here, and I'm too lazy to sew much anyway. I'm having a sort of vacation, you know. Josie is my friend, explained Mary Louise, and I won't let her sew at all if I can help it. I want her to be just my companion and have a nice visit before she goes back to the city. But when the two girls were alone, Josie said to Mary Louise, Old Cragg isn't so stony-hearted after all. Just my suggestion last night that Ingua was being neglected has resulted in a new dress. He threw things, though, before he made up his mind to be generous, observed Mary Louise. But this proves that the old man isn't so very poor. He must have a little money, Josie. Josie nodded her head absently. She was trying hard to understand Mr. Cragg's character, and so far it baffled her. He had frankly admitted his ungovernable temper, and had deplored it. Also he had refrained from having Josie arrested for burglary because he was too occupied to prosecute her. Occupied? Occupied with what? Surely not the real estate business. She believed the true reason for her escape was that he dreaded prominence. Old Swallowtail did not wish to become mixed up with police courts any more than he could help. This very occurrence made her doubt him more than ever. End of Chapter 16. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 17. A Clue at Last. That night Josie resumed her watch of Cragg's cottage. She did not trust to the shadow of the tree to conceal her, but hid herself under the bank of the river, among the dry stones, allowing only her head to project above the embankment, and selecting a place where she could peer through some low bushes. She suspected that the excitement of the previous night might render the old man nervous and wakeful, and send him out on one of his midnight prowls. This suspicion seemed justified when, at 11:30, his light went out, and a few minutes later he turned the corner of the house and appeared in the path. He did not seem nervous, however. With hands clasped behind his back and head bowed, he leisurely paced the path to the bridge, without hesitation, crossed the river, and proceeded along the road in a direction opposite to the village. Josie was following, keeping herself concealed with utmost care. She remembered that his eyes were sharp in penetrating shadows. He kept along the main country road for a time, and then turned to the right and followed an intersecting road. Half a mile in this direction brought him to a lane running between two farm tracks, but which was so little used that grass and weeds had nearly obliterated all traces of wagon wheels. By this time Josie's eyes were so accustomed to the dim moonlight that she could see distinctly some distance ahead of her. The sky was clear, there was just enough wind to rattle the leaves of the trees. Now and then, in some farmyard, a cock would crow or a dog bark, but no other sounds broke the stillness of the night. The girl knew now where old Swallowtail was bound. At the end of this lane lay his 5 acres of stones, and he was about to visit it. The fact gave her a queer little thrill of the heart, for a dozen strange fancies crossed her mind in rapid succession. If he had really killed Ned Joselyn, it was probable he had buried the man in this neglected place, among the rubble of stones. Josie had inspected every foot of ground on the Kenton Place, and satisfied herself no grave had been dug there. Indeed, at the time of Jocelyn's disappearance, the ground had been frozen so hard that the old man could not have dug a grave. Perhaps after a night or two he had dragged the corpse here and covered it with stones. It would be a safe hiding-place. And now regret for his act drove the murderer here night after night to watch over the secret grave. Or, granting that the supposed crime had not been committed, might not Mr. Cragg have discovered some sort of mineral wealth in his stone yard, which would account for his paying taxes on the place and visiting it so often? Or did he simply love the solitude of the dreary waste where, safe from prying eyes, he could sit among the rocky boulders and commune with himself beneath the moonlight sky? Such conjectures as these occupied the girl's mind while she stealthily shadowed the old man along the lane. Never once did he look behind him, although she was prepared to dissolve from view instantly, had he done so. And at last the end of the lane was reached, and he climbed the rail fence which separated it from the valley of stones. Josie saw him pause, motionless, as he clung to the rails. She guessed from his attitude that he was staring straight ahead of him at something that had surprised him. A full minute he remained thus before he let himself down on the other side and disappeared from view. The girl ran lightly forward and, crouching low, peered through the bars of the fence. Half a dozen paces distant the old man stood among the stones in a silent paroxysm of rage. He waved his long arms in the air, anon clenching his fists and shaking them at some object beyond him. His frail old body fluttered back and forth, right and left, as if he were doing a weird dance among the rocks. The violence of his emotion was something terrible to witness, and fairly startled the girl. Had he screamed or sobbed or shrieked or moaned, the scene would have been more bearable, but such excess of silent, intense rage made her afraid for the first time in her life. She wanted to run away. At one time she actually turned to fly, but then common sense came to her rescue, and she resolved to stay and discover what had affected old Swallowtail so strongly. From her present position she could see nothing more than a vista of tumbled stones, but rising until her head projected above the topmost rail, she presently saw, far across the valley, an automobile, standing silhouetted against the grey background. The machine was at present vacant. It had been driven in from the other side of the valley, where doubtless there were other lanes corresponding with the one she was in. However, there was no fence on that side to separate the lane from the waste tract, so the machine had been driven as close as possible to the edge of the stones. Although the automobile was deserted, that was evidently the object which had aroused old Cragg's fury, the object at which he was even yet shaking his clenched fists. Josie wondered and watched. Gradually the paroxysm of wrath diminished. Presently the old man stood as motionless as the stones about him. 5 minutes, perhaps, he remained thus, controlling himself by a mighty effort, regaining his capacity to think and reason. Then, to the girl's amazement, he tottered toward a large, shelf-like slab of stone, and kneeling down, as before an altar, he bared his head, raised his arms on high, and began to pray. There was no mistaking this attitude. Old Swallowtail was calling on God to support him in his hour of trial. Josie felt something clutching at her heart. Nothing could be more impressive than this scene, this silent but earnest appeal to the Most High by the man whom she suspected of murder, of crimes even more terrible. She could see his eyes, pleading and sincere, turned upward. She could see his grey hair flutter in the breeze, could see his lips move, though they uttered no sound. And after he had poured out his heart to his Maker he extended his arms upon the slab, rested his head upon them, and again became motionless. The girl waited. She was sorely troubled, surprised, even humiliated at being the witness of this extraordinary and varied display of emotion. She felt a sense of intrusion that was almost unjustifiable, even in a detective. What right had anyone to spy upon a communion between God and man? He rose, at length, and walked uncertainly forward, stumbling among the ragged rocks. He made for the far hillside that was cluttered with huge fragments of stone, some weighing many tons, and all tumbled helter-skelter, as if aimlessly tossed there by some giant hand. and when he reached the place he threaded his way between several great boulders and suddenly disappeared. Josie hesitated a moment what to do, yet instinct urged her to follow. She had a feeling that she was on the verge of an important discovery, that events were about to happen which had been wholly unforeseen, even by old Cragg himself. She was taking a serious risk by venturing on the stony ground, for under the moonlight her dark form would show distinctly against the dull grey of the stones. Yet she climbed the fence, and with her eye fixed on the cluster of rocks where old Swallowtail had disappeared, she made her way as best she could toward the place. Should the old man reappear, or the owner of the strange automobile emerge from the rocks, Josie was sure to be discovered, and there was no telling what penalty she might be obliged to pay for spying. It was a dreary, deserted place. More than one grave might be made there without much chance of detection. In a few minutes she had reached the hillside and was among the great boulders. She passed between the same ones where Mr. Cragg had disappeared, but found so many set here and there that to follow his trail was impossible, unless chance led her aright. There were no paths, for a rubble of small stones covered the ground everywhere. Between some of the huge rocks the passage was so narrow she could scarcely squeeze through. Between others there was ample space for two people to walk abreast. The girl paused frequently to listen, taking care the while to make no sound herself, but an intense silence pervaded the place. After wandering here and there for a time without result, she had started to return to the entrance of this labyrinth, when her ears for the first time caught a sound, a peculiar grinding, thumping sound that came from beneath her feet seemingly, and was of so unusual a character that she was puzzled to explain its cause. The shadows cast by the towering rocks rendered this place quite dark, so Josie crouched in the deepest shade she could find and listened carefully to the strange sound, trying to determine its origin. It was surely underground, a little to the right of her, perhaps beneath the hillside, which slanted abruptly from this spot. She decided there must be some secret passage that led to a cave under the hill. Such a cave might be either natural or artificial. In either case she was sure old Cragg used it as a rendezvous or workshop, and visited it stealthily on his wakeful nights. Having located the place to the best of her ability, Josie began to consider what caused that regular thumping noise, which still continued without intermission. "I think it must be some sort of engine," she reflected, "a stamp for ore, or something of that sort. Still, it isn't likely there is any steam or electrical power to operate the motor of so big a machine. It must be a die stamp, though, operated by foot power, or, this is most likely, a foot power printing press. Well, if a die stamp or a printing press, I believe the mystery of old Swallowtail's business is readily explained." She sat still there, crouching between the rocks, for more than 2 hours before the sound of the machine finally ceased. Another hour passed in absolute silence. She ventured to flash her pocket searchlight upon the dial of her watch, and found it was nearly 4 o'clock. Dawn would come presently, and then her situation would be more precarious than ever. While she thus reflected, the sound of footsteps reached her ears, very near to her indeed, and then a voice muttered, "Come this way. Have you forgotten?" "Forgotten? I found the place, didn't I?" was the surly reply. Then there passed her, so closely that she could have touched them, 3 dim forms. She watched them go and promptly followed, taking the chance of discovery if they looked behind. They were wholly unconscious of her presence, however, and soon made their way out into the open. There they paused, and Josie, hiding behind a high rock, could both see and hear them plainly. One was old Cragg, another, a tall, thin man with a monocle in his left eye. The third, she found to her surprise, was none other than Jim Bennett, the postman. The tall man held in his arms a heavy bundle, securely wrapped. "You'll surely get them off tomorrow," said Cragg to him. "Of course," was the answer. "You may be certain I'll not have them on my hands longer than is necessary." "Do you mean to play square this time?" "Don't be a fool," said the tall man impatiently. "Your infernal suspicions have caused trouble enough during the past year. Hidden like a crab in your shell, you think everything on the outside is going wrong. Can't you realize, Cragg, that I must be loyal to CIL? There is no question of my playing square. I've got to." "That's right, sir," broke in Jim Bennett. "Seems to me he has explained everything in a satisfactory manner, as far as anyone could explain." "Then good night," said Cragg gruffly, "and good luck." "Good night," growled the tall man in return, and made off in the direction of the automobile, carrying the package with him. The other two stood silently watching him until he reached the car, took his seat and started the motor. Presently the machine passed out of sight, and then Bennet said, in a tone of deepest respect, "Good night, Chief. This meeting was a great thing for CIL. It brings us all nearer to final success." "I wish I could trust him," replied Cragg doubtfully. "Good night, Jim." The postman made off in another direction, and the old man waited until he had fully disappeared before he walked away over the stones himself. Josie let him go. She did not care to follow him home. Weary though she was from her long vigil, she determined to examine the rocks by daylight before she left the place. The sun was just showing its rim over the hills when she quitted Hezekiah Cragg's 5 acres of stone and took the lane to the highway. But her step was elastic, her eyes bright, her face smiling. "I found the entrance, though I couldn't break in," she proudly murmured, "but a little dynamite, or perhaps a few blows of an axe, will soon remove the barrier. This affair, however, is now too big and too serious for me to handle alone. I must have help. I think it will amaze dear old Dad to know what I've stumbled on this night." End of Chapter 17. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 18. Doubts and Suspicions. Mary Louise entered her friend's room at 7 o'clock and exclaimed, "Not up yet?" Josie raised her head drowsily from the pillow. "Let me sleep till noon," she pleaded. "I've been out all night." "And did you learn anything?" was the eager question. "Please let me sleep." "Shall I send you up some breakfast, Josie?" "Breakfast. Bah!" She rolled over, drawing the clothes about her, and Mary Louise softly left the darkened room and went down to breakfast. "Gran'pa Jim," she said, thoughtfully buttering her toast, "do you think it's right for Josie to be wandering around in the dead of night?" He gave her an odd look and smiled. "If I remember aright, it was one Miss Mary Louise Burrows who thrust Josie into this vortex of mystery." "You didn't answer my question, Gran'pa Jim." "I can imagine no harm, to girl or man, in being abroad in this peaceful country at night, if one has the nerve to undertake it. You and I, dear, prefer our beds. Josie is wrapped up in the science of criminal investigation, and has the enthusiasm of youth to egg her on. Moreover, she is sensible enough to know what is best for her. I do not think we need to worry over her nightly wanderings, which doubtless have an object. Has she made any important discovery as yet?" "I believe not," said Mary Louise. "She has learned enough to be positive that old Mr. Cragg is engaged in some secret occupation of an illegal character, but so far she is unable to determine what it is. He's a very queer old man, it seems, but shrewd and clever enough to keep his secret to himself." "And how about the disappearance of Mr. Joselyn?" "We're divided in opinion about that," said the girl. "Ingua and I both believe Mr. Cragg murdered him, but Josie isn't sure of it. If he did, however, Josie thinks we will find the poor man's grave somewhere under the stones of the river bed. There was no grave dug on our grounds, that is certain." Colonel Hathaway regarded her seriously. "I am sorry, Mary Louise," he remarked, "that we ever decided to mix in this affair. I did not realize when first you proposed having Josie here that the thing might become so tragic." "It has developed under investigation, you see," she replied. "But I am not very sure of Josie's ability, because she is not very sure of it herself. She dare not, even yet, advance a positive opinion. Unless she learned something last night she is still groping in the dark." "We must give her time," said the colonel. "We have accomplished some good, however," continued the girl. "Ingua is much happier and more content. She is improving in her speech and manners, and is growing ambitious to become a respectable and refined young lady. She doesn't often give way to temper, as she used to do on every occasion, and I am sure if she could be removed from her grandfather's evil influence she would soon develop in a way to surprise us all." "Does her grandfather's influence seem to be evil, then?" asked the colonel. "He has surrounded her with privations, if not actual want," she said. "Only the night before this he was in such a violent rage that he tried to smash everything in the house. That is surely an evil example to set before the child, who has a temper of her own, perhaps inherited from him. He has, however, bought her a new dress, the first one she has had in more than a year, so perhaps the old man at times relents toward his granddaughter, and tries to atone for his shortcomings." Gran'pa Jim was thoughtful for a time. "Perhaps," he presently remarked, "Mr. Cragg has but little money to buy dresses with. I do not imagine that a man so well educated as you report him to be would prefer to live in a hovel, if he could afford anything better." "If he is now poor, what has he done with all his money?" demanded Mary Louise. "That is a part of the mystery, isn't it? Do you know, my dear, I can't help having a kindly thought for this poor man. Perhaps because he is a grandfather and has a granddaughter, just as I have." "He doesn't treat her in the same way, Gran'pa Jim," said she, with a loving look toward the handsome old colonel. "And there is a perceptible difference between Ingua and Mary Louise," he added with a smile. They were to have Ingua's dress fitted by Miss Huckins that morning, and as Josie was fast asleep, Mary Louise went across to the cottage to go with the girl on her errand. To her surprise she found old Mr. Cragg sitting upon his little front porch, quite motionless and with his arms folded across his chest. He stared straight ahead and was evidently in deep thought. This was odd, because he was usually at his office an hour or more before this time. Mary Louise hesitated whether to advance or retreat. She had never as yet come into personal contact with Ingua's grandfather, and suspecting him of many crimes, she shrank from meeting him now. But she was herself in plain sight before she discovered his presence, and it would be fully as embarrassing to run away as to face him boldly. Moreover, through the open doorway she could see Ingua passing back and forth in the kitchen, engaged in her customary housework. So on she came. Mr. Cragg had not seemed to observe her at first, but as she now approached the porch he rose from his chair, and bowed with a courtly grace that astonished her. In many ways his dignified manners seemed to fit his colonial costume. "You will find Ingua inside, I believe," he said. I am Mary Louise Burrows." Again he bowed. "I am glad to meet you, Miss Burrows, and I am glad that you and Ingua are getting acquainted," he rejoined in even, well-modulated tones. "She has not many friends, and her association with you will be sure to benefit her." Mary Louise was so amazed that she fairly gasped. I like Ingua," she said. "We're going into town to have her new dress tried on this morning." He nodded and resumed his chair. His unexpected politeness gave her courage. "It's going to be a pretty dress," she continued, "and, if only she had a new hat to go with it, Ingua would have a nice outfit. She needs new shoes, though," as an afterthought, "and perhaps a few other little things, like stockings and underwear." He was silent, wholly unresponsive to her suggestion. I'd like to buy them for her myself," went on the girl in a wistful tone, "only Ingua is so proud that she won't accept gifts from me." Still he remained silent. "I wonder," she said, with obvious hesitation, "if you would allow me to give you the things, sir, and then you could give them to Ingua, as if they came from yourself." "No!" It was a veritable explosion, so fierce that she started back in terror. Then he rose from his chair, abruptly, quitted the porch, and walked down the path toward the bridge in his accustomed, deliberate, dignified manner. Ingua, overhearing his ejaculation, came to the open window to see what had caused it. "Oh, it's you, Mary Louise, is it?" she exclaimed. "Thank goodness, you've drove Granddad off to the office. I thought he'd planted himself in that chair for the whole day." "Are you ready to go to Miss Huckins?" asked Mary Louise. "I will be in a few minutes. Granddad was late getting up this morning, and that put things back. He had the wakes again last night." "Oh, did he walk out, then?" "Got back at about daylight and went to bed. That's why he slept so late." Mary Louise reflected that in such a case Josie ought to have some news to tell her. She answered Ingua's inquiries after Josie by saying she was engaged this morning, and would not go to town with them, so presently the two girls set off together. Mary Louise was much better qualified to direct the makings of the dress than was Josie, and she gave Miss Huckins some hints on modern attire that somewhat astonished the country dressmaker, but were gratefully received. There was no question but that Mary Louise was stylishly, if simply, dressed, on all occasions, and so Miss Huckins was glad to follow the young girl's advice. They were in the dressmaker's shop a long time, fitting and planning, and when at length they came down the stairs they saw Sol Jerrems standing in his door, and closely scrutinizing, through his big horn spectacles, something he held in his hand. As Mary Louise wished to make a slight purchase at the store, she approached the proprietor, who said in a puzzled tone of voice, "I don't know what to say to you folks, 'cause I'm up in the air. This money may be genuine, but it looks to me like a counterfeit," and he held up a new $10 bill. "I want a roll of tape, please," said Mary Louise. "I hope your money is good, Mr. Jerrems, but its value cannot interest us." "I don't know about that," he replied, looking hard at Ingua. "Old Swallowtail gimme this bill not 10 minutes ago, and said as his granddaughter was to buy whatever she liked, as fur as the money would go. That order was so queer that it made me suspicious. See here, A few days ago old Cragg bought Ingua a new dress, and paid for it, by gum, and now he wants her to get $10 worth of shoes and things. Don't that look mighty strange?" "Why?" asked Mary Louise. "'Cause it's the first money he's spent on the kid since I can remember, and he's always talking poverty and saying how he'll die in the poorhouse if prices keep going up, as they have during the furrin war that's now hummin' across the water. If he's that poor, and on a sudden springs a $10 bill on me for fixin's for his kid, there's sure somethin' wrong somewhere. I got stuck on a bill just like this a year ago, and I ain't goin' to let any goods go till I find out for sure whether it's real money or not." "When can you find out?" inquired Mary Louise. "Tomorrow there's a drummer due here from the city, a feller keen as a razor, who'll know in a minute if the bill is counterfeit. If he says it's good, then Ingua can trade it out, but I ain't goin' to take no chances." Ingua came close to the storekeeper, her face dark with passion. "Come," said Mary Louise, shaking the child's arm. "Let us go home. I am sure Mr. Jerums is over-particular, and that the money is all right. But we can wait until tomorrow easily. Come, Ingua." The child went reluctantly, much preferring to vent her indignation on old Sol. Mary Louise tried to get her mind off the insult. "We'll have the things all right, Ingua," she said. "Wasn't it splendid in your grandfather to be so generous, when he has so little money to spend? And the $10 will fit you up famously. I wish, though," she added, "there was another or a better store at the crossing at which to trade." "Well, there ain't," observed Ingua, "so we have to put up with that Sol Jerums. When I tell Granddad about this business, I bet he'll punch Sol Jerums' nose." "Don't tell him," advised Mary Louise. "Why not?" "I think he gave this money to Mr. Jerums on a sudden impulse. Besides, if there is any question about its being genuine, he will take it back, and you will lose the value of it. Better wait until tomorrow, when of course the drummer will pronounce it all right. My opinion is that Mr. Jerums is so unused to new $10 bills that having one makes him unjustly suspicious." "I guess you're right," said Ingua more cheerfully. "It's amazin' that Granddad loosened up at all, and he might repent, like you say, and take the money back. So I'll be like old Sol. I'll take no chances." End of Chapter 18. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 19. Good Money for Bad. At luncheon Josie appeared at the table, fresh as ever, and Mary Louise began to relate to her and to her grandfather the occurrences of the morning. When she came to tell how Sol Jerums had declared the money counterfeit, Josie suddenly sprang up and swung her napkin around her head, shouting gleefully, "Glory, hallelujah! I've got him! I've trapped old Swallowtail at last." They looked at her in amazement. "What do you mean?" asked Mary Louise. Josie sobered instantly. "Forgive me," she said. "I'm ashamed of myself. Go on with the story. What became of that counterfeit?" "Mr. Jerums has it yet. He is keeping it to show to a commercial traveller who is to visit his store tomorrow. If the man declares the money is good, then Ingua may buy her things." "We won't bother the commercial traveller," said Josie in a tone of relief. "I'm going straight down to the store to redeem that bill. I want it in my possession." Colonel Hathaway regarded her gravely. "I think our female detective, having said so much and having exhibited such remarkable elation, must now explain her discoveries to us more fully," said he. "I'd rather not just yet," protested Josie. "But what have I said in my madness, and what did my words imply?" "From the little I know of this case," replied the Colonel, "I must judge that you believe Mr. Cragg to be a counterfeiter, and that his mysterious business is to counterfeit. In this out-of-the-way place," he continued thoughtfully, "such a venture might be carried on for a long time without detection. Yet there is one thing that, to me, forbids this theory." "What is that, sir?" "A counterfeiter must of necessity have confederates, and Mr. Cragg seems quite alone in the conduct of his mysterious business." Josie smiled quite contentedly. Confederates? Last night's discoveries had proved that old Swallowtail had 2 of these, at least. "Please don't lisp a word of this suspicion at present," she warned her friends. "If I am right, and I have no doubt of that, we are about to uncover a far-reaching conspiracy to defraud the government. But the slightest hint of the danger would enable them to escape, and I want the credit of putting this gang of desperadoes behind bars. Really, I'd no idea, when I began the investigation, that it would lead to anything so important. I thought, at first, it might be a simple murder case. Simple, because the commonest people commit murder, and to the detective the deed is more revolting than exciting. but we may dismiss the murder suspicion entirely." "Oh, indeed? What about Ned Joselyn's mysterious disappearance?" asked Mary Louise. "Joselyn? He disappeared for a purpose," answered Josie. "I saw him last night, monocle and all, acting as old Cragg's confederate. Ned Joselyn is one of those I hope to land in prison." Her hearers seemed quite bewildered by this positive statement. "Where were you last night?" inquired Mary Louise. "At that 5 acres of stone we once visited, which is Mr. Cragg's private property. Hidden somewhere in the hillside is a cavern, and in that cavern the counterfeit money is made. I have heard the printing press turning it out in quantity. I saw Ned Joselyn come away with a package of the manufactured bills, and heard old Swallowtail implore him to play square with the proceeds. There was another of the gang present also, a man whom I had considered quite an innocent citizen of Cragg's Crossing, until I discovered him with the others. I think it was he who operated the press. It has been a very pretty plot, a cleverly conducted plot, and it has been in successful operation for years. But the gang is in the toils just now, and a little red-headed Josie O'Gorman is going to score a victory that will please her detective daddy mightily." Josie was surely elated when she ventured to boast in this manner. The others were duly impressed. "You don't mean to arrest those men alone, do you, Josie?" asked the colonel somewhat anxiously. "No, indeed. I'm not yet quite ready to spring my trap," she replied. "When the time comes I must have assistance, but I want to get all my evidence ship-shape before I call on the Secret Service to make the capture. I can't afford to bungle so important a thing, you know, and this $10 bill, so carelessly given the storekeeper, is going to put one powerful bit of evidence in my hands. That was a bad slip on old Cragg's part, for he has been very cautious in covering his tracks until now. But I surmise that Mary Louise's pleading for Ingua this morning touched his pride, and having no real money at hand he ventured to give the storekeeper a counterfeit. And old Sol, having been caught by a counterfeit once before, I wonder if old Swallowtail gave him that one too, became suspicious of the newness of the bill and so played directly into our hands. So now, if you'll excuse me, I'll run into town without further delay. I won't rest easy until that bill is in my possession." "I'll go with you," said Mary Louise eagerly. Half an hour later the two girls entered the store and found the proprietor alone. Mary Louise made a slight purchase, as an excuse, and then Josie laid 10 silver dollars on the counter and said carelessly, "Will you give me a $10 bill for this silver, Mr. Jerums? I want to send it away in a letter." "Sure, I'd rather have the change than the bill," he answered, taking out his wallet. "But I wouldn't send so much money in a letter if I was you. Better buy a post-office order." "I know my business," she pertly replied, watching him unroll the letter wallet. "No, don't give me that old bill. I'd rather have the new one on top." "That new one," said he, "I don't believe is good. Looks like a counterfeit to me." "Let's see it," proposed Josie, taking the bill and scrutinizing it. "I can tell a counterfeit a mile away." "No, this is all right. I'll take it," she decided. "You're like to get stung if you do," he warned her. "I'll take my chances," said Josie, folding the bill and putting it in her purse. "You've got good money for it, anyhow, so you've no kick coming that I can see." "Why, that must be the bill Mr. Cragg gave you," Mary Louise said to the storekeeper, as if she had just recognized it. "It is," admitted Sol. "Then Ingua can now buy her outfit?" "Any time she likes," he said, "but I want it reg'lar understood that the sewin' girl can't bring the money back to me, if she finds it bad. I ain't sure it's bad, you know, but I've warned her, and now it's her lookout." "Of course it is," agreed Josie, "but don't worry. The bill is as good as gold. I wish I had 100 like it." On their way home Josie stopped to call on Ingua, while Mary Louise, at her friend's request, went on. "I've 2 important things to tell you," Josie announced to the child. "One is that you needn't worry any more about Ned Joselyn's being dead. A girl whom I know well has lately seen him alive and in good health, so whatever your grandfather's crimes may have been, he is not a murderer." Ingua was astounded. After a moment she gasped out, "How do you know? Who was the girl? Are you sure it was Ned Joselyn?" "Quite sure. He has probably been in hiding for some reason. But you mustn't tell a soul about this, Ingua, especially your grandfather. It is part of the secret between us, and that's the reason I've told you." Ingua still stared as if bewildered. "Who was the girl?" she whispered. "I can't tell you her name, but you may depend upon the truth of her statement just the same." "And she's sure it were Ned Joselyn she saw?" "Isn't he tall and thin, with a light mustache and curly hair, and doesn't he wear a glass in one eye?" "With a string to it, yes. That's him sure enough. Where'd she see him?" "Don't ask me questions. That's a part of the girl's secret, you know. She let me tell you this much so you wouldn't worry any longer over the horror of that winter night when your grandfather went to the Kenton house and Joselyn disappeared. I think, Ingua, that the man is crooked and mixed up with a lot of scoundrels who ought to be in jail." Ingua nodded her head. Granddad told him he was crooked, she affirmed. I don't say his granddad is a saint, Josie, but he ain't crooked like Ned. You can bank on that. 'Cause he's a Cragg, and the Craggs is square toes even when they're chillins. Josie smiled at this quaint speech. She was sorry for poor Ingua, whose stalwart belief in the Cragg honesty was doomed to utter annihilation when her grandsire was proved to have defrauded the government by making counterfeit money. But this was no time to undeceive the child, so she said, The other bit of news I have is that Sol Jerrems has traded the bill which he thought was bad for good money, so you can buy your things any time you please. Then it wasn't counterfeit? I saw it myself. I've lived in the city so long that no one can fool me with counterfeit money. I can tell it in 2 looks, Ingua. So I'd rather have a nice new bill than 10 clumsy silver dollars, and I made the trade myself. Where'd you get so much money, Josie? My wages. I don't do much work, but I get paid regularly once a week. She didn't explain that her father made her a weekly allowance, but Ingua was satisfied. What do you think I ought to buy with that money, Josie? I need so many things that it's hard to tell where to begin and where to leave off. Let's make a list, then, and figure it out. This occupied them some time, and proved a very fascinating occupation to the poor girl, who had never before had so much money to spend at one time. I owe it all to Mary Louise, she said gratefully as Josie rose to depart. It seems like no one can refuse Mary Louise anything. When she asked me to be more careful in my speech, didn't I do better? It slips now and then, but I'm always trying. And she tackled Granddad. If you or me or I'd asked Granddad for that money, Josie, we'd never got it in 1,000 years. Why do you suppose Mary Louise gets into people the way she does? It's personality, I suppose, answered Josie thoughtfully. And then, realizing that Ingua might not understand that remark, she added, There's no sham about Mary Louise. She's so simple and sweet that she wins hearts without any effort. You and I have natures so positive, on the contrary, that we seem always on the aggressive, and that makes folks hold aloof from us, or even oppose us. I wish I was like Mary Louise, said Ingua with a sigh. I don't, declared Josie. We can't all be alike, you know, and I'd rather push ahead and get a few knocks on the way than have a clear path and no opposition. End of Chapter 19. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 20. An Unexpected Appearance. For a week it was very quiet at Cragg's Crossing. The only ripple of excitement was caused by the purchase of Ingua's new outfit. In this the child was ably assisted by Mary Louise and Josie. Indeed, finding the younger girl so ignorant of prices, and even of her own needs, the 2 elder ones entered into a conspiracy with old Sol, and slyly added another $10 to Ingua's credit. The result was that she carried home not only shoes and a new hat, trimmed by Miss Huckins without cost, the material being furnished from the fund, but a liberal supply of underwear, ribbons, collars, and hosiery, and even a pair of silk gloves, which delighted the child's heart more than anything else. Miss Huckins's new dress proved very pretty and becoming, and with all her wealth of apparel Ingua was persuaded to dine with Mary Louise at the Kenton house on a Saturday evening. The hour was set for 7 o'clock, in order to allow the girl to prepare her grandfather's supper before going out, and the first intimation old Swallowtail had of the arrangement was when he entered the house Saturday evening and found Ingua arrayed in all her finery. He made no remark at first, but looked at her more than once, whether approvingly or not his stolid expression did not betray. When the girl did not sit down to the table and he observed she had set no place for herself, he suddenly said, "Well?" "I'm goin' to eat with the Hathaways tonight," she replied. "Their dinner ain't ready till 7 o'clock, so if you hurry I can wash the dishes afore I go." He offered no objection. Indeed, he said nothing at all until he had finished his simple meal. Then, as she cleared the table, he said, "It might be well, while you are in the society of Mary Louise and Colonel Hathaway, to notice their method of speech and try to imitate it." "What's wrong with my talk?" she demanded. She was annoyed at the suggestion, because she had been earnestly trying to imitate Mary Louise's speech. "I will leave you to make the discovery yourself," he said dryly. She tossed her dishes into the hot water rather recklessly. "If I orter talk different," she said, "it's your fault. You hain't give me no schoolin' or nothin'. You don't even say 6 words a week to me. I'm just your slave, to make your bed and cook your meals and wash your dishes. Gee, how do you s'pose I'd talk? Like a lady?" I think, he quietly responded, you picked up your slang from your mother, who, however, had some education. The education ruined her for the quiet life here, and she plunged into the world to get the excitement she craved. Hasn't she been sorry for it many times, Ingua? I don't know much about Ma'am, and I don't care whether she's sorry or not. But I do know I need a education. If Mary Louise hadn't had no education, she'd been just like me, a bit of junk on a scrap heap that ain't no good to itself nor anybody else. He mused silently for a while, getting up finally and walking over to the door. Your peculiarities of expression, he then remarked, as if more to himself than to the child, are those we notice in Saul Jerrems and Joe Brennan and Mary Ann Hopper. They are characteristic of the rural population, which, having no spur to improve its vocabulary, naturally grows degenerate in speech. She glanced at him half defiantly, not sure whether he was poking fun at her or not. If you mean I talks country talk, said she, you're right. Why shouldn't I, with no one to tell me better? Again he mused. His mood was gentle this evening. I realize I have neglected you, he presently said. You were thrust upon me like a stray kitten, which one does not want but cannot well reject. Your mother has not supplied me with money for your education, although she has regularly paid for your keep. She has! Cried Ingua, astounded. Then you've swindled her and me both, for I pays more'n my keep in hard work. My keep? For the love o' Mike, what does my keep amount to? A cent a year? He winced a little at her sarcasm, but soon collected himself. Strangely enough, he did not appear to be angry with her. I've neglected you, he repeated, but it has been an oversight. I have so much on my mind that I scarcely realized you were here. I forgot you are Nan's child and that you needed attention. Ingua put on her new hat, looking into a cracked mirror. You might have remembered I'm a Cragg, anyhow, she said, mollified by his tone of self-reproach. And you might have remembered as you're a Cragg. The Craggs are to help each other, 'cause all the world's agin 'em. He gave her an odd look, in which pride, perplexity, and astonishment mingled. And you're going into the enemy's camp tonight? Oh, Mary Louise is all right. She ain't like them other snippy girls that sometimes comes here to the big houses. She don't care if I'm a Cragg or if I talks country. I like Mary Louise. When she had gone, the old man sat in deep thought for a long time. The summer evening cast shadows. Twilight fell. Darkness gradually shrouded the bare little room. Still he sat in his chair, staring straight ahead into the gloom and thinking. Then the door opened. Shifting his eyes, he discovered a dim shadow in the opening. Whoever it was stood motionless until a low, clear voice asked sharply, "Anybody home?" He got up then, and shuffled to a shelf, where he felt for a kerosene lamp and lighted it. "Come in, Nan," he said without turning around, as he stooped over the lamp and adjusted the wick. The yellow light showed a young woman, standing on the doorway, a woman of perhaps 35. She was tall, erect, her features well formed, her eyes bright and searching. Her walking suit was neat and modish, and fitted well her graceful, rounded form. On her arm was a huge basket, which she placed upon a chair as she advanced into the room and closed the door behind her. "So you've come back," remarked Old Swallowtail, standing before her and regarding her critically. "A self-evident fact, Dad," she answered lightly, removing her hat. "Where's Ingua?" "At a dinner party across the river." "That's good. Is she well?" "What do you care, Nan, whether she is well or not?" "If she's at a dinner party, I needn't worry. Forgive the foolish question, Dad. Brennan promised to bring my suitcase over in the morning. I lugged the basket myself." "What's in the basket?" "Food. Unless you've changed your mode of living, the cupboard's pretty bare, and this is Saturday night. I can sleep on that heartbreaking husk mattress with Ingua, but I'll be skinned if I eat your salt junk and corn pone. Forewarned is forearmed. I brought my own grub." As she spoke, she hung her hat and coat on some pegs, turned the lamp a little higher, and then, pausing with hands on hips, she looked inquisitively at her father. "You seem pretty husky for your age," she continued, with a hard little laugh. "You've been prospering, Nan." "Yes," sitting in a chair and crossing her legs. "I've found my forte at last. For 3 years, nearly, I've been employed by the Secret Service Department at Washington." "Ah." "I've made good. My record as a woman sleuth is excellent. I make more money in a week, when I'm working, than you do in a year. Unless—" She paused abruptly and gave him a queer look. "Unless it's true that you're coining money in a way that's not legal." He stood motionless before her, reading her face. She returned his scrutiny with interest. Neither resumed the conversation for a time. Finally, the old man sank back into his chair. "A female detective," said he, a little bitterly, "is still a female." "And likewise a detective. I know more about you, Dad, than you think," she asserted, in an easy, composed tone that seemed impossible to disturb. "You need looking after, just at this juncture, and as I've been granted a vacation I ran up here to look after you." "In what way, Nan?" "We'll talk that over later. There isn't much love lost between us, more's the pity. You've always thought more of your infernal cause than your daughter. But we're Craggs, both of us, and it's the Cragg custom to stand by the family." It struck him as curious that Ingua had repeated almost those very words earlier that same evening. He had never taught them the Cragg motto, "Stand fast," that he could remember, yet both Nan and her child were loyal to the code. Was he loyal, too? Had he stood by Nan in the past and Ingua in the present, as a Cragg should do? His face was a bit haggard as he sat in his chair and faced his frank-spoken daughter, whose clear eyes did not waver before his questioning gaze. "I know what you're thinking," said she, "that I've never been much of a daughter to you. Well, neither have you been much of a father to me. Ever since I was born and my unknown mother, lucky soul, died, you've been obsessed by an idea which, lofty and altruistic as you might have considered it, has rendered you self-centred, cold and inconsiderate of your own flesh and blood. Then there's that devilish temper of yours to contend with. I couldn't stand the life here. I wandered away and goodness knows how I managed to live year after year in a struggle with the world, rather than endure your society and the hardships you thrust upon me. You've always had money, yet not a cent would you devote to your family. You lived like a dog and wanted me to do the same, and I wouldn't. Finally I met a good man and married him. He wasn't rich, but he was generous. When he died I was thrown on my own resources again, with a child of my own to look after. Circumstances forced me to leave Ingua with you while I hunted for work. I found it. I'm a detective, well known and respected in my profession." "I'm glad to know you're prosperous," he said gently, as she paused. He made no excuses. He did not contradict her accusations. He waited to hear her out. "So," said Nan in a careless, off-hand tone, "I've come here to save you. You're in trouble." "I'm not aware of it." "Very true. If you were, the danger would be less. I've always had to guess at most of your secret life. I knew you were sly and secretive. I didn't know until now that you've been crooked." He frowned a little, but made no retort. "It doesn't surprise me, however," she continued. "A good many folks are crooked at times, and the only wonder is that a clever man like you has tripped and allowed himself to fall under suspicion. Suspicion leads to investigation, when it's followed up, and investigation, in such cases, leads to jail." He gave a low growl that sounded like the cry of an enraged beast, and gripped the arms of his chair fiercely. Then he rose and paced the room with frantic energy. Nan watched him with half a smile on her face. When he had finally mastered his wrath and became more quiet, she said, "Don't worry, Dad. I said I have come to save you. It will be fun, after working for the government for so long, to work against it. There's a certain red-headed imp in this neighbourhood who is the daughter of our assistant chief, John O'Gorman. Her name is Josie O'Gorman, and she's in training for the same profession of which I'm an ornament. I won't sneer at her, for she's clever in a way, but I'd like to show O'Gorman that Nan Shelley—that's my name in Washington—is a little more clever than his pet. This Josie O'Gorman is staying with the Hathaway family. She's been probing your secret life and business enterprises, and has unearthed an important clue in which the department is bound to be interested. So she sent a code telegram to O'Gorman, who left it on his desk long enough for me to decipher and read it. I don't know what the assistant chief will do about it, for I left Washington an hour later and came straight to you. What I do know is that I'm in time to spike Miss Josie's guns, which will give me a great deal of pleasure. She doesn't know I'm your daughter, any more than O'Gorman does, so if the girl sees me here she'll imagine I'm on government business. I want to keep out of her way for a time. Do you know the girl, Dad?" "Yes," he said. "She's rather clever." "Yes." "I think she'd have nabbed you presently, if I hadn't taken hold of the case so promptly myself. With our start, and the exercise of a grain of intelligence, we can baffle any opposition the girl can bring to bear. Do you wish to run away?" "No," he growled. "I'm glad of that. I like the excitement of facing danger boldly. But there's ample time to talk over details. I see you've had your supper, so I'll just fry myself a beefsteak." She opened her basket and began to prepare a meal. Old Swallowtail sat and watched her. Presently he smiled grimly, and Nan never noticed the expression. Perhaps, had she done so, she would have demanded an explanation. He rarely smiled, and certainly his daughter's disclosures were not calculated to excite mirth, or even to amuse. End of Chapter 20. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 21. A Case of Nerves. The hotel at the Crossing was not an imposing affair. Indeed, had there not been an office in the front room, with a wooden desk in one corner, 6 chairs and 2 boxes of sawdust to serve as cuspidors, the building might easily have been mistaken for a private residence. But it stood on the corner opposite the store, and had a worn and scarcely legible sign over the front door, calling it a hotel in capital letters. The Hoppers, who operated the establishment, did an excellent business. On weekdays the farmers who came to town to trade made it a point to eat one of Silas Hopper's 25-cent dinners, famous for at least 5 miles around for profusion and good cookery. On Sundays, and sometimes on other days, an automobile party, touring the country, would stop at the hotel for a meal, and Mrs. Hopper was accustomed to have a chicken dinner prepared every Sunday in the hope of attracting a stray tourist. There were 2 guest rooms upstairs that were religiously reserved in case some patron wished to stay overnight, but these instances were rare, unless a drummer missed his train and couldn't get away from the Crossing until the next day. The Sunday following the arrival of Ingua's mother in town proved a dull day with the Hoppers, who had been compelled to eat their chicken dinner themselves in default of customers. The dishes had been washed, and Mary Ann, the daughter of the house, was sitting on the front porch in her Sunday gown and a rocking-chair, when an automobile drove up to the door and a dapper little man alighted. He was very elaborately dressed, with a silk hat, patent leather shoes, and a cane setting off his Prince Albert coat and lavender-striped trousers. Across his white waistcoat was a heavy gold watch-guard, with an enormous locket dangling from it. He had a sparkling pin in his checkered neck-scarf that might be set with diamonds, but perhaps wasn't. On his fingers gleamed 2 or 3 elaborate rings. He had curly blonde hair and a blonde moustache, and he wore gold-rimmed eyeglasses. Altogether the little man was quite a dandy, and radiated prosperity. So, when the driver of the automobile handed out 2 heavy suitcases, and received from the stranger a crisp bill for his services, Mary Ann Hopper realized with exultation that the hotel was to have a guest. As the car which had brought him rolled away, the little man turned, observed Mary Ann, and removing his silk hat, bowed low. "I presume," he said in precise accents, "that this town is that of Cragg's Crossing, and that this building is the hotel. Am I correct in the surmise?" "I'll call Pa," said Mary Ann, somewhat embarrassed. Drummers she could greet with unconcern, but this important individual was a man of a different sort. His brilliant personality dazzled her. Mr. Hopper came out in his shirt-sleeves, gave one look at his customer, and put on his coat. "Goin' to stay, sir?" he asked. "For a time, if I like the accommodations," was the reply. "I am in need of perfect quiet. My doctor says I must court tranquillity to avoid a nervous breakdown. I do not know your town. I do not know your hotel. I hired a man in the city to drive me until I came to a quiet place. He assured me, on the way, that this is a quiet place." "I dunno him," said Hopper, "but he didn't put up no bluff. If you can find a quieter place nor this, outside a graveyard, I'll board you for nothin'." "I thank you for your assurance, sir. Can you show me to the best room you can place at my disposal?" "Had dinner?" "I thank you, yes. I am weary from the long ride. I will lie down for an hour. Then I will take my usual walk. When I return I would like an omelette with mushrooms. I suppose you have no truffles? For my evening meal." The landlord grinned and picked up the suitcases. "We're just out of truffles and we're out of mushrooms," he said, "but we're long on eggs and you can have 'em omeleted or fried or boiled, as it suits your fancy. Sophie's best hold is cookin' eggs. Sophie's my wife, you know, and there ain't no better cook in 7 counties, so the drummers say." As he spoke he entered the house and led the way up the stairs. Thank you," said the stranger. "I'm glad your wife is an experienced cook. Kindly ask her to spare no expense in preparing my meals. I am willing to pay liberally for what I receive." "This room, with board," remarked Hopper, setting down the suitcases in the front corner bedchamber, "will cost you $1 a day or $5 a week, if you eat our reg'lar meals. If you keep callin' for extries, I'll have to charge you extry." very reasonable indeed," declared the stranger, taking a roll of bills from his pocket. As I am at present unknown to you, I beg you to accept this $5 bill in advance. And now, if you will bring me a pitcher of ice water, I will take my needed siesta. My nerves, as you may have observed, are at somewhat of a tension today." "We're out of ice," remarked the landlord, pocketing the money, "but you'll find plenty of good cold water at the pump in the back yard. Anything else, sir?" "I thank you, no. I am not thirsty. Ice water is not necessary to my happiness. You will pardon me if I ask to be left alone with my nerves." Hopper went away chuckling. His wife and Mary Ann were both at the foot of the stairs, lying in wait to question him. "That feller's as good as a circus," he asserted, taking off his coat again and lighting his corncob pipe. "He's got nerves and money, and he's come here to get rid of 'em both." "Who is he?" demanded Mrs. Hopper. "By gum, I forgot to ask him. I got thanked for everything I couldn't do, and I've got $5 of his money in my jeans as evidence of good faith. The whole performance sort of knocked me out." "No wonder," asserted his wife sympathetically. "I bet he's some cumpkins, though," declared Mary Ann, "and he'll be a godsend to us after a dull week. Only remember this, if he kicks on the feed, he don't get no satisfaction out of me." "I don't think he'll kick on anything," said her father. "He wants eggs for his supper and an omelette." "He couldn't want anything that's cheaper to make," said Mrs. Hopper. "The hens are layin' fine just now." "When he comes down, make him register," suggested Mary Ann. "If you don't, we won't know what to call him." "I'll call him an easy mark, whatever his name is," said the landlord, grinning at his own attempt at wit. The stranger kept to his room until 5 o'clock. Then he came down, spick and span, his cane under his arm, upon his hands a pair of bright yellow kid gloves. "I will now indulge in my walk," said he, addressing the family group in the office. "My nerves are better, but still vibrant. I shall be further restored on my return." "Just sign the register," proposed Hopper, pointing to a worn and soiled book spread upon the counter. "Hate to trouble you, but it's one of the rules of my hotel." "No trouble, thank you, no trouble at all," responded the stranger, and drawing a fountain pen from his pocket he approached the register and wrote upon the blank page. "I hope there is nothing to see in your town," he remarked, turning away. "I don't wish to see anything. I merely desire to walk." "Your wish'll come true, I guess," said Hopper. "I've lived here over 20 year and I hain't seen nothin' yet, but the walkin' is as good as it is anywhere." "Thank you. I shall return at 6 o'clock for the omelette." And he walked away with short, mincing steps that seemed to them all very comical. 3 heads at once bent over the register, on which the stranger had written in clear, deliberate characters, "Lysander Antonius Sinclair, B.N., from Boston, Massachusetts." "I wonder what the B.N. stands for," said Mary Ann Hopper, curiously. "Bum nerves, of course," replied the landlord. "He's got 'em, sure enough." End of Chapter 21. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 22. Ingua's Mother. "And how do you like your grandfather? Is he good to you?" asked Mrs. Scammell on Sunday forenoon, as she sat on the porch beside her small daughter. Old Swallowtail did not usually go to his office on Sundays, but kept his room at the cottage and wrote letters. Today, however, he had wandered down the path and disappeared, and Nan and Ingua were both glad to see him go. "No," answered the child to both questions. "You don't like him?" "How can I, when he just sets and glares at me every time he comes into the house, 'cept when he complains I ain't doing my work proper. It were a sort of mean trick of yourn, Mom, leaving me here to slave for that old man while you was off in the cities having a good time." "Yes," said Nan, "I was frolicking with starvation until I got a job, and it was the sort of job that wouldn't allow having a child around. But since I've been making money I've sent Dad $5 every week for your clothes and board." "You have? Every week?" 10 cents a week would pay for all the grub he gives me, and there ain't a beggar in the county that sports the rag and tatters I does. That new dress I had on last night was the first thing in clothes he's bought me for a year, and I guess I wouldn't have had that if Mary Louise hadn't told him he orter dress me more decent." Nan's brow grew dark. "I'll have it out with him for that," she promised. "What does he do with his money, Ingua?" "Salts it, I guess. I never seen him have any. It's one of the mysteries, Mom. Mysteries is thick around Granddad, and folks suspicion most anything about him. All I know is that he ain't no spendthrift. Once, when Ned Joselyn used to come here, there was lots of money passed between 'em. I saw it myself. I helped pick it up onct when they quarreled and upset the table and spilled things. But since Ned went away, Granddad's been more savin' than ever." "Ingua," said Nan thoughtfully, "I want you to tell me all you know about Ned Joselyn from the time he first came here." Ingua regarded her mother with serious eyes. "All?" she inquired. "Everything, little or big, that you can recollect." "You'll stick to Granddad, won't you?" "That's what I'm here for. There are enemies on his trail, and I mean to save him." "What's he done?" "I've got to find that out. When I was here before, I knew he had some secret interest to which he was devoted, but I was too indifferent to find out what it was. Now I want to know. If I'm going to save him from the penalties of his crime, I must know what the crime is. I think this man Joselyn is mixed up with it in some way, so go ahead and tell me all you know about him." Ingua obeyed. For more than an hour she earnestly related the story of Ned Joselyn, only pausing to answer an occasional question from her mother. When she came to that final meeting at Christmas week, and Jocelyn's mysterious disappearance, Nan asked, "Do you think he killed him?" "I was pretty sure of it till yesterday, when Josie told me a friend of hers had seen him alive and well." "Josie O'Gorman?" "No, Josie Jessup. She's the sewing girl over to Mary Louise's." "I know, but that girl has more names than one. Do you know her very well, Ingua?" "She's my best chum," declared the child. "Josie's a dandy girl, and I like her." "Have you told her anything about your granddad?" "A little," Ingua admitted, hesitating. "See here," said Nan, scowling, "I'll put you wise. This red-headed Josie O'Gorman is a detective. She's the daughter of the man I work for in Washington, the assistant chief of the department, and she is here to try to land your granddad in jail. What's more, Ingua, she's likely to do it, unless you and I find a way to head her off." Ingua's face depicted astonishment, grief, and disappointment. Finally she said, "Granddad didn't murder Ned, for Josie herself told me so I can't see what he's done to go to jail for." "He has counterfeited money," said Nan in a low voice. "Granddad has?" "So they say, and I believe it may be true. Josie has wired her father that she's got the goods on old Swallowtail, and has asked that somebody be sent to arrest him. I saw the telegram and made up my mind I'd get the start of the O'Gormans. Dad won't run away. I've warned him they are on his trail and he didn't make any reply. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone this very day to cover up his traces. He's bright enough to know that if he destroys all evidence they can't prove anything against him." She spoke musingly, more to herself than the child beside her, but Ingua drew a deep sigh and remarked, "Then it's all right. Granddad is slick. They'll have to get up early in the morning to beat him at his own game. But I wonder what he does with the counterfeit money, or the real money he trades it for." "I think I know," said her mother. "He's chucked a fortune into one crazy idea, in which his life has been bound up ever since I can remember, and I suppose he tried counterfeiting to get more money to chuck away in the same foolish manner." "What crazy idea is that?" inquired Ingua. "I'll tell you some time. Just now I see your friend Josie coming, and that's a bit of good luck. I'm anxious to meet her, but if she sees me first she won't come in." As she spoke she rose swiftly and disappeared into the house. "Stay where you are, Ingua," she called from within in a low voice. "I don't want her to escape." Josie was even now making her way across the stepping-stones. Presently she ran up the bank, smiling, and plumped down beside Ingua. "Top of the morning to you," she said. "How did you enjoy your first evening in society?" "They were all very good to me," replied Ingua slowly, looking at her friend with troubled eyes. "I had a nice time, but—" "You were a little shy," said Josie, "but that was only natural. When you get better acquainted with Mary Louise and the dear old Colonel, you'll—" She stopped abruptly, for looking up she saw standing in the doorway Nan Shelley, by which name she knew her, who was calmly regarding her. The shock of surprise, for shock it surely was, seemed brief, for almost instantly Josie completed her broken speech. "When you know them better you'll feel quite at home in their society. Hello, Nan." "What? Josie O'Gorman? You here?" with well-affected surprise. "You know it. But how came you here, Nan? Has Daddy sent you to help me?" "Help you? In what way?" "Help me enjoy country life," said Josie, colouring at her slip. "Why, I'm on a vacation. You don't seem to understand. I'm Ingua's mother." Josie's self-control wasn't proof against this second shock. Her blue eyes stared, amazed. With a low exclamation she stood up and faced the woman. "Ingua's mother? You, Nan!" "Just so," with a quiet smile. "Then you ought to be ashamed of yourself," declared Josie with righteous indignation. "You're one of the best-paid women in the department, and you've left your poor child here to starve and slave for a wretched old—" She paused. "Well, what is he?" asked Nan with tantalizing gentleness. "An old skinflint at the least. Shame on you, Nan! Ingua's a dear little girl, and you—" You're an unnatural mother. Why, I never suspected you were even married." "I'm a widow, Josie." "And old Swallowtail is your father? How strange. But why did you come here just now?" with sudden suspicion. "I've just finished the Hilliard case, and they gave me a vacation. So I came here to see my little girl. I didn't know she was being neglected, Josie. I shall take better care of her after this. My visit to Cragg's Crossing is perfectly natural, for I was born here. But you, what are you up to, Josie?" "I'm visiting Mary Louise Burrows." "With what object?" A detective must be quick-witted. Josie's brain was working with lightning-like rapidity. In a few brief seconds she comprehended that if Nan was old Swallowtail's daughter, home on a vacation, she must not be allowed to know that Josie was conducting a case against her father. Otherwise, she might interfere and spoil everything. She knew Nan of old and respected her keen intelligence. Once, when they had been pitted against each other, Josie had won, but she was not sure she could defeat Nan a second time. Therefore it was imperative that old Cragg's daughter remain in ignorance of the fact that Josie was awaiting reinforcements from Washington in order to arrest Nan's father as a counterfeiter. Also, Josie realized instantly that Ingua was likely to tell her mother all she knew about Joselyn, including the stories she had told Josie. So, without hesitation, she answered Nan's question with apparent frankness. "Really, Nan, I came here on a wild-goose chase. A man named Ned Joselyn had mysteriously disappeared, and his wife feared he had met with foul play. I traced him to this place, and as Colonel Hathaway and Mary Louise were living here, in Mrs. Joselyn's own house, by the way, I had myself invited as their guest. Well, the long and short of it is that Joselyn isn't murdered after all. He simply skipped. And since I came here to worry my poor brain over the fellow, he has been discovered, still in hiding, but very much alive." "You suspected my father of killing him?" "I did, and so did others, but it seems he didn't. But even with that precious bubble burst, Mary Louise insisted on my staying for a while, so here I am, and your little girl has become my friend." Ingua knew this story to be quite correct, as far as it regarded her grandfather and Ned Joselyn. Its straightforward relation renewed her confidence in Josie. But Nan knew more than Josie thought she did, having intercepted the girl's telegram to her father, so she said, with a slight sneer which she took no pains to conceal, "You're a clever girl, Josie O'Gorman, a mighty clever girl. You're so clever that I wouldn't be surprised if it tripped you some day, and landed you on your pug nose." Which proved that Nan was not clever, for Josie's indulgent smile masked the thought, "She knows all, and is here to defend her father. I must look out for Nan, for she has a notion I'm still on the track of Hezekiah Cragg." End of Chapter 22. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 23. Peculiar People. Old Swallowtail came home at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The day was hot, yet the old man seemed neither heated nor wearied. Without a word to his daughter or Ingua, he drew a chair to the little shady porch and sat down in their company. Nan was mending her child's old frock. Ingua sat thinking. For half an hour, perhaps, silence was maintained by all. Then Nan turned and asked, "Have you covered your tracks?" He turned his glassy, expressionless eyes toward her. "My tracks, as you call them," said he, "have been laid for 40 years or more. They are now ruts. I cannot obliterate them in a day." The woman studied his face thoughtfully. "You are not worrying over your probable arrest?" "No." "Then it's all right," said she, relieved. "You're a foxy old rascal, Dad, and you've held your own for a good many years. I guess you don't need more than a word of warning." He made no reply, his eyes wandering along the path to the bridge. Mary Louise was coming their way, walking briskly. Her steps slowed a bit as she drew nearer, but she said in an eager voice, "Oh, Mrs. Scammell, Josie has told me you are here and who you are. Isn't it queer how lives get tangled up? But I remember you with gratitude and kindliest thoughts, because you were so considerate of my dear Gran'pa Jim. And to think that you are really Ingua's mother!" Nan rose and took the girl's hands in her own. "I fear I've been a bad mother to my kid," she replied. "But I thought she was all right with her grandfather and happy here. I shall look after her better in the future." Mary Louise bowed to Mr. Cragg, who nodded his head in acknowledgment. Then she sat down beside Ingua. "Are you plannin' to take me away from here, Mama?" asked the child. "Wouldn't you rather be with me than your grandfather?" returned Nan with a smile. I dunno, said Ingua seriously. You're a detective, and I don't like detections. You ain't much like a mother to me, neither, nor I don't know much about you. I dunno yet whether I'm goin' to like you or not. A wave of colour swept over Nan's face. Mary Louise was shocked. The old man turned his inscrutable gaze down the path once more. I like it here, continued the child musingly. Granddad makes me work, but he don't bother me none, 'cept when the devils get hold of him. I 'member that you get the devils, too, once in a while, Marm, and they're about as fierce as Granddad's is. And I gets 'em 'cause I'm a Cragg like the rest o' you, and devils seem to be in Cragg blood. I've a notion it's easier to stand the devils in the country here than in the city where you live. Nan didn't know whether to be amused or angry. Yet you tried to run away once, she reminded Ingua, and it was Mary Louise who stopped you. You told me of this only an hour ago. Didn't I say the devils pick on me sometimes? Demanded the girl. And Mary Louise was right. She fought the devils for me, and I'm glad she did, 'cause I've had a good time with her ever since. And she pressed Mary Louise's hand gratefully. Her child's frankness was indeed humiliating to Nan Scammell, who was by no means a bad woman at heart, and longed to win the love and respect of her little girl. Ingua's frank speech had also disturbed Mary Louise, and made her sorry for both the child and her mother. Old Swallowtail's eyes lingered a moment on Ingua's ingenuous countenance, but he exhibited no emotion whatever. "You're a simple little innocent," remarked Nan to Ingua after a strained pause. "You know so little of the world that your judgment is wholly uninformed. I've a notion to take you to Washington and buy you a nice outfit of clothes, like those of Mary Louise, you know, and put you into a first-class girls' boarding school. Then you'll get civilized and perhaps amount to something." "I'd like that," said Ingua with the first display of enthusiasm, "but who'd look after Granddad?" "Why, we must provide for Dad in some way, of course," admitted Nan after another pause. "I can afford to hire a woman to keep house for him, if I hold my present job. I suppose he has a hoard of money hidden somewhere, but that's no reason he wouldn't neglect himself and starve if left alone. And if he's really poor, I'm the one to help him. How does that arrangement strike you, Ingua?" "It sounds fine," replied the girl, "but any woman that'd come here to work and would stand Granddad's devils wouldn't amount to much nohow. If we're going to move to the city," she added with a sigh, "let's take Granddad with us." This conversation was becoming too personal for Mary Louise to endure longer. They talked of Mr. Cragg just as if he were not present, ignoring him as he ignored them. With an embarrassed air, Mary Louise rose. "I must go now," said she. "I just ran over to welcome you, Mrs. Scammell, and to ask you and Ingua to dine with us tomorrow night. Will you come? Josie O'Gorman is with us, you know, and I believe you are old friends." Nan hesitated a moment. "Thank you," she replied. "We will be glad to come. You've been mighty good to my little girl, and I am grateful. Please give my regards to Colonel Hathaway." When Mary Louise had gone, the three lapsed into silence again. Ingua was considering, in her childish but practical way, the proposed changes in her life. The mother was trying to conquer her annoyance at the child's lack of filial affection, tacitly admitting that the blame was not Ingua's. The old man stared at the path. Whatever his thoughts might be, he displayed no hint of their nature. Presently there appeared at the head of the path, by the bridge, the form of a stranger, a little man who came on with nervous, mincing steps. He was dressed in dandified fashion, with tall silk hat, a golden-headed cane and yellow kid gloves. Almost he had reached the porch when suddenly he stopped short, looked around in surprise, and ejaculated, "Bless me! Bless me! I've made a mistake. This is a private path to your house. No thoroughfare. Dear me, what an error! An unpardonable error! I hope you will excuse me. I hope so." "To be sure we will," replied Nan with a laugh, curiously eyeing the dapper little man. "The only way out, sir, is back by the bridge." "Thank you. Thank you very much," he said earnestly. I am indulging in a stroll, and my mind wandered, as did my feet. I am an invalid in search of rest. Thank you. Good afternoon." He turned around, and with the same mincing, regular steps retreated along the path. At the bridge he halted as if undecided, but finally continued along the country road past the Kenton Place. Ingua laughed delightedly at the queer man. Nan smiled. Old Swallowtail had altered neither his position nor his blank expression. "He's a queer fish, ain't he?" remarked the girl. "He's pretty lively for an invalid what's lookin' for rest. I wonder when he landed and where he's stoppin'." Something in the child's remark made Nan thoughtful. Presently she laid down her work and said, "I believe I'll take a little walk myself before dark. Want to go along, Ingua?" Ingua was ready. She had on her new dress and hoped they might meet someone whom she knew. They wandered toward the town, where most of the inhabitants were sitting out of doors, a Sunday afternoon custom. Jim Bennett, in his shirt-sleeves, was reading a newspaper in front of the post office. Saul Jerrems and his entire family occupied the platform before the store, which was of course locked. Nance Milliker was playing the organ in the brown house around the corner, and in front of the hotel sat Mary Ann Hopper in her rocking-chair. Nan strolled the length of the street, startling those natives who had formerly known her, Ingua nodding and smiling at everyone. Mary Ann Hopper called as they passed her, "Hello, Ingua! Where'd you get the new duds?" "Miss Huckins made 'em," answered Ingua proudly. "I guess I'll go and shake hands with Mrs. Hopper," said Nan. "Don't you remember me, Mary Ann? I'm Nan Cragg." "Gee, so y'are!" exclaimed Mary Ann wonderingly. "We all s'picioned you was dead long ago." "I'm home for a visit. You folks seem prosperous. How's business?" "Pretty good. We got a new boarder to-day, a feller with bum nerves who come from the city. Gee, but he's togged out to kill. Got money, too, and ain't afraid to spend it. He paid Dad in advance." "That's nice," said Nan. "What's his name?" "It's a funny name, but I can't remember it. You can see it on the register." Nan went inside, leaving Ingua with Mary Ann, and studied the name on the register long and closely. "No," she finally decided, "Lysander isn't calculated to arouse suspicion. He wears a wig, I know, but that is doubtless due to vanity and not a disguise. I at first imagined it was someone O'Gorman had sent down here to help Josie, but none of our boys would undertake such a spectacular personation, bound to attract attention. This fellow will become the laughing-stock of the whole town, and every move he makes will be observed. I'm quite sure there is nothing dangerous in the appearance here of Mr. Lysander Antonius Sinclair." She chatted a few minutes with Mrs. Hopper, whom she found in the kitchen, and then she rejoined Ingua and started homeward. Scarcely were mother and child out of sight, when Mr. Sinclair came mincing along from an opposite direction and entered the hotel. He went to his room, but soon came down, and in a querulous voice demanded his omelette, thanking the landlady again and again for promising it in 10 minutes. He amused them all very much, stating that an omelette for an evening meal was an effective corrective of tired nerves, and would enable him to sleep soundly all night. "I sleep a great deal," he announced, after he had finished his supper and joined Mr. Hopper on the porch. "When I have smoked a cigar, in which luxury I hope you will join me, sir, I shall retire to my couch and rest in the arms of Morpheus until the brilliant sun of another day floods the countryside." "Perhaps it'll rain," suggested the landlord. "Then nature's tears will render us sweetly sympathetic." He offered his cigar-case to Mr. Hopper, who recognized a high-priced cigar and helped himself. "Didn't see anything to make you nervous during your walk, did you?" he inquired, lighting the weed. "Very little. It seems a nice, quiet place, only once I was annoyed. I stumbled into a private path, just before I reached the river, and had to apologize." "Must have struck old Swallowtail's place," remarked the landlord. "Old Swallowtail? Old Swallowtail? And who is he?" queried the stranger. Hopper was a born gossip, and if there was any one person he loved to talk of and criticize and pick to pieces, it was Old Swallowtail. So he rambled on for half an hour, relating the Cragg history in all its details, including the story of Ingua and Ingua's mother, Nan Cragg, who had married some unknown chap named Scammell, who did not long survive the ceremony. Mr. Sinclair listened quietly, seeming to enjoy his cigar more than he did the Cragg gossip. He asked no questions, letting the landlord ramble on as he would, and finally, when Hopper had exhausted his fund of fact and fiction, which were about evenly mixed, his guest bade him good night and retired to his private room. "It ain't 8 o'clock yet," said the landlord to his wife, "but a feller with nerves is best asleep. And when he's asleep he won't waste our kerosene." No, Mr. Sinclair didn't waste the Hopper kerosene. He had a little pocket arrangement which supplied him with a light when, an hour before midnight, he silently rose, dressed himself, and prepared to leave the hotel. He was not attired in what Mary Ann called his glad rags now, but in a dark grey suit of homespun that was nearly the colour of the night. The blonde wig was carefully locked in a suitcase, a small black cap was drawn over his eyes, and thus, completely transformed, Mr. Hopper's guest had no difficulty in gaining the street without a particle of noise betraying him to the family of his host. He went to the post-office, pried open a window, unlocked the mail-bag that was ready for Jim Bennett to carry to the morning train at Chargrove, and from it abstracted a number of letters which he unsealed and read with great care. They had all been written and posted by Hezekiah Cragg. The man spent a couple of hours there, resealing the envelopes neatly and restoring them to the mail-bag. after which he attached the padlock and replaced the bag in exactly its former position. When he had left the little front room which was devoted by the Bennets to the mail service, the only evidence of his visit was a bruised depression beside the window sash, which was quite likely to escape detection. After this, the stranger crept through the town and set off at a brisk pace toward the west, taking the road over the bridge and following it to the connecting branch and thence to the lane. Half an hour later he was standing at old Cragg's stone lot, and another hour was consumed among the huge stones by the hillside, the place where Josie had discovered the entrance to the underground cave. Mr. Sinclair did not discover the entrance, however, so finally he returned to town and mounted the stairs beside Sol Jerrum's store building to the upper hallway. In 5 minutes he was inside of Cragg's outer office. In another 5 minutes he had entered the inner office. There he remained until the unmistakable herald of dawn warned him to be going. However, when he left the building, there was no visible evidence of his visit. He was in his own room and in bed long before Mrs. Hopper gave a final snore and wakened to light the kitchen fire and prepare for the duties of the day. End of Chapter 23. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 24. Facing Danger. Nan's presence at Cragg's Crossing rendered Josie O'Gorman uneasy. She had the Cragg case so well in hand now, and the evidence in her possession was so positively incriminating in her judgment that she did not like to be balked by a clever female detective from her father's own office. She had little doubt but Nan would do all in her power to save old Hezekiah Cragg from the penalty of his misdeeds, and her greatest fear was that he might utterly disappear before O'Gorman sent her assistance. With this fear growing in her mind, on Monday she determined to send another telegram to her father, urging haste, so she obtained permission from the Colonel to have Uncle Eben drive her and Mary Louise to the city, there being no telegraph office at Chargrove Station. But she timed the trip when no trains would stop at Chargrove during her absence, and at the telegraph office she sent an imperative message to John O'Gorman at Washington, demanding instant help. Since all counterfeiting cases belonged distinctly to the Secret Service Department, she had little doubt her father would respond as soon as the affairs at the office would permit him to do so. But the delay was exasperating nevertheless. Indeed, Josie was so sure that the crisis of her case was imminent that she determined to watch old Cragg's house every night until his arrest could be made. If he attempted to escape, she would arrest him herself, with the aid of the little revolver she carried in her dress pocket. On their return journey they overtook Mr. Sinclair about a mile from the crossing. They had never seen the man before, but when he signalled them, Uncle Eben slowed up the machine and stopped beside him. "I beg 1,000 pardons," said the dapper little stranger, removing his silk hat and bowing profoundly to the two girls, "but would you mind taking me to the town? I fear I have turned my ankle. Not seriously, you know, but it is uncomfortable. So if I may sit beside your chauffeur, the favour will be greatly appreciated." "To be sure," said Mary Louise with ready. "Can you get in unaided, or do you wish Uncle Eben to assist you?" Thank you 1,000 times, young lady," he said, climbing into the front seat. "I'm stopping at the hotel," he explained, as the car again started, "for rest and quiet, because of my nervous condition. My doctor said I would suffer a nervous breakdown if I did not seek rest and quiet in the seclusion of some country village. So I came here, and it's secluded, it really is." "I hope your ankle is not seriously injured, sir," said Mary Louise. "Take the gentleman to the hotel, Uncle Eben." "Thank you," said the little man, and fussily removing a card case from his inner pocket he added, "My card, please," and handed it to Mary Louise. Josie glanced at the card too. She had been regarding the stranger thoughtfully, with the same suspicions of him that Nan had formerly entertained. The card was not printed, it was engraved, one point in the man's favour. His blonde hair was a wig, she had a good view of the back of it and was not to be deceived. But perhaps the moustache, which matched his hair, was genuine. Carefully considering the matter, she did not think anyone would come to Cragg's Crossing in disguise, unless he were a confederate of Hezekiah Cragg, helping to circulate the counterfeit money. This odd Mr. Sinclair might be such a person, and working under the direction of Ned Joselyn. Joselyn was in hiding for some unexplained reason. Sinclair could appear openly. There might be nothing in the supposition, but Josie determined to keep an eye on the nervous stranger. He was profuse in his thanks when they let him out at Hopper's Hotel, and Uncle Eben chuckled all the way home. "Dat man am sure some mighty 'stravagant punkins in his own mind," he remarked. "He ought to git his picture took in dat outfit, Mary Louise, just to show how ridiculous a white man can look. He'll have all de kids in de town a-chasin' of him if he gits loose on de streets. All he needs is a brass band to be a circus parade." Nan and Ingua came over to dinner that evening, and Josie was very cordial to Ingua's mother, who treated her chief's daughter with the utmost friendliness. Both Ingua and Mary Louise were surprised by their politeness and comradeship, but neither of the principals was deceived by such a display. Each was on her guard, but realized it was wise to appear friendly. Monday night Josie lurked in the shadows of the river bank until daybreak, never relaxing her espionage of the Craggs' house for a moment. All was quiet, however. Tuesday passed without event. Tuesday night Josie was at her post again, her eyes fixed on the dim light that shone from Mr. Cragg's room. Had she been able to see through the walls of the cottage, she would have found the old man seated in his private apartment, opposite his daughter. Could she have heard their conversation, the low, continuous hum of old Swallowtail's voice, broken only by an occasional question from Nan, she surely would have been astonished. Nan was not much astonished, save at the fact that her father had at last voluntarily confided to her the strange story of his life, a life hitherto unknown to her. She was not easily surprised, but she was greatly impressed, and when he finally rose from his chair and went out into the night, Nan sat in meditation for some time before she followed him. Ingua had long been asleep. Josie, lurking outside, had not expected old Swallowtail to leave the premises, unless he planned to run away. His delivery of counterfeit money to Ned Joselyn had been of too recent a date to render it necessary that he revisit his stone yard for some time to come, she argued. Yet tonight, at a little after 11 o'clock, she saw his shadow pass from the house and take the path to the bridge. Josie followed. At the bridge Mr. Cragg turned westward, and at once she surmised he was bound for his rocky 5 acres. The old man walked deliberately, never thinking to look behind him. He might not have observed anything suspicious had he turned, but 100 feet behind him came Josie O'Gorman, deftly dodging from tree to bush to keep in the dark places by the wayside. And beside Josie silently moved a little man in grey homespun, whose form it would be difficult to distinguish even while he stood in the open. Josie, like the prey she stalked, was too occupied to look behind. Old Swallowtail reached the stone yard and climbed the fence. While he paused there Josie crept close, and noticed a light which suddenly flashed from the hillside. It was a momentary flash, and not very brilliant, but she knew it was a signal, because the old man at once started forward. She let him lead on until he disappeared among the rocks, and then she boldly followed. She knew now where the secret entrance to the cavern was located. Threading her way cautiously through the maze of rocks, the girl finally reached a slanting shelf beneath which she crept on hands and knees. At its farthest edge was a square door of solid oak, rather crudely constructed but thick and substantial. This door stood ajar. Josie, crouching beside the secret entrance, wondered what she ought to do. The regular thumping as of machinery, which she had heard once before, now began and continued without interruption. Here was an opportunity to catch the counterfeiters red-handed, but she was one small girl as opposed to a gang of desperate criminals. "Oh, dear," she whispered half aloud, "I wish Father had paid some attention to my telegram." "He did," responded a soft voice beside her. End of chapter 24. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 25. Father and Daughter. The girl would have screamed had not a hand been swiftly laid across her lips to stifle the sound. She tried to rise, but the shelf of rock beneath which she crouched prevented her. However, she struggled until an arm was passed firmly around her waist, and a stern voice said warningly, "Josie, control yourself." Instantly her form relaxed and became inert. She breathed hard, and her heart still raced, but she was no longer afraid. "Kiss me, Daddy," she whispered, and the man obeyed with a chuckle of delight. There was silence for a time while she collected herself. Then she asked, in a businesslike tone, "When did you get here?" "Sunday," said he. "Good gracious! You must have caught the first train after getting my wire." "I did. A certain gang of unknown counterfeiters has been puzzling me a good deal lately, and I fancied you had located the rascals. "I have," said Josie exultantly. "Where?" he asked. "The rascals are down below us this very minute, Daddy. They are at our mercy." "Old Cragg and Jim Bennett?" "Yes, and perhaps others." Mumbled O'Gorman. "You've a lot to learn yet, Josie. You're quick, you're persevering, you're courageous. But you lack judgment." "Do you mean that you doubt my evidence?" she asked indignantly. "I do." "I've the counterfeit bill here in my pocket, which Cragg tried to pass on the storekeeper," she said. "Let me see it." Josie searched and found the bill. O'Gorman flashed a circle of light on it and studied it attentively. "Here," he said, passing it back to her. "Don't lose it, Josie. It's worth $10. "Isn't it counterfeit?" she asked, trying to swallow a big lump that rose in her throat. "It is one of the recent issues, good as gold." She sat silent, rigid with disappointment. Never had she been as miserable as at this moment. She felt like crying, and a sob really did become audible, in spite of her effort to suppress it. Again O'Gorman passed his arm affectionately around her waist, and held her close, while she tried to think what it all meant. "Was that bill your only basis of suspicion, dear?" he presently inquired. "No, indeed. Do you hear that noise? What are they doing down there?" "I imagine they are running a printing press," he replied. "Exactly," she said triumphantly. "And why do these men operate a printing press in a secret cavern, unless they are printing counterfeit money?" "Ah, there you have allowed your imagination to jump," returned her father. "Haven't I warned you against the danger of imagination? It leads to theory, and theory leads, 9 times in 10, to failure." "Circumstantial evidence is often valuable," declared Josie. "It often convicts," he admitted, "but I am never sure of its justice. Whenever facts are obtainable, I prefer facts." "Can you explain," she said somewhat coldly, for she felt she was suffering a professional rebuke, "what those men below us are printing, if not counterfeit money?" "I can," said he. "And you have been down there investigating?" "Not yet," he answered, coolly. "Then you must be theorizing, Daddy." "Not at all. If you know you have 2 marbles in one pocket and 2 more in another pocket, you may be positive there are 4 altogether, whether you bother to count them individually or not." She pondered this, trying to understand what he meant. "You don't know old Cragg as well as I do," she asserted. "Let us argue that point," he said quickly. "What do you know about him?" "I know him to be an eccentric old man, educated and shrewd, with a cruel and mysterious temper. I know that he has secluded himself in this half-forgotten town for many years, engaged in some secret occupation which he fears to have discovered. I am sure that he is capable of any crime, and therefore, even if that bill is good, I am none the less positive that counterfeiting is his business. No other supposition fits the facts in the case." "Is that all you know about old Cragg?" asked O'Gorman. "Isn't it enough to warrant his arrest?" she retorted. "Not quite. You've forgotten to mention one thing among his characteristics, Josie." "What is that?" "Cragg is an Irishman, just as I am." "What has that to do with it?" "Only this. His sympathies have always been interested on behalf of his downtrodden countrymen. I won't admit they are downtrodden, Josie, even to you, but Cragg thinks they are. His father was an emigrant, and Hezekiah himself was born in Dublin, and came to this country while an infant. He imagines he is Irish yet. Perhaps he is." There was a note of bewilderment in the girl's voice as she asked, "What has his sympathy for the Irish to do with this case?" "Hezekiah Cragg," explained O'Gorman, speaking slowly, "is at the head of an organization known as the Champions of Irish Liberty. For many years this CIL fraternity has been growing in numbers and power, fed by money largely supplied by Cragg himself. I have proof, indeed, that he has devoted his entire fortune to this cause, as well as all returns from his business enterprises. He lives in comparative poverty that the Champions of Irish Liberty may finally perfect their plans to free Ireland, and allow the Irish to establish a self-governing republic." "But why all this secrecy, Daddy?" she asked wonderingly. "His work here is a violation of neutrality. It is contrary to the treaty between our country and England. According to our laws, Hezekiah Cragg and his followers, in seeking to deprive England of her Irish possession, are guilty of treason." "Could he be prosecuted for sympathizing with his own race?" "No. For sending them arms and ammunition to fight with, yes. And that is what they have been doing." "Then you can arrest him for this act?" "I can," said O'Gorman, "but I'll be hanged if I will, Josie. Cragg is an idealist. The cause to which he has devoted his life and fortune with a steadfast loyalty that is worthy of respect is doomed to failure. The man's every thought is concentrated on his futile scheme, and to oppose him at this juncture would drive him mad. He isn't doing any real harm to our country, and even England won't suffer much through his conspiracy. But allowing for the folly of his attempt to make his people free and independent, we must admire his lofty philanthropy, his self-sacrifice, his dogged perseverance in promoting the cause so near and dear to his heart. Let some other federal officer arrest him if he dares. It's no work for an O'Gorman. Josie had encountered many surprises during her brief career as an embryo detective, but this revelation was the crowning astonishment of all. All her carefully prepared theories concerning Hezekiah Cragg had been shattered by her father's terse disclosure, and instead of hating old Swallowtail, she suddenly found sympathy for his ideals welling in her heart. Josie O'Gorman was Irish, too. She pondered deeply the skilled detective's assertions, and tried to fit them to her knowledge of old Cragg's character. The story seemed to account for much, but not all. After a time she said, "But this mysterious business of his, which causes him to write so many letters and to receive so many answers to them, what connection can it have with the champions of Irish liberty?" "Very little," said her father, "except that it enables Cragg to earn more money to feed into the ever-hungry maw of the cause. Cragg's business is one of the most unique things of the sort that I have ever encountered. And while it is quite legitimate, he is obliged to keep his secret so as not to involve his many customers in adverse criticism." "What on earth can it be?" "It pertains to heaven, not earth, my dear," said O'Gorman dryly. "Cragg was educated for the ministry or the priesthood. I can't discover whether he was Catholic or Protestant, but it seems he wasn't fitted for the church. Perhaps he already had in mind the idea of devoting his life to the land that gave him birth. Anyhow, he was a well-versed theologian, and exceptionally brilliant in theses, so when his money gave out he began writing sermons for others to preach, doing a mail-order business and selling his products to those preachers who are too busy or too lazy to write their own sermons. He has a sort of syndicate established, and his books, which I have examined with admiration and wonder, prove he supplies sermons to preachers of all denominations throughout the United States. This involves a lot of correspondence. Every week he writes a new sermon, prints a large number of copies, and sends one to each of his clients. Of course he furnishes but one man in a town or city with his products, but there are a good many towns and cities to supply." "Is he printing sermons now?" asked Josie. "Perhaps so. Or it may be that he is printing some circular to be distributed to the members of the C.I.L. Jim Bennett, the husband of the postmistress here, was once a practical printer, and he is a staunch member of the Irish fraternity. Cragg has known of this underground cavern for years, and at one time it was a regular meeting place for his order of champions. So he bought a printing press and, to avoid the prying eyes of his neighbours, established it here. That is the whole story of Cragg's crime, Josie, and it is very simple when once fully explained." "Do you mean to say you've discovered all this in the 2 days since you've been here?" asked the girl in amazement. "Every bit of it. I came prepared to arrest a gang of counterfeiters, and stumbled on this very interesting, but quite harmless plot." "Where have you been hiding since Sunday?" she inquired. "Why, I didn't hide at all," he asserted. "Don't you remember giving me a ride yesterday in the Hathaway automobile?" Josie sat silent. She was glad it was so dark under that shelf of rock, for she would rather her father did not read her humiliation and self-reproach. "Daddy," she said with a despairing accent, "I'm going to study to be a cook or a stenographer. I'll never make a decent detective, like Nan, for instance." O'Gorman laughed. "Poor Nan!" he exclaimed. "She's been more befuddled than you over this mysterious case. And Cragg is her own father, too. Come, Josie, it's getting late. Let's go home." End of chapter 25. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 26 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 26. The Plot. When they were over the stones and in the lane again, walking arm in arm toward the village, Josie's logical mind turned from her own failure to a consideration of the story her father had just told her. "I can't understand," she remarked, "how Joselyn came into this affair, what happened to him, or why he is once more the secret associate of old Cragg." "Joselyn," said the old detective, "is a clever grafter, in other words, an unmitigated scoundrel. Now do you understand?" "Not quite," confessed Josie. "He's Irish." "Isn't his name Scotch?" "Yes, but Joselyn isn't his name. If you're inclined to pick up his record and follow it through, you'll probably find him pursuing his various adventures under many aliases. He doesn't belong in this country, you know, has only been here a few years, so his adventures probably would cover 2 continents. The fellow always manages to keep just within our laws, although sometimes he gets dangerously near the edge. The world is full of men like Joselyn. They don't interest me." "Then he belongs to the band of champions?" asked Josie. Yes. In going over Cragg's books and papers in his private office the other night, I found sufficient references to Ned Joselyn to figure out his story with a fair degree of accuracy," said O'Gorman. "He was born in Ireland, got into trouble over there with the authorities, and fled to America, where he met Annabel Kenton and married her. Getting in touch with old Swallowtail, he joined the Champions and attended to the outside business for Mr. Cragg, purchasing supplies and forwarding them, with money, to the patriots in Ireland. I suppose he made a fair rake-off in all these dealings, but that did not satisfy him. He induced Cragg to invest in some wild-cat schemes, promising him tremendous earnings which could be applied to the cause. Whether he really invested the money turned over to him, or kept it for himself, is a subject for doubt, but it seems the old man soon suspected him of double-dealing, and they had so many quarrels that Cragg finally threatened to turn him over to the authorities for extradition. That was when our precious Ned thought it wise to disappear, but afterward another peace was patched up, owing largely to the fact that Joselyn knew so much of the workings of the secret order that it was safer to have him for a friend than an enemy." "I'm thinking of his poor wife," said Josie. "Does she know now where her husband is?" "I think not. At first, in order to win the confidence of old Cragg, Ned applied considerable of his wife's money to the cause, and while she would probably forgive his defalcations, he thinks it wiser to keep aloof from her. She foolishly trusted him to settle her mother's estate, and I'm sure he managed to settle most of it on himself. His value to Cragg lay in his ability to visit the different branches of the Champions, which are pretty well scattered throughout the United States, and keep them in touch one with another. Also, he purchased arms and ammunition to be forwarded secretly to Ireland. So you see it was quite impossible for the old man to break with him wholly, rascal though he knows him to be." "I see," said Josie. "Joselyn has him in his power." "Entirely so. A hint from him to the authorities would result in an embargo on any further shipments to the rebels in Ireland, and so completely ruin the usefulness of the Order of Champions. The fellow seems to be a thorn deeply embedded in the side of old Swallowtail, who will suffer anything to promote the cause of Irish liberty." "Ingua thinks her grandfather tried to kill Ned at one time," remarked the girl. "It's a wonder, with his rabid temper, that he didn't do so," said O'Gorman. "But perhaps he realized that if he was hanged for Joselyn's murder, his beloved order would be without a head and in sorry straits. Thousands of Irishmen are feeding the funds of the Champions, aside from what Cragg himself dumps into the pot. So the old fellow is in a respectable position, and mustn't commit murder, however much he may long to, because it would jeopardize the fortunes of his associates. However, the end is not yet, and unless Joselyn acts square in his future dealings he may yet meet with a tragic fate." "I wonder what was in that package he took away with him the other night. I was sure at the time it was counterfeit money." "It probably contained the monthly printed circular to the various branches of the Order. Jim Bennett prints them in that underground cavern, and Ned Joselyn sees they are distributed." "Well," said Josie with a sigh, "you've pricked my bubble, Daddy, and made me ashamed. With all my professed scorn of theories, and my endeavours to avoid them, I walked straight into the theoretic mire and stuck there." O'Gorman pressed her arm affectionately. "Never you mind, my dear," in a consoling tone. "You have learned a lesson that will be of great value to you in your future work. I dare not blame you, indeed, for I myself, on the evidence you sent me, came rushing here on a wild-goose chase. One never knows what is on the other side of a page till he turns it, and if we detectives didn't have to turn so many pages, only to find them blank, we'd soon rid the country of its malefactors. But here we are at the Kenton gateway. Go to bed, Josie, my dear, and pleasant dreams to you." "Will I see you again?" she asked. "No, I'm off by the early train. But you must stay here and have your visit out with Mary Louise. It won't hurt you to have a free mind for a while." He kissed her tenderly, and she went in. End of Chapter 26. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 27 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 27. Nan's Triumph. The night's events were not yet ended. An automobile left the edge of the stone yard, followed a lane and turned into the main highway, where it encountered a woman standing in the middle of the road and waving her arms. She was distinctly visible in the moonlight. The man with the monocle slowed the car and came to a sudden stop, rather than run her down. "What's the matter?" he demanded impatiently. "Wait a minute, I want to talk to you." "Can't stop," he replied in a querulous tone. "I've got 50 miles to make before daylight. Out of my way, woman." With a dexterous motion she opened the door and sprang into the seat beside him. "Here, get out of this," he cried. "Drive on," she said calmly. "It'll save time since you're in a hurry." "Get out." "I'm going to ride with you. Why bother to argue?" He turned nervously in his seat to get a look at her, then shifted the clutch and slowly started the car. The woman sat quiet. While bumping over the uneven road at a reckless speed, the driver turned at times to cast stealthy glances at the person beside him. Finally he asked in exasperation, "Do you know where I'm going?" "You haven't told me." "Do you know who I am?" "How should I?" "Oh, very well," with a sigh of relief. "But isn't this rather, irregular?" "Very." Again he drove for a time in silence. In the direction they were following they whirled by a village every 3 or 4 miles, but the country roads were deserted and the nearest city of any size lay a good 50 miles on. "I don't know who you are," observed the woman presently, "but I can hazard a guess. You call yourself Joselyn, Ned Joselyn, but that isn't your name. It's the name you married Annabel Kenton under, but it doesn't belong to you." He gave a roar of anger and started to slow down the car. "Go ahead," she said imperatively. "I won't. You're going to get out of here, and lively, too, or I'll throw you out." "Do you feel anything against your side?" she asked coolly. "Yes," with a sudden start. "It's the muzzle of a revolver. I think it's about opposite your heart, and my finger is on the trigger. Go ahead." He turned the throttle, and the car resumed its former speed. "Who the deuce are you?" he demanded in a voice that trembled slightly. "Like yourself, I have many names," she said. "In Washington they call me Nan Shelley. At Cragg's Crossing I'm Mrs. Scammell, formerly Nan Cragg." "Oh ho!" with a low whistle of astonishment. "Nan Cragg, eh? So you've returned from your wanderings, have you?" with a derisive sneer. "For a time. But in wandering around I've found my place in the world, and now I'm a lady detective, not an especially high-class occupation, but satisfactory as a breadwinner. I find I'm quite talented. I'm said to be a pretty fair detective." She could feel him tremble beside her. He moved away from her as far as he could, but the pressure against his side followed his movements. After a time he asked defiantly, "Well, being a detective, what's your business with me? I hope you're not fool enough to think I'm a criminal." "I don't think it. I know it." "You're an unusual sort of criminal, too," she replied. "You're mixed up in a somewhat lawless international plot, but it isn't my present business to bring you to book for that." "What is your present business?" "To discover what you've done with my father's money." He laughed as if relieved. "Spent it for the cause of Ireland." "Part of it, perhaps. But the bulk of the money you've taken from the champions of Irish liberty, most of which came out of my father's own pocket, and practically all the money he gave to you to invest for him, you have withheld for your own use. You're crazy." "I know the bank it's deposited in." Again he growled like a beast at bay. "Whatever I have on deposit is to be applied to the cause," said he. "It's reserved for future promotion." "Have you seen today's papers?" she inquired. "No." "The revolution in Ireland has already broken out." "Great Scott!" There was sincere anxiety in his voice now. "It is premature, and will result in the annihilation of all your plans." "Perhaps not." "You know better," said she. "Anyhow, your actions are now blocked until we see how the rebellion fares. The Irish will have no further use for American money, I'm positive, so I insist that my father receive back the funds he has advanced you, and especially his own money, which he gave you to invest and you never invested." "Bah! If I offered him the money he wouldn't take it." "Then I'll take it for him," she asserted. "You'll give up that money, because you know I can have you arrested for, well, let us say a breach of American neutrality. You are not a citizen of the United States. You were born in Ireland and have never been naturalized here." "You seem well posted," he sneered. "I belong to the government secret service, and the Bureau knows considerable," she replied dryly. He remained silent for a time, his eyes fixed upon the road ahead. Then he said, "The government didn't send you to get Cragg's money away from me, nor did Cragg send you." "No, my father is afraid of you. He's been forced to trust you, even when he knew you were a treacherous defaulter, because of your threats to betray the cause. But you've been playing a dangerous game, and I believe my father would have killed you long ago if—" "Well, if what?" "If you hadn't been his own nephew." He turned upon her with sudden fierceness. "Look out!" she called. "I've not the same objection to killing my cousin." "Your cousin?" "To be sure. You are the son of Peter Cragg, my father's brother, who returned to Ireland many years ago, when he was a young man. Ned Joselyn is an assumed name. You are Ned Cragg, condemned by the British government for high treason. You are known to be in America, but only I knew where to find you." "Oh, you did you?" "Yes, all your various hiding-places are well known to me." "Confound you!" "Exactly. You'd like to murder me, Cousin Ned, to stop my mouth, but I'll not give you the chance. And, really, we ought not to kill one another, for the Cragg motto is a Cragg for a Cragg. That has probably influenced my poor father more than anything else in his dealings with you. He knew you are a Cragg. Well, if I'm a Cragg, and you're a Cragg, why don't you let me alone? Because the family motto was first ignored by yourself. For a long time he drove on without another word. Evidently he was in deep thought, and the constant pressure of the revolver against his side gave him ample food for reflection. Nan was thinking too, quietly exulting the while. As a matter of fact she had hazarded guess after guess, during the interview, only to find she had hit the mark. She knew that Ned Cragg had been condemned by the British government, and was supposed to have escaped to America, but not until now was she sure of his identity with Ned Joselyn. Her father had told her much, but not this. Her native shrewdness was alone responsible for the discovery. "We're almost there, aren't we?" asked Nan at last. "Where?" "At the house where you're at present hiding. We've entered the city, I see, and it's almost daybreak." "Well?" "I know the chief of police here. Am I to have the money, Cousin Ned, or—" "Of course," he said, hastily. End of Chapter 27. Read by Sabella Denton. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 28 of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 28. Planning the Future. It was nearly a month later when Mary Louise, walking down to the river on an afternoon, discovered Ingua sitting on the opposite bank and listlessly throwing pebbles into the stream. She ran across the stepping-stones and joined her little friend. "How is your grandfather this morning?" she asked. "I guess he's better," said Ingua. "He don't mumble so much about the lost cause or the poor men who died for it in Ireland, but Ma says his broken heart will never mend. He's awful changed, Mary Louise. Today when I sat beside him he put out his hand and stroked my hair and said, 'Poor child, you've been neglected. After all,' says he, 'one's duties begin at home.' He hasn't had any fits of the devils lately, either. Seems like he's all broke up, you know." "Can he walk yet?" inquired Mary Louise. "Yes, he's gettin' stronger every day. This morning he walked to the bridge and back, but he was just rather wobbly on his legs. Ma said she wouldn't have left him just now if she wasn't sure he'd pick up." "Oh, has your mother gone away, then?" "Left last night," said Ingua, "for Washington." "Is her vacation over?" "It isn't that," replied the child. "Ma isn't going to work any more, just now. Says she's going to take care of Granddad. She went to Washington because she got a telegram saying that Senator Ingua is dead." "Senator Ingua?" "Yes, he was my godfather, you see. I didn't know it myself till Ma told me last night. He was an uncle of Will Scammell, my father that died, but he wasn't very friendly to him and didn't give him any money while he lived. Ma named me after the senator, though, 'cause she knew which side her bread was buttered on, and now he's left me $10,000 in his will." "10,000!" exclaimed Mary Louise, delightedly. "Why, you Craggs are going to be rich, Ingua. What with all the money your mother got back from Ned Joselyn and this legacy, you will never suffer poverty again." "That's what Ma says," returned the child simply, "but I don't know whether I'll like all the changes Ma's planned or not. When she gets back from Washington she's going to take me and Granddad away somewheres for the winter, and I'm to go into a girls' school." "Oh, that will be nice." "Will it, Mary Louise? I ain't sure. And while we're gone they're going to tear down the old shack and build a fine new house in its place, and fix up the grounds so they're just as good as the Kenton Place." "Then your mother intends to live here always?" "Yes, she says a Cragg's place is at Cragg's Crossing, and the family's going to hold up its head again, and we're to be some punkins round here. But I sorter hate to see the old place go, Mary Louise," turning a regretful glance at the ancient cottage from over her shoulder. "I can understand that, dear," said the other girl, thoughtfully, "but I am sure the change will be for the best. Do you know what has become of Ned Joselyn?" "Yes, he and Annabel Kenton, that's his wife, have gone away somewheres together, somewheres out west, Ma says. He didn't squander Ann's money, it seems, not all of it. Anyhow, didn't have time, I s'pose, he was so busy robbin' Granddad. Ned run away from Ann, that time he disappeared, 'cause English spies was on his tracks, and he didn't want to be took prisoner. That was why he kep' in hidin', and didn't let Ann know where he was. He was afraid she'd get rattled and blab." "Oh, I think I understand. But he will have to keep in hiding always, won't he?" "I s'pose so. Ma says that'll suit her all right. Am I talkin' more decent than I used to, Mary Louise?" "You're improvin' every day, Ingua." "I'm tryin' to be like you know. Ma says I've been a little Arab, but she means to make a lady of me. I hope she will, and then—" Well, Ingua? You'll come to visit me sometime in our new house, won't you? I sure will, dear, promised Mary Louise. End of Chapter 28. End of Mary Louise in the Country by L. Frank Baum. Read for LibriVox into the public domain by Sabella Denton in Carrollton, Georgia, in February 2009. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.